Hello my drowsy friends. I know you guys want to wrap this night up quickly, so let's get cozy. And let me tell you another calming story here tonight, where we travel to the coldest, most unforgiving place on Earth. But don't worry, you'll stay perfectly warm right where you are. This is the story of Arctic explorers, those peculiar individuals who voluntarily subjected themselves to conditions that would have most of us calling for hot cocoa and central heating within approximately 5 minutes. So if you're new here as always, joining the community is super easy. Just tap subscribe, like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. Before we talk about the explorers themselves, you need to understand what they were walking into. The Arctic isn't just cold, that's like saying the ocean is just wet. It's a fundamental reimagining of what Earth can be, a place where the normal rules governing comfortable human existence simply pack up and leave town. Imagine standing at the edge of the Arctic ice pack on a calm day in late spring. The silence hits you first, and it's not the peaceful quiet of a library or the gentle hush of snowfall in your backyard. This is a silence so complete it has physical weight. Your ears strain for something, anything to process. But there's nothing except perhaps the distant crack of ice, or the whisper of wind across snow that might have fallen a century ago. The air itself feels different in your lungs. At 40 below zero, each breath is an event requiring conscious attention. The moisture in your breath crystallizes instantly, creating what Arctic explorers called frost smoke. Tiny ice crystals that hang in the air before your face like a personal cloud. You can actually hear your breath freeze, a sound somewhere between a whisper and a crackle that becomes the background music of Arctic travel. The light in the high Arctic does things that seem physically impossible if you've only experienced light in temperate climates. During summer, the sun circles the horizon like a confused insect that can't find the exit, never quite setting, casting shadows that rotate but never disappear. This perpetual twilight creates a landscape where time loses meaning. Is it 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon? Your watch insists on one thing, but the unchanging light suggests that time itself has frozen along with everything else. Winter brings the opposite experience. Darkness that lasts for months, broken only by moonlight reflecting off ice and snow, creating a ghostly landscape of greys and blacks and deep blues. The stars are so bright they seem artificial, like someone scattered diamonds across velvet and then turned up the contrast settings. The aurora borealis ripples across the sky in curtains of green and purple, and early explorers, watching this display from their frozen ships, sometimes wondered if they'd left Earth entirely. The ice itself is not the flat uniform surface you might imagine. Pressure ridges form where ice flows collide, creating jagged walls of frozen chaos that can rise 30 feet high. These ridges look like the ruins of ancient glass cities, all sharp angles and translucent blue, beautiful and utterly impassable. Between the ridges, the ice is sometimes smooth enough to walk on, but more often it's rough, broken, and treacherous. Every step requires attention because a momentary lapse can mean a twisted ankle or worse. Open water, called leads by Arctic explorers, appears without warning as the ice fractures under stress. One moment you're walking on solid ice, the next you're standing at the edge of an abyss of dark water that's only a few degrees above freezing. These leads can be a few feet wide or span miles, and they open and close according to currents and pressures that are impossible to predict. They're like the Arctic's way of keeping you honest, a reminder that the ground beneath your feet is temporary and conditional. The cold does strange things to solid objects. Metal becomes brittle and can shatter like glass. Wood loses its flexibility and cracks. Anything containing moisture, and most things contain moisture, will freeze and expand, breaking whatever container holds it. Early explorers learned these lessons the hard way, watching their carefully prepared equipment fail in ways no one had anticipated, because no one had tested anything at these temperatures. The wildlife that manages to survive here has made adaptations that border on the supernatural. Polar bears, those lords of the ice, have transparent fur that appears white, but actually allows sunlight to reach their black skin, creating a biological solar heating system. Arctic foxes can survive temperatures that would kill most mammals in minutes. Seals maintain breathing holes in the ice with the dedication of medieval monks maintaining monastery gardens. Knowing their survival depends on keeping those small openings clear. This was the world that Arctic explorers chose to enter. Not chosen casually, not stumbled into by accident, but deliberately selected as their destination after careful consideration of all available options, which raises an obvious question. What kind of person looks at this landscape and thinks, yes, that's where I want to spend the next several years of my life? The preparation for an Arctic expedition in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was less like packing for a camping trip, and more like provisioning a small mobile city that would need to be entirely self-sufficient for years. There were no supply drops, no emergency evacuations, and no way to call for help if things went wrong. Once you departed, you were committed. Planning began years before departure, usually in comfortable offices in London, Oslo, or New York, where expedition organisers would sit around polished tables and make decisions about matters they'd never personally experienced. How much food does a man need per day when sledging in negative 40-degree weather? How many spare runners for the sledges? How much fuel for cooking and heat when there's no wood and no alternative? These calculations had to be perfect, because there was no margin for error. The food provisions read like a quartermaster's fever dream. Ships would carry tons of pemmican, a mixture of dried meat and fat that was nutritionally dense, practically indestructible, and about as appealing as eating candle wax mixed with sawdust. There were tons of flour, sugar, tea, tobacco, and canned goods in quantities that required complex mathematical calculations to ensure each man could be fed adequately for the duration of the expedition. Victorian-era explorers made some spectacularly questionable decisions about provisions. Some expeditions brought fine china and silver cutlery, because gentlemen apparently could not be expected to eat with their hands even when trapped in Arctic ice. They packed libraries of books, musical instruments, and, in one memorable case, a hand-cranked organ that weighed several £100. These items seemed essential in the comfort of planning rooms, but became increasingly absurd when men were struggling to haul sledges across broken ice. Clothing received enormous attention because everyone understood that staying warm was the difference between survival and becoming a frozen memorial to poor planning. The standard outfit for Arctic travel was like wearing an entire closet simultaneously. You started with wool long underwear, added wool trousers and a shirt, then a wool sweater, then canvas or leather outer trousers, then a wool jacket, then a canvas or leather outer jacket. On your feet went wool socks, usually several pairs, then fur boots or specially designed leather boots with felt lining. The fur clothing that indigenous Arctic peoples had refined over thousands of years was far superior to anything Europeans could design. But Victorian pride often prevented explorers from adopting what they saw as primitive solutions. Some expeditions stubbornly stuck with wool and canvas even after observing that Inuit hunters in their caribou skin anoraks could work comfortably in conditions that left Europeans shivering inside their multiple layers. The ships themselves required extensive modification for Arctic service. Hulls needed reinforcement with extra timbers to withstand ice pressure. Heating systems had to be installed and tested. Storage had to be organised so that everything needed for survival was accessible even when the ship was listing heavily or partially crushed by ice. Some ships had their bows specially shaped to ride up onto the ice rather than meeting it head-on, a technique that could save a ship or merely delay its inevitable crushing. Selecting the crew was perhaps the most critical decision. You needed sailors who could handle a ship in the most demanding conditions imaginable. You needed carpenters, blacksmiths, and general handymen who could repair anything, because there would be no replacement parts. You needed hunters who could provide fresh meat when game was available. You needed scientists to justify the expedition and collect data that would satisfy the geographic societies funding the venture. But beyond technical skills, you needed psychological resilience that was almost impossible to test in advance. How does someone handle months of darkness? How do they cope with the claustrophobia of being trapped on a ship with the same 30 people for years? How do they respond when things go wrong, as they inevitably will? The expedition leaders tried to screen for these qualities, but it was largely guesswork. You couldn't know how someone would handle the Arctic until they were actually there. The families of crew members faced their own ordeal. In an era before radio communication, saying goodbye meant accepting that you might hear nothing for years. Letters could be sent back with whaling ships encountered early in the voyage, but after that, silence. Wives raised children who barely remembered their fathers. Parents aged without knowing if their sons were alive or frozen somewhere on the ice. This uncertainty was its own form of cold that affected people who never left comfortable homes. Medical preparation was particularly challenging because Arctic conditions created health problems that no European doctor had experience treating. Scurvy, that disease caused by vitamin C deficiency, was the great killer of Arctic expeditions, yet its cause wasn't fully understood until the early 20th century. Frostbite, snow blindness, lead poisoning from canned goods, accidents with equipment, infections with no antibiotics available. The expedition doctor had to be prepared for all of this with a medical kit that could fit in a few wooden boxes. The psychological preparation, such as it was, consisted mainly of reading accounts from previous expeditions, which ranged from triumphant to horrifying. Would-be explorers could read about Fridtjof Nansen deliberately freezing a ship into the ice and drifting across the Arctic Ocean, or they could read about the Franklin expedition, which disappeared entirely with 129 men and was later found to have ended in starvation and desperation. These accounts were meant to inform, but one has to wonder if they didn't also function as a final test. If you read about men eating their boots and still wanted to go, well, you were either admirably dedicated or questionably sane. The transformation of a ship from mobile vessel to frozen prison happened gradually, almost gently. You'd be sailing through increasingly ice-choked waters, manoeuvring around floes, making progress measured in miles per day rather than hours. Then the progress would slow to yards. Then the ice would close in like a hand slowly making a fist. And one morning you'd wake to realise the ship wasn't going anywhere. Not today, not tomorrow, not until spring thaw released you. If it released you. Being trapped in the ice was the plan for most Arctic expeditions. They deliberately winter over, using the ship as a base for exploration and scientific work. But there's a significant difference between intellectually understanding you'll be frozen in place and actually experiencing it. The ship that had been your transportation suddenly became your entire world. A wooden universe measuring perhaps 150 feet long and 30 feet wide. The daily routine on an icebound ship was carefully structured because routine was the only thing standing between civilized behaviour and cabin fever. Morning began at a specific time regardless of whether there was daylight or darkness outside. Sailors would emerge from their hammocks or bunks in the forecastle, where dozens of men slept in a space that would feel cramped for half that number. The air in the sleeping quarters was thick with breath and body heat, creating condensation that froze on the walls and ceiling in intricate patterns of frost flowers. Breakfast was typically a substantial meal because men needed calories to stay warm. Porridge, bacon, bread, tea or coffee. Food that provided heat both in the eating and in the digesting. The galley stove became the social centre of the ship, with men clustering around it whenever they weren't specifically needed elsewhere. The stove radiated a warmth that never quite reached the far corners of the ship, creating distinct temperature zones from almost comfortable to painfully cold. Work assignments kept everyone busy and prevented the depression that could settle over a crew like another layer of darkness. There was always something to maintain, repair or prepare. Ice needed to be cleared from around the ship. Instruments needed tending. Scientific observations had to be recorded with regularity that approached religious devotion. Temperature, barometric pressure, wind speed, and ice conditions were all carefully noted in logbooks that might be the expedition's only lasting contribution. The officers and scientists generally had individual cabins, though cabin makes them sound larger and more private than they were. Your cabin might be 6 feet by 8 feet, containing a bunk, a small desk, and perhaps one shelf for personal items. The walls were wood, and despite layers of felt and other insulation, frost formed on every surface. You'd wake with your breath frozen to your blankets. Ink would freeze in your pen while you were writing. Books had to be kept near the stove or their pages would become brittle and crack. Entertainment was crucial for maintaining morale during the long Arctic winter. Ships carried extensive libraries, hundreds of books that men would read and reread until they could recite passages from memory. Musical instruments provided distraction, with impromptu concerts filling the ship with sounds that seemed absurdly cheerful given the circumstances. Some ships produced newspapers, with crew members writing articles, poems, and humorous observations about life aboard. These handwritten publications were elaborate jokes that everyone participated in, because the alternative was dwelling on their situation. The darkness of the Arctic winter did strange things to human psychology. For months, the sun never rose above the horizon, leaving the world in twilight or darkness. This absence of normal day-night cycles disrupted sleep patterns and created a pervasive weariness that was as much psychological as physical. Men would sleep poorly, wake unrested, and struggle through days that felt interminable, despite being carefully structured. Meals became the tent poles around which each day was organised. Lunch, dinner, and evening tea marked the passage of time in ways that clocks couldn't. The food itself became monotonous. There's only so much variation possible with canned and dried provisions, but the ritual of gathering, eating together, and taking time away from work provided necessary structure. Special occasions called for special meals, with expedition leaders dipping into limited stores of luxuries to mark Christmas, birthdays, or anniversaries with something beyond the standard fare. The cold inside the ship was a constant presence that required continuous negotiation. The main cabin, where officers and scientists gathered, might be kept at around 40 or 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds miserable, but felt almost warm compared to outside. Men dressed in layers even indoors, keeping wool hats on while they read or wrote. Writing anything required determination because your fingers would go numb within minutes of removing gloves. Hygiene became challenging to the point of near impossibility. Bathing in sub-zero temperatures was not merely uncomfortable, but potentially dangerous. Some ships had small washing facilities, but using them meant exposing your skin to air that could cause frostbite in seconds. Most men settled for spot cleaning with minimal water and accepted that they would smell like a combination of unwashed wool, seal oil, and tobacco smoke until spring thaw permitted a proper wash. The sounds of the ice became the soundtrack of winter. The ship would creak and groan as ice pressure built up against the hull. Sometimes the ice would crack with reports like artillery fire, sudden and sharp enough to wake sleeping men. At other times, the pressure would build slowly, creating a constant groaning that was almost worse than the sudden cracks, because you knew the ship was being slowly crushed, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Fear was a constant companion, though it was rarely discussed openly. The crushing of a ship by ice pressure was not uncommon. The men knew the statistics, knew the ships that had been lost, and knew that their wooden hull was the only thing standing between them and the frozen sea. At night, lying in their bunks, they could hear the ice working on the ship's timbers and could feel the structure shift and settle under enormous pressures. They trusted their ship and trusted the reinforcements and special construction, but trust and certainty are very different things. Eventually, the walls of even the most comfortable ship would start to feel oppressive, and expeditions would send out parties to establish camps on the ice itself. This was where the real work of Arctic exploration happened. The sledging journeys that would map unknown territories, reach the pole, or make scientific observations impossible from a stationary ship. Your sledging camp would be simple because simplicity was survival. The tent was your new home, usually made of canvas or thin fabric that did almost nothing to insulate against the cold, but at least provided shelter from wind. Setting up camp after a day of sledging was a process refined through painful experience. First, you'd select a spot. Flat ice if you were lucky, broken ice if you weren't. The sledges would be arranged to block wind. Then the tent would go up, a process that required removing mittens and working with numb fingers to secure the structure. Inside the tent, space was absolutely minimal. You might be sharing this space with 2 or 3 other men, and when everyone was lying down in their sleeping bags, there was no room to move without disturbing someone else. All the equipment, cooking stove, fuel, food supplies, spare clothing, scientific instruments, had to fit in this small space while leaving just enough room for the men themselves. The sleeping bag was your most intimate companion, a reindeer skin or wool cocoon that was simultaneously your greatest comfort and a source of ongoing misery. Each night, you'd climb into a bag already damp with the previous night's moisture from your breath and body heat. This moisture would freeze during the day while you were sledging, and you'd spend the first hour of each night shivering in a frozen sleeping bag, using body heat to slowly thaw it into something approaching comfort. By morning, the bag would be damp again, slightly heavier from accumulated ice, and a few degrees more unpleasant than the night before. Cooking in a tent was performance art of the most demanding sort. You'd light a small stove, usually burning seal oil, petroleum, or later, more refined fuels, and tend it carefully because extinguishing it meant starting over and wasting precious fuel. The stove provided a small circle of warmth, perhaps 2 feet in diameter. Outside that circle, the temperature remained well below 0. You'd melt ice for water, heat the water to boiling, prepare pemmican stew or cocoa, and try to eat the resulting meal before it froze solid in your tin cup. The etiquette of tent life was unwritten but absolute. You didn't complain about the cold because everyone was cold. You didn't talk about food you wished you had because everyone wished they had better food. You took your turn with camp chores without being asked because survival depended on everyone pulling their weight. Small irritations, someone taking more than their share of space, someone snoring, someone's habits, had to be ignored because allowing small tensions to escalate could destroy a party's cohesion. Personal hygiene in a sledging camp was essentially abandoned. You wore the same clothes day after day because changing required exposing skin to killing cold. Your face might get wiped with snow if you had energy and inclination, but proper washing was impossible. Men would go weeks without removing any clothing, living in progressively filthier garments that accumulated sweat, smoke, seal oil, and the general grime of Arctic travel. The smell inside a tent after several weeks of this would have been impressive, but cold suppresses odours and exhaustion suppresses caring. The morning routine began with the unpleasant task of leaving your sleeping bag while the tent was still cold. Someone, usually rotating duty, had to light the stove and start melting ice for breakfast, while everyone else delayed the inevitable moment of emerging from their bags. Once the stove was going and hot food was available, the transition from sleep to preparation for the day's march became manageable, though never pleasant. Breaking camp was the reverse of setting it up, with everything carefully packed onto sledges in a specific order. Things needed most often went on top or in easy-to-access positions. Things needed rarely went deeper. Every item had its place because in a blizzard or in failing light, you couldn't afford to waste time searching for something buried in the wrong sledge. The sledges themselves were marvels of functional design, evolved through generations of Arctic travel. Long and narrow, usually around 10 feet long and 2 feet wide, they were built to distribute weight across snow and ice, while remaining light enough to be hauled by men or dogs. Loading a sledge was a skill requiring experience. Too much weight forward and it would dig into snow, too much weight back and it would drag. The load had to be balanced and secured firmly, but also accessible because you might need to access supplies during the day's march. Dog teams, when used, created their own set of challenges and rewards. The dogs were tough, capable of pulling enormous loads in conditions that would kill most animals, but they required feeding, management, and constant attention. A goodly dog was worth its weight in pemmican, capable of finding the trail in whiteout conditions and keeping the rest of the team moving when they wanted to curl up and wait out bad weather. A poor-led dog could tangle the whole team, create chaos, and waste hours of daylight that could never be recovered. Man-hauling, pulling sledges without dogs, was the purest approach favoured by some expeditions, particularly British ones. The theory was that men pulling their own sledges were self-sufficient, not dependent on animals that required food and care. The reality was that man-hauling was brutally hard work, transforming grown men into draft animals straining in harnesses for hours each day. It was noble in a way, but nobility doesn't keep you warm or make the sledge any lighter. Let's talk about what cold actually does to your body, because understanding this helps explain why Arctic exploration was so difficult, and why simply dressing warmly wasn't a complete solution. At 0 degrees Fahrenheit, cold is uncomfortable but manageable with proper clothing. At 20 below, it starts requiring real respect. At 40 below, which was common during Arctic expeditions, the cold becomes an active opponent that's constantly looking for ways to kill you. At 60 below or lower, temperatures regularly encountered by some expeditions, the cold stops being something you deal with and becomes something you survive hour by hour. Your body is a furnace that requires constant fuel, and in Arctic conditions that furnace has to work overtime. Basal metabolism, the energy you burn just staying alive, increases dramatically in extreme cold. Men on Arctic expeditions could consume 5,000 to 6,000 calories per day and still lose weight because their bodies were burning everything to maintain core temperature. They would eat amounts of food that would make a competitive eater pause and wake up hungry hours later. Frostbite was the ever-present danger that turned every moment of exposed skin into a calculated risk. Your nose, cheeks, ears, fingers and toes were most vulnerable, and frostbite damage was cumulative. A small patch of frostbite would heal but leave that area more susceptible to future damage. Men would complete expeditions with permanent damage to their extremities, toes or fingers lost to gangrene, noses scarred and discoloured, a permanent record of their time in the cold. The progression of frostbite was something every Arctic explorer learned to recognise. First, your skin would feel cold and perhaps tingle. Then it would go numb, which was dangerous because pain is your body's warning system. Without feeling, you might not realise you were damaging tissue until it was too late. The affected area would turn white or greyish, becoming waxy in appearance. This was the moment for immediate action, warming the area gradually, covering it, and hoping the damage wasn't permanent. Your breath was your enemy in sub-zero temperatures. The moisture in your breath would condense on any fabric near your mouth, scarves, coat collars, even beards, and freeze into ice. This ice would accumulate throughout the day, creating a frozen mass that pressed against your skin and blocked airflow. Men would return to camp with inches-thick ice frozen to their faces, which had to be carefully thawed to avoid ripping away skin along with the ice. Snow blindness was another hazard that turned the beautiful Arctic landscape into a source of agony. The sun reflecting off endless white surfaces created glare that could damage your eyes without proper protection. Early expeditions had crude solutions, darkened glasses, slits cut in wood or leather, but these weren't always effective. Snow blindness felt like having sand poured in your eyes, followed by intense pain, tearing, and temporary vision loss. Men afflicted with snow blindness had to be led by their companions, adding their weight to the burden of travel. The mental effects of extreme cold were less visible but equally challenging. Cold affects your ability to think clearly, to make good decisions, and to maintain focus on complex tasks. Men would struggle with calculations they could normally do in their sleep. They would forget things, make errors in judgment, and fail to recognise dangers that should have been obvious. This cognitive impairment happened gradually, so you might not realise your thinking was impaired until you'd already made a critical mistake. Sleep in extreme cold was never truly restful. Your body couldn't fully relax when it was constantly working to stay warm. You drift in and out of consciousness rather than sleeping deeply. Dreams were often vivid and strange, possibly because your brain was partially deprived of oxygen as you breathed the cold, thin air inside your tent. Men would wake after 8 hours of sleep, feeling more tired than when they had gone to bed. Clothing that worked perfectly well at 0 degrees would fail catastrophically at 40 below. Materials became brittle, leather cracked, metal fasteners became so cold they'd stick to skin and tear away flesh. Zippers, in later expeditions, would freeze solid and refused to open or close. Every piece of equipment had to be tested at temperature extremes, and even then some failures couldn't be predicted until you were depending on that equipment in the field. The wind transformed merely cold temperatures into potentially lethal ones. Wind chill wasn't understood scientifically during the early days of Arctic exploration, but everyone understood experientially that still air at 40 below was survivable, while wind at the same temperature could kill you. The wind found every gap in your clothing, every opening in your shelter. It drove cold through layers of fabric as if they weren't there. On windy days, the only option was to hunker down and wait, because trying to travel was simply too dangerous. Amid all the hardship, danger and discomfort, the Arctic offered moments of beauty so profound that they justified the suffering for many explorers. It's important to understand this because otherwise Arctic exploration seems like pure masochism, and while there might have been elements of that, there was also genuine wonder at experiencing a landscape unlike anything else on Earth. The ice formations created by wind and water were natural sculptures that would have made any artist envious. Pressure ridges formed towers and walls of ice in shades, ranging from pure white to deepest blue, depending on how the ice had formed and how compressed it was. Old ice, compressed over years, could be so blue it looked artificial, like someone had dumped blue food colouring into water before freezing it. These formations caught the light in ways that seemed impossible, glowing from within even on cloudy days. The midnight sun of Arctic summer created light that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Shadows existed, but they were soft and diffuse, creating a landscape where depth perception became challenging because your brain couldn't quite process the visual information it was receiving. Photographers who travelled with later expeditions struggled to capture this quality of light, finding that their equipment simply couldn't record what their eyes were seeing. The aurora borealis was a regular evening entertainment during the dark months, though entertainment makes it sound more controlled than it was. The lights would appear without warning, starting as a faint glow on the northern horizon and building into curtains of colour that rippled across the entire sky. Green was most common, but purples, reds and whites would appear, dancing and shifting in patterns that seemed almost alive. Early explorers, lacking scientific understanding of the phenomenon, sometimes found it unsettling. This massive display of energy happening overhead, beautiful but also alien and slightly threatening. Ice crystals in the air created optical phenomena that bordered on the hallucinogenic. Sundogs appeared as bright spots on either side of the sun, sometimes as bright as the sun itself, making it look like the sky had 3 suns. Halos and light pillars appeared, distorting the sun and moon into abstract patterns. These phenomena were predictable given the right atmospheric conditions, but that scientific understanding didn't make them any less striking to witness. The wildlife that appeared occasionally brought life and movement to a landscape that often seemed entirely dead. Seals would surface in leads, their dark eyes watching humans with what seemed like intelligent curiosity, before disappearing beneath the ice. Polar bears were both beautiful and terrifying, perfectly adapted predators that could appear silently despite their massive size. Arctic foxes, with their white winter coats, were almost invisible against snow, revealed only by movement. The stars in the Arctic sky were overwhelming in their brightness and number. Away from any human light pollution, in air so cold and clear it felt like you could reach out and touch the celestial objects, the sky became a dome of lights. The Milky Way was a river of light flowing overhead. Planets were distinct disks rather than points. The number of visible stars was so great that familiar constellations became difficult to pick out from the background noise of lesser lights. The sounds of the Arctic, when they occurred, had a clarity that sounds from temperate climates couldn't match. A crack of ice could be heard from miles away, sharp and distinct. The breathing of a seal at a distant lead. The wind over ice created a low moan that sounded almost musical. These sounds carried in ways that seemed to violate normal acoustic rules, arriving clear and distinct across distances that should have muffled them into nothing. Icebergs, when encountered, were floating sculptures that dwarf ships and men alike. Most of an iceberg's mass is underwater, so what you saw above the surface was merely a hint of the full structure. They drift slowly with currents, occasionally carving huge chunks that would crash into the sea with sounds like thunder. Their colours range from brilliant white to that deep blue of compressed ice, sometimes striped with layers that recorded years or centuries of snowfall. The pure isolation of the Arctic landscape had its own beauty, though this was a beauty that could easily become oppressive. You could stand on the ice and look in every direction, seeing nothing but white to the horizon. No trees, no hills, no features to distinguish one direction from another. This emptiness was simultaneously peaceful and threatening. Peaceful because there was nothing to disturb or threaten you. Threatening because there was also nothing to orient you or provide shelter if you needed it. The quality of silence in the Arctic had to be experienced to be understood. In your daily life, you're surrounded by a constant background noise, traffic, appliances, other people, and the general hum of civilization. In the Arctic, that background noise simply doesn't exist. The silence is so complete that you can hear your own heartbeat, your own blood moving through your ears. This silence was initially peaceful, but over time it could become unsettling, making men crave any sound just to break the monotony. After months or years on the ice came the moment every expedition anticipated with mixed feelings, the return journey. You'd accomplished your goals or you hadn't. You'd survived or you were struggling to. Either way, it was time to try to get home. The journey home was often more difficult than the outward journey, and not just because of accumulated fatigue and depleted supplies. Psychologically, the return created a strange paradox. You were getting closer to safety, comfort, and the life you'd left behind, but you were also using your last reserves of strength to get there. It was like a marathon where the final miles hurt the most, because you're running on nothing but determination. Ships that had been frozen into the ice through winter would wait for the summer thaw, hoping the ice would release them intact. The crew would prepare for departure by clearing ice from around the hull, checking the rigging and sails, and making repairs to damage sustained during winter. Then came the waiting. Would the ice release them early enough in the season to escape before the next winter? Would it release them at all? Some ships never escaped, crushed by ice or locked in place as new ice formed, their crews forced to abandon ship and either wait for rescue or attempt to reach safety overland. Sledging parties returning from extended journeys faced the challenge of retracing routes across ice that might have shifted dramatically since their outward journey. Landmarks were useless in the Arctic, everything looked the same, and the ice itself was constantly moving. Navigation relied on careful records, compass bearings, and luck. Getting lost was a constant danger because running out of food or fuel while lost meant death, simple and certain. The physical deterioration of men on extended Arctic expeditions was progressive and cumulative. Scurvy, caused by a lack of vitamin C, would develop slowly, starting with fatigue and lethargy, then progressing to bleeding gums, loosening teeth, reopening of old wounds, and eventual death if not treated. Men didn't always recognise scurvy symptoms until the disease was advanced, and treatment required fresh food that wasn't available on the ice. Equipment that had functioned adequately on the outward journey often failed on the return. Sledges broke under stress. Tents developed rips. Stoves stopped working. Clothing wore through. Every failure had to be repaired with depleted resources and increasing desperation because each breakdown ate into the small margin of safety that separated survival from catastrophe. The mental state of returning explorers often showed the strain. Men became irritable, depressed, and sometimes irrational. Small disputes could escalate into major conflicts because everyone's tolerance for frustration was exhausted. Leadership became crucial during these periods. A good leader could hold a group together through force of personality and careful management, while poor leadership could lead to the disintegration of group cohesion. Food supplies on the return journey were calculated to the last biscuit and ounce of pemmican. Running short meant reducing rations, and reduced rations meant less energy for travelling, which meant slower progress, which meant needing food for more days than planned. This vicious cycle trapped many expeditions, forcing them to choose between maintaining their travel pace and starving, or reducing pace and hoping they could make their destination on reduced rations. The weather during the return often seemed personally antagonistic. Storms would appear at the worst possible moments, leads would open directly across the route home, ice conditions would deteriorate just as supplies were running low. This wasn't actually the weather being hostile, it was just weather doing what weather does. But to exhausted, hungry, cold men, it felt personal. Recognition of land was the first sign that safety might actually be achievable. After weeks or months of featureless ice, seeing the dark outline of a coast on the horizon produced emotional reactions that strong men found difficult to control. Land meant potential shelter, possible game animals, and the end of the ice. It meant you might actually survive, but reaching land didn't mean safety was assured. The coasts of Arctic islands and the northern edges of continents were often as barren and inhospitable as the ice itself. Without supplies or shelter, men could die on land as easily as on ice. The goal wasn't just reaching land, but reaching a specific point where help, food, or previous supply caches were located. Supply depots established on the outward journey were lifelines on the return, small caches of food and fuel that could make the difference between completing the journey and dying miles short of safety. Finding these depots was crucial, and missing one by even a few hundred yards could be fatal. Expeditions would mark depot locations with flags, cairns, and careful notation in their records, but Arctic conditions could obliterate even the most carefully constructed markers, leaving explorers searching desperately for supplies they knew were nearby but couldn't locate. The final approach to the ship or to civilization had its own psychological challenges. Men who had endured months of hardship with stoic determination sometimes broke down emotionally when safety was finally assured. The relief of survival, combined with exhaustion and the release of tension that had been held for so long, produced reactions ranging from tears to hysterical laughter to complete emotional numbness. Reunion with shipmates who had remained at base camp was complicated by the changes both groups had experienced. The returning explorers had been tested by conditions the others could only imagine, while those who remained had dealt with their own challenges of isolation and waiting. There was often a disconnect, a difficulty in communicating experiences that seemed impossible to explain to people who hadn't shared them. Ships departing the Arctic had to time their escape carefully. Too early, and the ice wouldn't have cleared enough to allow passage. Too late, and the ship risked being trapped for another winter. The journey south through ice-choked waters was nerve-wracking, every moment bringing the possibility of ice closing in and preventing further progress. Only when the ship reached ice-free waters could the crew truly relax, knowing they'd actually escaped. The return to civilization was jarring in ways that returning explorers often struggled to articulate. After months or years of silence, isolation, and simplicity, the noise and complexity of cities felt overwhelming. Food that once seemed like the height of luxury now seemed almost too rich, too varied. Beds were too soft, rooms too warm, and everything was moving too fast. Some explorers adjusted quickly, others found themselves permanently changed by their time in the Arctic, never quite comfortable in normal life again. Now that we've followed these explorers through their entire journey, it's worth considering what this experience cost them and what they gained, because the account books of Arctic exploration don't balance in any conventional sense. The physical toll was obvious and permanent. Frostbite damage left men with scarred faces, missing fingers or toes, and reduced circulation that made them sensitive to cold for the rest of their lives. The extreme exertion of sledging damaged hearts and joints. Scurvy weakened bones and teeth. Men who went into the Arctic in their prime returned aged beyond their years, their bodies carrying the accumulated damage of months or years of extreme conditions. The psychological effects were less visible, but equally lasting. Modern psychology would probably diagnose many returning explorers with what we now call PTSD, nightmares, heightened startle responses, and difficulty adjusting to normal social interactions. Some men never fully readjusted to civilian life. finding themselves drawn back to the Arctic despite knowing what they'd endure there. It was as if the experience had changed something fundamental in how they related to the world. Families paid their own price for Arctic exploration. Children grew up with absent fathers or without fathers at all when expeditions ended in tragedy. Wives became widows or lived in uncertainty for years, managing households and raising children alone while hoping for news that might never come. The financial burden was also significant. Explorers often died, leaving their families in debt from expedition preparations. But there were also gains that the explorers themselves considered worth the cost. The geographic knowledge they brought back genuinely advanced human understanding of the planet. Maps were filled in, currents and weather patterns documented, and scientific observations made that couldn't have been obtained any other way. This knowledge had practical value for navigation, for understanding global climate patterns, and for expanding the boundaries of human knowledge. The personal transformation that Arctic exploration produced in successful expeditions created men with capabilities they'd never known they possessed. They'd learned that they could endure conditions they'd thought impossible, solve problems with limited resources, and maintain discipline and purpose when every instinct said to give up. These weren't abstract lessons. They were proven capabilities that shaped how these men approached every subsequent challenge in their lives. The sense of accomplishment from successful Arctic exploration was profound and lasting. These men had set themselves goals that required years of preparation and months of extreme effort to achieve. When they succeeded, reaching the pole, charting unknown coastline, completing a sledging journey that others thought impossible, they'd proven something to themselves and to the world. That accomplishment couldn't be taken away by later difficulties or failures in other areas of life. The camaraderie developed during Arctic expeditions created bonds that lasted lifetimes. Men who had depended on each other for survival in conditions where a single mistake could kill everyone developed trust and friendship that normal social interactions couldn't match. Veterans of Arctic expeditions would gather decades later, and the conversation would immediately return to shared experiences that outsiders couldn't fully understand. Some explorers found in the Arctic a clarity and simplicity that eluded them in normal life. Out on the ice, the goals were clear, the challenges were obvious, and success or failure was unambiguous. There was no politics to navigate, no social ambiguity to interpret, and no complex decisions about career or family. You walked, you survived, and you completed your objectives, or you didn't. For men who found the complexity of civilization overwhelming, the Arctic offered relief through its brutal honesty. The Arctic landscape itself left impressions that stayed with explorers for life. Men would describe, decades later, specific moments of beauty or terror with clarity that suggested they'd been thinking about those moments regularly in the intervening years. A particular formation of ice, the quality of light during a certain sunset, the sound of wind over snow during a blizzard. These memories became touchstones, reference points that shaped how they experienced everything else. The fame and recognition that successful Arctic explorers received was considerable in an era that celebrated this particular form of adventure. They gave lectures, wrote books, and received medals and honours from geographic societies and governments. This recognition provided financial security and social status that wouldn't have been available through normal careers. For men from modest backgrounds, Arctic exploration was potentially a path to prominence, but fame brought its own complications. Explorers were expected to present their experiences in ways that emphasized heroism and adventure, while downplaying the more mundane or unpleasant aspects. They had to maintain public images that might not match their private realities. The pressure to organize and lead subsequent expeditions could be intense, creating expectations that were difficult to escape even when explorers might have preferred to retire from Arctic work. The failures haunted the survivors. Not every expedition succeeded, and not every explorer returned. The men who did return often carried guilt about companions who hadn't, making decisions that might have saved their own lives but cost others theirs. This guilt was a weight that couldn't be shared with people who hadn't been there and couldn't understand the impossible choices that Arctic conditions sometimes forced. As you're lying there in your comfortable bed, warm and safe, probably wondering why anyone would voluntarily subject themselves to the conditions we've been describing, let's talk about motivation. Because understanding why people chose Arctic exploration helps explain something about human nature that goes beyond geographic curiosity. The official justifications for Arctic expeditions were scientific and geographic. There were coastlines to chart, magnetic phenomena to study, meteorological observations to record, and biological specimens to collect. These were legitimate scientific goals, and the data collected during Arctic expeditions did advance human knowledge in meaningful ways. But if we're being honest, pure scientific curiosity doesn't fully explain why men risked their lives in environments that could kill them in minutes. National pride and competition drove many expeditions. The race to reach the North Pole became a matter of prestige for nations that wanted to demonstrate their superiority through their explorers' achievements. Being first to some previously unreached point on the globe had no practical value, but it had enormous symbolic value in an era when national greatness was measured partly by such achievements. Countries funded expeditions as a form of peaceful competition, proving their worth through their citizens' endurance rather than through warfare. Personal ambition was a powerful motivator that explorers didn't always acknowledge publicly, but was evident in their actions. Fame, recognition, the chance to have your name permanently attached to geographic features or exploration milestones. These were powerful incentives for men who might otherwise have lived anonymous lives. Arctic exploration offered a path to immortality through achievement that was available to relatively few people in other fields. The pure challenge attracted a certain personality type that modern psychology might classify as sensation-seeking or novelty-seeking. These were people who found normal life boring, who needed challenges that tested them to their limits, and who couldn't be satisfied with comfortable predictability. The Arctic offered challenges that were undeniably genuine. You couldn't fake your way through conditions that could kill you if you made mistakes. Escape from civilization's complexities appealed to men who found normal social and professional life stifling. The Arctic offered simplicity. Survive, travel, and achieve your objectives. There were no office politics, no social climbing, and no need to maintain appearances or navigate complex social situations. Everything was reduced to essentials, which some people found refreshing despite the physical hardships involved. The romantic notion of adventure played a larger role than practical-minded explorers liked to admit. They'd grown up reading accounts of previous expeditions, imagining themselves in similar situations, dreaming of testing themselves against the same challenges. The Arctic existed partly in their imaginations before they ever experienced it physically, and the real Arctic had to compete with the idealized Arctic of their dreams. Economic opportunity motivated some participants, particularly crew members who weren't independently wealthy. Arctic expeditions paid well by the standards of the time, and the possibility of book sales, lecture tours, and other revenue from successful expeditions represented potential financial security. For working-class sailors and tradesmen, an Arctic expedition could mean financial advancement that normal employment wouldn't provide. The desire to prove something, to themselves, to critics, to society, drove explorers who felt they had something to demonstrate. Some came from backgrounds where they'd been dismissed or underestimated. Others had failed in previous endeavours and saw Arctic exploration as a chance for redemption. The Arctic was an arena where personal capability could be proven beyond any argument, because survival itself was proof of competence. The allure of the unknown exercised a powerful pull on minds that chafed at the feeling that the world was becoming too mapped, too known, too tame. The Arctic represented one of the last places on Earth where you could genuinely go where no human had been before, see things no one had seen, and experience the novelty of discovery in an era when most of the world had already been explored. But here's the thing about you, and this isn't a criticism, just an observation, you probably wouldn't do it. You're reading this while comfortable and warm, with food readily available and all your fingers and toes intact. The thought of voluntarily putting yourself in conditions where you might lose body parts to frostbite, where you'd eat the same monotonous food for months, where you'd go without bathing for weeks, where every day would bring genuine risk of death, that probably doesn't appeal to you, and that's entirely reasonable. The cost-benefit analysis of Arctic exploration doesn't make sense for most people. The suffering was real, prolonged, and guaranteed. The rewards were uncertain, and even when achieved, they didn't necessarily translate into happiness or fulfillment. Many successful explorers ended their lives disappointed, restless, and unable to recapture the sense of purpose they'd felt during their expeditions. You have different sources of meaning and achievement available to you: career accomplishments, family relationships, creative pursuits, intellectual achievements, and community involvement. These don't require risking your life or enduring months of hardship. They're more sustainable, more compatible with long-term well-being, and less likely to result in missing toes. The personality traits that made someone an effective Arctic explorer: extreme risk tolerance, ability to endure prolonged discomfort without complaint, willingness to subordinate personal comfort to long-term goals, and comfort with isolation, aren't necessarily healthy or adaptive in modern society. We generally want people who have reasonable risk assessment, who take care of their physical and mental health, and who maintain balanced lives. The single-minded obsessiveness that Arctic exploration often required isn't something we'd usually consider a positive trait. So when we look back at Arctic explorers with a mixture of admiration and bafflement, we're responding appropriately. What they did was genuinely impressive, requiring capabilities that deserve recognition. But it's also okay to look at their choices and think, I'm glad they did it so I can read about it, but I'm also glad I don't have to do it myself. As we near the end of our journey through the frozen world of Arctic explorers, let's consider what these stories of endurance and exploration teach us about human capability, limitation, and the strange relationship between comfort and accomplishment. The Arctic proved that human beings could survive in environments that seemed completely incompatible with human life. We're tropical animals, really. Hairless primates designed for warm climates with readily available food and water. The fact that humans could not just survive but function effectively in Arctic conditions demonstrates the power of intelligence, preparation, and determination to override our biological limitations. We're not the strongest or fastest species, but we might be the most stubborn. The importance of preparation became evident in every Arctic expedition's outcome. The ones that succeeded generally did so because they'd anticipated problems and prepared solutions. The ones that failed often did so because of seemingly small oversights: wrong type of fuel, insufficient food reserves, inadequate clothing, that cascaded into catastrophic problems. This lesson about thorough preparation applies far beyond Arctic exploration. In any challenging endeavour, the work you do before the challenge begins often determines whether you succeed or fail. The psychological dimension of extreme challenges proved as important as the physical one. Men with superior physical conditioning sometimes failed in the Arctic, while less physically impressive individuals succeeded, because mental resilience, adaptability, and emotional control mattered more than raw strength or endurance. The ability to maintain discipline, purpose, and hope when everything was going wrong separated survivors from casualties. This reminds us that psychological preparation deserves as much attention as physical preparation for any major challenge. The value of incremental progress showed itself in every successful sledging journey. No one crossed the Arctic in a single day. Success came from moving forward consistently, day after day, even when progress seemed minimal. This patience with slow advancement, this willingness to accept that big goals are achieved through small steps repeated many times, that's a lesson that translates directly to any long-term project or life goal. The Arctic demonstrated both the power and limits of human willpower. Explorers could push through incredible hardship through sheer determination, but willpower couldn't override physical realities indefinitely. You could will yourself to keep walking when your body wanted to stop. but you couldn't will yourself to survive without food or warmth beyond certain limits. Understanding both the power of determination and its boundaries is crucial for tackling any significant challenge. The importance of accurate self-assessment became literally life or death in the Arctic. Explorers who understood their own limits and capabilities realistically were more likely to survive than those who either underestimated the challenges or overestimated their own abilities. The Arctic punished both excessive caution and excessive confidence, rewarding instead a clear-eyed assessment of what was actually possible given specific circumstances. The relationship between suffering and accomplishment became clear through Arctic exploration. The explorers endured tremendous hardship, but that hardship was the price of achieving goals that mattered to them. This doesn't mean suffering is inherently valuable. Pointless suffering is just pointless. But it does suggest that meaningful accomplishment often requires accepting discomfort or difficulty as the necessary cost of achieving something worthwhile. The power of purpose to sustain people through hardship showed itself repeatedly. Men who had clear, meaningful goals could endure conditions that broke others who lacked such purpose. Having a reason to keep going, whether reaching the pole, completing scientific observations, or simply getting home to family, provided mental strength that complemented physical endurance. This principle applies broadly. Having a clear purpose makes difficult tasks more bearable. The Arctic showed how environment shapes possibility. In comfortable, resource-rich environments, human potential can develop in countless directions. In extreme environments, that potential becomes focused on survival and specific objectives. Neither environment is inherently superior. They simply call forth different human capabilities. Sometimes constraints actually enhance achievement by focusing effort and eliminating distractions. The complex relationship between competition and cooperation became evident in Arctic exploration. National pride drove expeditions to compete in reaching the pole first, but individual survival often required intense cooperation among team members. The most successful expeditions balanced these tensions, channeling competitive drive toward achievement while maintaining the internal cooperation necessary for survival. This balance remains relevant in modern competitive situations. As you're preparing to drift off to sleep, warm and comfortable in your modern home with its reliable heating and well-stocked kitchen, take a moment to appreciate what you've learned tonight about the frozen edge of human experience. The Arctic explorers we've spent this time with were remarkable people, but they were still people, subject to cold, hunger, fear, and doubt just like anyone else. What distinguished them wasn't superhuman imperviousness to hardship, but rather their willingness to endure discomfort in service of goals they considered worthwhile. They were ordinary humans choosing to do extraordinary things, and that choice is what made their achievements meaningful. Their stories remind us that the boundaries of human capability are wider than we usually imagine. We're capable of enduring more, achieving more, and adapting to more than our comfortable daily lives require us to demonstrate. That capability remains within us, dormant perhaps, but available if circumstances or choices ever require it. You probably won't ever need to survive Arctic conditions, but knowing that humans can do so expands your sense of what's possible. The Arctic itself remains essentially unchanged by the explorers who crossed it. The ice still forms and breaks, the aurora still dances across winter skies, the polar bear still hunts seals, and the silence still weighs heavy on anyone who ventures there. The Arctic doesn't care about human ambitions or achievements. It simply exists, beautiful and terrible, offering challenges to anyone foolish or brave enough to accept them. Modern technology has made the Arctic more accessible, but it hasn't made it comfortable or safe. Even with heated shelters, satellite communications, and emergency evacuation capabilities, people still die in the Arctic when they make mistakes, or when luck runs against them. The cold still freezes exposed skin, the ice still shifts without warning, and the weather still kills. We've added capabilities, but we haven't removed dangers. The exploration spirit that drove those early expeditions still exists, though it finds different outlets now. Instead of unknown Arctic coastlines, Modern explorers tackle other frontiers: deep oceans, space, the microscopic world, and the boundaries of human knowledge in abstract fields. The same mixture of curiosity, ambition, competitiveness, and desire for achievement that sent men onto the ice now sends people into other challenging environments. But perhaps the most important thing to take from these stories is simply the reminder that human experience is vast and varied. While you're going to sleep in comfort, somewhere on Earth right now, people are enduring conditions as harsh as anything the Arctic explorers faced. Some by choice, some by circumstance. Your comfortable life is a blessing that not everyone shares, and that comfort is made possible by countless people whose work and sacrifices you'll never know about. The Arctic explorers had the advantage of choosing their hardship, which made it more bearable than hardship imposed by circumstance. They could take pride in their achievements, because they'd voluntarily accepted challenges that tested their limits. That element of choice transformed suffering from mere misery into meaningful experience. As you drift towards sleep, you might imagine yourself standing on Arctic ice, feeling cold that takes your breath away, and seeing a landscape that extends endlessly in every direction. But you don't have to stay there. You can return, in your imagination, to your warm bed, your comfortable life, and your world, where the most challenging decision tomorrow might be what to have for breakfast. That ability to imagine difficult experiences while remaining safe is one of humanity's great gifts. We can learn from others' challenges without necessarily experiencing them ourselves. Sleep well tonight, in your comfortable bed, in your warm room. Dream of ice and snow if you like, of the aurora's dance and the crack of shifting glaciers. Dream of explorers pushing forward through storms, of ships frozen in ice, of tents pitched on frozen seas. But know that when you wake tomorrow, you'll still have all your fingers and toes. You won't need to melt ice for drinking water, and breakfast will be more appetizing than pemmican. The Arctic explorers of the past wouldn't want you to suffer as they did. They did it so that we could know what's possible, so that maps could be completed, and so that human knowledge could expand. They endured the cold so that we can understand it without experiencing it. That's the gift they gave us, knowledge purchased with frostbite and hunger, with loneliness and fear, with suffering that we can read about but don't have to repeat. Thank them, in your thoughts, for their service to human curiosity and knowledge. Admire their accomplishments while being grateful you don't have to duplicate them, and rest easy, knowing that whatever challenges tomorrow brings, they almost certainly won't involve temperatures of 40 below, ice that shifts beneath your feet, or the need to eat your leather boots for survival. The Arctic is still there, still cold, still dangerous, still beautiful. It will be there long after all of us are gone. But you don't need to go there to appreciate it, or to learn from those who did. Sometimes the best adventures are the ones we can experience through stories while remaining safe at home. Sweet dreams of ice and snow, of explorers and endurance, of human capability tested to its limits. And may you wake tomorrow refreshed, warm and grateful for every comfort that those frozen explorers lacked. You stand at the threshold of your new life, feeling the salt wind push against your coat like an insistent hand trying to turn you back towards civilization. Behind you, the supply boat is already growing smaller, heading back toward the mainland village that will now exist only as a collection of distant lights after sunset. Before you rises your lighthouse, a white tower standing 70 feet tall against the grey November sky of 1887. This is your new home, though calling it home feels like calling the ocean a pond. The lighthouse occupies a rocky promontory that juts into the Atlantic like a defiant finger, surrounded on three sides by water that changes colour with the weather. Today, it's the colour of pewter. Tomorrow it might be emerald green, and during storms it turns almost black, though you don't know that yet. You will learn the sea's moods the way other people learn their spouse's expressions. The lighthouse itself is surprisingly graceful, considering its utilitarian purpose. The tower is built from granite blocks, each one weighing several £100 and fitted together with the kind of precision that suggests the builders understood that lives would depend on their craftsmanship. The exterior is painted white and shows signs of the constant maintenance required to withstand salt spray and wind. At the top, the lantern room gleams with hundreds of glass panes, refracting the afternoon light into scattered diamonds. Attached to the base of the tower is the keeper's dwelling, a 2-story stone building that looks almost cosy compared to the tower's austere functionality. Smoke rises from the chimney, evidence that the previous keeper followed protocol and left the stove burning to prevent dampness from setting into the walls. In a few hours, that previous keeper will finish explaining your duties and depart on the supply boat's return trip, leaving you alone with your new responsibilities. The path from the landing to the lighthouse is paved with stones that have been worn smooth by countless footsteps. Alongside it runs a wooden rail currently decorated with dried salt crystals that sparkle in the weak sunlight. You'll learn to appreciate that rail during winter storms when the wind tries to pluck you off your feet and send you tumbling into the rocks below. Your appointment as assistant lighthouse keeper came through the lighthouse board after months of paperwork and references. The position pays $40 per month. Not a fortune, but steady employment in an era when economic depressions come as regularly as seasons. More importantly, it offers something that's increasingly rare: a clear purpose. Every ship captain who safely navigates past this promontory will owe their success partly to your diligence, though they'll never know your name. The isolation is already palpable, and you've been here less than an hour. The nearest village is 6 miles by water, 12 by the coastal road that becomes impassable during winter storms. The supply boat comes once a month, weather permitting. During bad winters, you might go 10 weeks without seeing another human face beyond your headkeeper. For some people, this would feel like imprisonment. For you, it feels like an escape from the increasingly crowded and complicated world of the 1880s, where cities grow faster than anyone can manage them, and telegraph wires connect everything to everything else, in ways that make privacy feel obsolete. The previous keeper emerges from the dwelling, wiping his hands on his apron. He's a weathered man in his 60s whose face has been carved by wind and sun into something resembling the surrounding rock formations. His name is Jeremiah, and he spent the last 15 years at this station. Now his rheumatism has grown too severe for the constant climbing that the position requires, and he's been transferred to a harbour light with shorter stairs and more medical access. He gestures for you to follow him, and your education begins. The first lesson, he explains, is understanding that the lighthouse is not just a building, it's a machine, a living system that requires constant attention and care. Every component depends on every other component, and neglecting any single element can mean disaster for ships depending on your light. You climb the tower's interior spiral staircase, your footsteps echoing off the curved iron walls. The stairs are steep and narrow, designed to fit within the tower's tapering structure. There are 93 steps from bottom to top, and Jeremiah informs you that you'll climb them at least 6 times per day, more during storms when you need to monitor the light more frequently. Your legs will hurt for the first month, then they'll adapt, becoming strong in ways that surprise you when you eventually visit town and find you can walk up hills that wind other people. The rooms within the tower are surprisingly cosy. There's a small storage area for lamp oil, another for cleaning supplies, and a third that serves as a workshop for repairs. Everything smells of oil and metal and the particular mustiness that comes from stone buildings near the sea. The walls are thick enough that the roar of waves becomes muted to a steady background rhythm, like living inside a large seashell. At the top you emerge into the lantern room and the view steals whatever breath the climb hasn't already taken. Glass surrounds you on all sides, offering a panoramic vista of ocean, sky, and the rocky coastline stretching in both directions. The Fresnel lens dominates the centre of the room, a magnificent arrangement of glass prisms that stands taller than you and represents the pinnacle of 19th century optical engineering. Jeremiah explains that this particular lens is a third order Fresnel, with 186 separate glass prisms arranged in concentric rings around the lamp at its centre. The lens rotates on a clockwork mechanism powered by weights that descend through the tower, requiring rewinding every 4 hours. When properly maintained and lit, this lens can amplify the light of a single lamp to be visible for 15 miles at sea. A beacon that can mean the difference between safe passage and shipwreck. The lamp itself burns colza oil, derived from rapeseed. It requires careful trimming of the wick every few hours to prevent smoking, which would blacken the lens and diminish the light. The lens must be cleaned daily with special polishing cloths that never quite lose the smell of the cleaning solution. The clockwork mechanism needs weekly oiling. The windows require constant washing to remove salt deposits. The list of maintenance tasks feels endless, but Jeremiah assures you that they'll soon become second nature, as natural as breathing. You spend the afternoon learning these tasks, your hands awkward on equipment that Jeremiah handles with unconscious grace. He shows you how to judge when the wick needs trimming by the colour of the flame, how to wind the clockwork with exactly the right tension, and how to clean the lens without leaving streaks that will scatter the light inefficiently. Each task has been refined through decades of keeper experience into something approaching ritual. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, Jeremiah checks his pocket watch and nods. It's time for the most important moment of the keeper's day, the lighting ceremony. You follow him through the preparation, opening the ventilators to prevent heat buildup, checking the oil reservoir and adjusting the wick to the proper height. Then, as the sun touches the horizon, Jeremiah lights a match and applies it to the wick. The lamp catches with a soft whoosh, and immediately the lens begins working its magic. The simple flame becomes something else entirely, a brilliant beam of light that sweeps across the darkening sea as the lens rotates. Standing in the lantern room, you're surrounded by moving patterns of illumination, as if you've somehow stepped inside a kaleidoscope. It's beautiful enough that you forget to breathe for a moment. Jeremiah allows himself a small smile. This, he says, never gets old. For 15 years he's lit this lamp, and it still feels like a small miracle every time. Then he reminds you that the miracle requires constant vigilance. The lamp must never go out between sunset and sunrise, never flicker, never fail. Ships are depending on it, and ships carry human lives. That night, you take your first watch, sitting in the lantern room while the lens rotates and the lamp burns steady. Through the windows, you can see nothing but darkness punctuated by stars and the occasional phosphorescent wave crest. You understand now why lighthouse keepers develop a particular philosophy about their work. You're responsible for something larger than yourself, a light that guides strangers through danger. It's both humbling and oddly comforting. As midnight approaches, you climb down to wake Jeremiah for his watch shift. Tomorrow he'll depart, and this lighthouse will become your sole responsibility, shared only with the head keeper you haven't yet met. Tomorrow, your new life truly begins at the edge of the world, where the most important thing you'll do each day is simply keep a light burning through the darkness. The head keeper's alarm clock sounds at 4:45 a.m, which in December means you're waking in full darkness. Your room in the keeper's dwelling is small but adequate, about 10 feet square, with a narrow bed, a dresser, a washstand, and a hook for hanging your coat. The walls are whitewashed stone that stays cool in summer, and holds winter's chill like a grudge. You've learned to sleep in wool socks and under multiple blankets. You light the bedside candle from the embers you banked in your small stove before retiring. The flame struggles briefly in the cold air before steadying, casting shadows that make the room feel even smaller. Outside, you can hear the eternal conversation between wind and sea, though after 2 months here, you barely notice it unless the weather turns violent. Dressing requires efficiency in the cold. You pull on wool trousers over your long underwear, add a flannel shirt, a wool vest, and your keeper's uniform jacket. The jacket is regulation. Dark blue wool with brass buttons bearing the Lighthouse board insignia. You're supposed to wear it whenever you might encounter visitors, though out here visits are rare enough that you mostly wear it to remind yourself that you have a real job with real authority, even if your kingdom is only 70 feet of tower and a few acres of rock. The water in your washstand has a thin skin of ice that cracks when you push your finger through. You splash your face quickly, gasping at the cold, then dry with a rough towel. Your reflection in the small mirror shows someone whose face is already changing from 2 months of wind and weather. skin slightly rougher, eyes adapted to constantly scanning horizons, and a general air of competence that wasn't there when you arrived. Downstairs, the headkeeper is already stoking the kitchen stove, coaxing last night's coals back into flames and adding split wood from the box beside the hearth. His name is Samuel, and he's been a keeper for 20 years, the last 5 at this station. He's a methodical man in his 40s who approaches Lighthouse keeping the way a good watchmaker approaches timepieces, with absolute attention to detail and a conviction that proper maintenance prevents most problems. The kitchen is the heart of the dwelling, warm and practical. There's the cast iron stove, a sturdy table with 2 chairs, open shelves holding dishes and dry goods, and windows facing east to catch morning light when it eventually arrives. A kettle perpetually sits on the stove, ready for tea or coffee, and the room smells of wood smoke, yesterday's fish stew, and the yeasty scent of the bread you baked 2 days ago. Samuel nods his greeting, he's not a morning talker, and you begin your part of the routine. Coffee goes into the pot, rough grounds measured by eye and water from the cistern that collects rainwater from the roof. While it brews, you slice bread from the loaf and set out butter, jam, and the smoked herring. That's been a breakfast staple since the supply boat's last visit 3 weeks ago. Breakfast is functional rather than elaborate. The smoked herring is salty enough to wake your mouth, the bread is dense and filling, and the coffee is strong enough that you can feel your thoughts organising themselves with each sip. Samuel reads yesterday's newspaper, already 4 days old when the supply boat delivered it, now a week old, but still your primary connection to the larger world. You learn that President Cleveland has made some pronouncement about tariffs, that there's been another labour dispute in Pittsburgh, and that the weather in New York has been unseasonably warm. After breakfast comes the morning inspection, which Samuel treats with the seriousness of a military drill. You both don your coats and step into the pre-dawn darkness, where the light from your lantern room still sweeps across the sea in its endless rotation. The path to the tower is familiar enough now that you could walk it blindfolded, though you're careful anyway, the stones can be slippery with overnight condensation. Inside the tower you climb the 93 steps with the ease of repetition. Your legs no longer burn by the time you reach the top, and you stopped counting steps weeks ago. In the lantern room, the lamp still burns steady, tended during the night watches. The first task is extinguishing it properly, waiting until dawn is fully established, then carefully reducing the wick before extinguishing the flame. The timing matters. Extinguish too early, and a ship might be approaching in the last darkness. Too late and you're wasting expensive oil. With the lamp out, you open the ventilators to clear accumulated heat and fumes, then begin the cleaning routine. The lens is your primary concern. Dust, salt crystals, and any soot from the lamp must be removed to maintain optimal light transmission. You use special cloths dampened with cleaning solution, working methodically through each section of the Fresnel lens. The prisms catch and scatter the dawn light as you work, throwing rainbow patterns across the lantern room walls. Samuel inspects the clockwork mechanism while you clean, checking for any wear in the gears, ensuring the weights move smoothly during the night, and adding tiny drops of oil to pivot points. The mechanism is remarkably precise, but also remarkably unforgiving of neglect. A few missed maintenance sessions could lead to irregular rotation. An irregular rotation means ships might not see the light at expected intervals. After the lantern room, you descend to check the oil storage, noting the current level in the reservoir and calculating how many more days before you'll need to transfer oil from the storage barrels. Everything is recorded in the keeper's log: oil levels, weather conditions, visibility, any ship sighted, maintenance performed, and even notable bird sightings. The Lighthouse Board reviews these logs during inspections, and keepers have been dismissed for inadequate record keeping. The fog bell gets checked next, even though fog is unlikely in the current crisp December weather. The bell mechanism uses a wound spring to strike at regular intervals during low visibility, and like everything else, it requires regular maintenance. You test it briefly. The deep clang echoes across the rocks and sea, a sound both mournful and reassuring. By the time you complete the morning inspection, real dawn has arrived. The sun rises over the ocean, turning the water from black to grey to blue-green, revealing the endless texture of waves. A fishing schooner is visible to the south, probably heading back to port after a night's work. You make a note in the log. One vessel sighted, schooner rigged, course approximately northwest, distance 3 miles. Back in the dwelling, you and Samuel divide the day's work. He'll handle the paperwork and begin repairs on the supply shed's roof, which leaked during the last storm. You'll manage the daily maintenance tasks and start preparing tomorrow's bread. There's also laundry that needs doing. The Lighthouse board is particular about keepers maintaining neat appearances, and that means regular washing despite the extra work involved. The rest of the morning unfolds in productive routine. You refill oil lamps, sweep floors, check the rain cistern level and inventory supplies against the list you're preparing for the next supply boat. There's a meditative quality to these tasks, each one contributing to the smooth operation of your small domain. You're responsible for infrastructure, safety, navigation, and record keeping, which makes you part engineer, part bureaucrat, and part guardian of travellers you'll never meet. Around mid-morning, you start bread dough, mixing flour, salt, yeast, and water in proportions you've learned to judge by feel. The dough is sticky and resistant at first, then gradually becomes smooth and elastic under your kneading. You set it to rise near the stove, covered with a damp cloth, knowing it will double in size by afternoon. There's something satisfying about bread making, the way basic ingredients transform through patient work into something essential. Lunch is simple. Yesterday's stew reheated, more bread and tea. The stew is improved with time, the way stews do, all the flavours meld in together. Samuel mentions that he'll likely transfer to a land station next year. His wife is tired of the isolation and wants to be nearer their grandchildren. This means you might become head keeper here, or transfer to another station, or possibly train a new assistant. In lighthouse keeping, everything is temporary except the lights themselves. After lunch comes more maintenance. There's always more maintenance. You clean windows, trim lamp wicks, polish brass fittings, check the storm shutters, inspect roof shingles, and perform a dozen other small tasks that collectively ensure the lighthouse remains functional and presentable. The lighthouse board sends inspectors without warning, and keepers who fail inspection can be demoted or dismissed. By mid-afternoon, you've earned a brief rest. You sit on the bench outside the dwelling, drinking tea and watching the sea. The fishing schooner from this morning is returning, probably successfully given how low it sits in the water. A few gulls wheel overhead, their cries mixing with the wind. The bread dough has risen properly and now sits in the oven, filling the dwelling with yeasty warmth. This is your life now, routine and responsibility, isolation and purpose, and the endless cycle of maintenance and vigilance. It's not the life you imagined in your youth, but it's proving to be the life you needed. Here at the edge of the world, things are simple, if not easy. The light must burn, the machinery must work, and the ships must be guided safely through the night. Everything else is just details. The Fresnel lens that dominates your lantern room represents decades of optical research, compressed into crystalline precision. Before Augustin Jean Fresnel revolutionized lighthouse technology in the 1820s, lighthouses used simple reflectors that wasted most of their light. Fresnel's innovation, arranging prisms in concentric circles to capture and focus light that would otherwise scatter uselessly, transformed maritime navigation. Standing before your third-order lens, you're looking at technology that's essentially unchanged since Fresnel's original designs, because sometimes the first solution is also the perfect solution. Your lens consists of 186 individual glass prisms held in a bronze framework that rotates around the central lamp. The innermost ring features the largest prisms, called bullseyes, each one hand-ground and polished to tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters. Surrounding these are smaller refracting prisms that capture light travelling at angles and redirect it toward the horizon. The entire assembly weighs nearly 2 tons, yet floats on a mercury bath that allows the clockwork mechanism to rotate it with remarkable smoothness. Understanding the lens means understanding light itself. You've learned that light travels in straight lines until something makes it change direction, which is exactly what each prism does with exquisite precision. The bullseyes concentrate the lamp's output into focused beams that sweep across the sea as the lens rotates. Ship's captains can identify your lighthouse by counting the interval between flashes. Your station produces one flash every 30 seconds, a signature as distinct as a fingerprint. The lamp at the lens's heart is simpler than you'd expect given the sophisticated optics surrounding it. It's essentially just a fancy oil lamp, a brass reservoir holding colza oil, a circular wick that can be raised or lowered, and a chimney to direct fumes upward. But getting that simple lamp to burn steadily for 12 winter hours requires attention that borders on meditation. You've learned to read the flame like a language. A yellow-orange flame means the wick is too high or needs trimming. A blue-white flame means it's perfect. A flickering flame suggests draft problems or contaminated oil. The wick itself is cotton tape about 2 inches wide, and it needs trimming every 4 hours to remove the carbon buildup that accumulates as it burns. Too much trimming and you'll use up the wick prematurely. Too little and smoke will blacken your beautiful lens. Trimming the wick requires small scissors designed specifically for the purpose. Sharp enough to cut cleanly through charred cotton, small enough to maneuver in the confined space around the lamp. You wait until the flame is at its lowest safe level, then carefully snip away the blackened edge, creating a smooth circular cut. The flame responds immediately, burning brighter and cleaner. It's a small satisfaction, but satisfaction nonetheless. The oil itself comes in 50-gallon barrels delivered by the supply boat, each barrel weighing over 400 pounds. You and Samuel roll them from the landing to the oil storage room using a wooden track, then decant the oil into smaller containers for daily use. The oil has a faintly vegetal smell and a viscosity that varies with temperature, thinner in summer, thicker in winter. In extreme cold, you sometimes need to warm the oil slightly before adding it to the lamp reservoir. Cleaning the lens is your favourite task, though calling it a task doesn't capture the ritualistic quality it's acquired. You work in the early morning after extinguishing the lamp, when sunlight streams through the lantern room windows and turns the lens into a sculpture of light. Your cleaning cloths are soft flannel, dampened with a solution of alcohol and distilled water. You work systematically, cleaning one prism at a time, buffing until no streaks remain. Each prism reveals its personality during cleaning. Some collect dust preferentially on their upper surfaces. Others show salt crystals at their edges, where spray somehow penetrates the lantern room's weatherproofing. The bullseyes require extra attention because any imperfection in their surfaces will scatter light and weaken the beam. You've learned that the best technique is small circular motions followed by vertical buffing, and that checking your work against sunlight reveals streaks that are invisible in other conditions. The clockwork mechanism that rotates the lens is Victorian engineering at its finest. Brass gears, steel cables and iron weights working in concert to produce perfectly consistent rotation. The weights descend through the tower's centre, connected by cables that wrap around a drum connected to the lens assembly. As the weights fall, they turn the drum, which rotates the lens through a series of reduction gears that slow the rotation to the prescribed speed. Winding the clockwork happens every 4 hours, regardless of weather or fatigue. You open the access panel in the lantern room floor, grasp the windlass handle and begin cranking. The weights rise slowly through the tower's hollow core, accompanied by clicking sounds as the ratchet mechanism prevents reverse motion. Your arms learned quickly to judge the proper rhythm. Too fast and you'll exhaust yourself. Too slow and you'll waste time. The full winding takes about 15 minutes and leaves your shoulders feeling pleasantly worked. Occasionally, usually during storms, something goes wrong. A gear tooth might chip, a cable might fray, or the mercury bath might develop irregularities. These problems transform from abstract possibilities into urgent crises because the light must keep turning. You've learned to perform repairs while the system continues operating, working around moving parts with tools held in hands that can't afford to shake. Once, during a January nor'easter, the clockwork began grinding ominously around 2 a.m. during your watch. You discovered that moisture had somehow penetrated the gear housing, causing rust to bind one of the reduction gears. Samuel joined you in the lantern room, and together you performed emergency field maintenance. disassembling the mechanisms section by section, while manually rotating the lens to keep the light sweeping properly, cleaning each gear, applying fresh oil, and reassembling everything before the next rotation interval. The repair took 3 hours and left you both exhausted and exhilarated. When the clockwork resumed its smooth operation, Samuel actually smiled and said, "This was why lighthouse keeping wasn't for everyone. It required people who could solve problems at 2 a.m. during storms while maintaining a light that ships were depending on." You felt a pride that had nothing to do with ego, and everything to do with competence validated. The lens has taught you patience. You cannot rush its cleaning without leaving streaks. You cannot force the clockwork to wind faster than its mechanics allow. You cannot make the lamp burn brighter than its design permits. Instead, you work within constraints, achieving excellence through consistent attention rather than dramatic intervention. It's a philosophy that applies beyond lighthouse keeping, though you don't often have time to contemplate such connections. Sometimes, during quiet afternoons when all maintenance is complete and the sea is calm, you simply sit in the lantern room and watch light move through glass. The sun strikes prisms at changing angles as it crosses the sky, creating patterns that shift with geometric precision. You understand now why Fresnel devoted years to developing this technology. There's something profound about shaping light with such precision, about taking something as ephemeral as photons and bending them to human purpose. The lens will outlast you. It was here before you arrived and will remain after you depart, serving keeper after keeper in its patient mission of guiding ships through darkness. This isn't melancholy, it's comforting. You're part of a continuum, a link in a chain of responsibility that extends backward through decades and forward into an unimaginable future. Your job is simply to maintain your link, keeping it strong and bright for whoever comes next. As sunset approaches and you prepare to light the lamp for another night, you run through the checklist that's become second nature. Ventilators open, oil reservoir full, wick trimmed and positioned, clockwork wound, cleaning completed, and log entries current. Then you strike the match and touch it to the wick, and once again the machine comes to life, transforming a simple flame into a beacon visible for miles across the darkening sea. The light sweeps outward, and somewhere beyond your horizon, a ship's captain sees it and marks their position with relief. You'll never meet that captain or know their name, but for this moment you're connected through the intermediary of light and glass. It's enough. It's everything. The isolation accumulates gradually like snow on a rooftop. The first week felt like a peaceful retreat from city crowds and social obligations. The second week introduced moments of silence so complete you could hear your own heartbeat. By the third month, you've learned that solitude isn't simply the absence of people, it's its own presence, as tangible as wind or weather. Samuel is good company, but lighthouse keeping doesn't encourage extensive conversation. You work parallel rather than together, each managing assigned tasks with practiced efficiency. Meals are brief and functional. Evenings find you both absorbed in separate pursuits, him reading or doing repairs, you writing letters or maintaining personal equipment. The dwelling has become like a ship where two sailors share space while respecting each other's psychological territory. You've discovered that solitude changes how you think. Without constant social input, your mind develops its own rhythms and preoccupations. You find yourself contemplating questions that would seem absurd in city contexts. Whether the gulls recognize individual humans, how fish experience storms, and what percentage of waves break without anyone watching them. These aren't practical questions, but they occupy the mental space that social obligations previously filled. The sea itself becomes a companion of sorts, though an impersonal one. It has moods but no intentions, patterns but no purposes. You've learned to read its changing faces, the long rolling swells that signal distant storms, the sharp chop that means local wind shifts, and the glassy calm that precedes weather changes. Each condition creates its own soundtrack: gentle lapping against rocks, explosive crashes against cliffs, or the peculiar hissing sound of spray suspended in strong wind. Winter storms transform the lighthouse into something between a fortress and a prison. When nor'easters blow in from the Atlantic, Waves reach heights that seem impossible until you witness them. Water explodes against rocks with force that makes the tower vibrate, sending spray high enough to coat the lantern room glass with salt despite its 70-foot elevation. During these storms, you cannot leave the lighthouse grounds. Even the short walk between dwelling and tower becomes dangerous as wind tries to lift you off your feet. You've learned to prepare for storms the way squirrels prepare for winter. When the barometer drops and clouds mass on the horizon, you and Samuel spring into action. Storm shutters get secured over dwelling windows. Extra oil gets hauled up to the lantern room. The fog bell mechanism gets checked and double-checked. Freshwater containers get filled from the cistern. Firewood gets stacked inside near the stove. Then you wait, knowing that the next few days will test both the lighthouse's construction and your own endurance. The worst storm hit in February, a 3-day tempest that made previous storms seem like rehearsals. Waves reached heights that seemed to violate natural laws, sending green water crashing over rocks you'd thought were safely above sea level. The wind howled with voices that sounded almost human, finding every gap in the lighthouse's weatherproofing and exploiting it. You and Samuel took 2-hour watches instead of 4, because the strain of maintaining the light during such conditions exhausted concentration faster than normal. During that storm, you discovered depths of fatigue you hadn't known existed. Your watch shifts became exercises in sustained focus despite overwhelming tiredness, wind noise, and the tower's constant motion as waves hammered its foundation. You learned to climb the 93 steps in a zombie-like state, respond to routine problems through muscle memory alone, and stay alert enough to catch actual emergencies through the fog of exhaustion. When the storm finally broke and the sea calmed, you and Samuel emerged into brilliant sunshine that made the violence of the preceding days seem like a hallucination. The rocks were scoured clean of vegetation. Driftwood littered the grounds. Several windows had cracked despite their storm shutters. But the light had burned steadily throughout, and that was the only measure of success that mattered. Solitude also brings unexpected encounters with wildlife that shares this rocky promontory. Seals haul out on rocks below the lighthouse, their barking carrying up on quiet evenings. Harbour porpoises sometimes pass close enough that you can hear their breathing. During spring and fall migrations, birds stop to rest. Warblers, thrushes, and even once a bewildered-looking wood duck that seemed surprised to find itself here as you were to see it. The birds teach you about navigation and determination. The small ones, weighing barely an ounce, somehow cross hundreds of miles of ocean during migration. Occasionally they're drawn to the lighthouse beam during foggy nights, circling the lantern room in confusion. You've learned to extinguish the lamp briefly during these events, allowing birds to escape the fatal attraction, then relight it once they've departed. The Lighthouse Board doesn't officially sanction this practice, but you suspect most keepers do it anyway. You've also become acquainted with the resident gulls, 3 pairs that nest on the rocks each spring and maintain territories year-round. One pair, which you've mentally named Friedrich and Clara for no particular reason, has grown accustomed to your presence enough that they don't immediately flee when you emerge from the dwelling. They've learned your routines and appear expectantly when you dispose of fish scraps. It's not exactly friendship, but it's a relationship of sorts. The psychological weight of isolation varies with seasons and weather. Summer feels easier despite longer watches, because decent weather allows outdoor work that provides variety and sunshine. Winter compresses life into smaller spaces with shorter days, intensifying the sense of being contained in a small stone box at the edge of civilization. You've learned to recognize the warning signs in yourself and Samuel: increasing irritability, attention lapses, sleep disturbances, and to address them through deliberate routine changes before they become serious problems. Letters become lifelines during deep winter. The supply boat brings mail monthly when weather permits, and you've developed correspondences with family, friends, and even other lighthouse keepers. Writing letters forces articulation of experiences that might otherwise remain wordless impressions. Reading letters brings news of the outside world, though their content often highlights how different your daily concerns have become from those of city dwellers. Your mother writes about church socials and neighbourhood gossip, difficulties with servants, and the rising cost of groceries. Your brother describes his work at the bank and his concerns about his eldest son's education. These letters arrive from a world that feels increasingly foreign despite having left it only months ago. You write back with descriptions of storms and seals, lens maintenance and supply boat visits, and wonder if your life seems as strange to them as theirs now seems to you. You've discovered that solitude sharpens certain perceptions while dulling others. You've become exquisitely attuned to weather patterns, mechanical sounds, and the ocean's moods, but you've noticed your social skills growing rusty. During the supply boat captain's monthly visits, you sometimes struggle with casual conversation, having grown unaccustomed to the rapid-fire exchanges that characterize normal social interaction. You find yourself talking too long about topics the captain clearly finds boring or falling silent when social convention suggests you should respond, but there are compensations. You've learned to find entertainment in things city dwellers would consider mundane, watching sunset colours change minute by minute across the water, tracking cloud formations and predicting the next day's weather, observing how different winds create different patterns in grass that's managed to root itself between rocks. These aren't substitutes for human interaction, but they're sources of genuine interest that expand rather than diminish your experience. Solitude has also forced self-reliance in ways that prove surprisingly satisfying. When equipment breaks, you repair it yourself or improvise solutions. When food supplies run low before the supply boat arrives, you get creative with what remains. When loneliness threatens to overwhelm, you develop strategies. Vigorous physical work, detailed letter writing, self-assigned projects that restore psychological balance. The sea continues its eternal conversation with the rocks, a sound so constant it's become silence. You've learned that isolation isn't the absence of stimulation, it's a different quality of engagement with the world. Instead of the scattered attention demanded by city life, you've developed a sustained focus on narrower concerns. Instead of superficial interactions with many people, you've built deeper relationships with place, purpose, and the handful of individuals who share this isolated existence. As spring approaches and ice finally retreats from the rocks, you find yourself anticipating rather than dreading another season at the light. The isolation that initially felt like deprivation has become a kind of freedom. Here, stripped of social performance and urban distraction, you've discovered a version of yourself that's perhaps more authentic than the person who navigated city streets 6 months ago. It's not a discovery you'd have made anywhere else, and while you occasionally miss civilization's comforts, you wouldn't trade this knowledge for an easier life. The supply boat's arrival is always an event, even after multiple experiences with the routine. You spot it while making afternoon rounds, a dark shape materializing from coastal haze, gradually resolving into the familiar lines of the Lighthouse tender that serves this section of coast. Samuel sees it too and remarks that Captain Morrison is making good time despite yesterday's rough seas. You both head down to the landing, carrying the outgoing mail and your requisition list for next month's supplies. The landing is a stone platform built into the most sheltered section of rocks, with iron rings set into the stone for securing boats. Even in calm weather, the tender doesn't dock directly. Morrison anchors offshore and sends supplies in on a smaller dory rowed by his assistant, a taciturn Maine native named Webb, who can read waves the way you read lamp flames. The dory arrives loaded with crates, barrels and canvas bags. You and Samuel help haul everything up to the landing, while Morrison himself comes ashore to conduct his monthly inspection. He's required to verify that the lighthouse meets Lighthouse Board standards, check the keeper's logs and report any deficiencies. In practice, he's also your primary connection to the outside world, bringing news, letters, occasional treats, and the simple presence of someone new to talk with. Morrison has been running this supply route for 12 years and knows every lighthouse keeper on his circuit by name and temperament. He is a compact man in his 50s with weathered hands and the kind of practical competence that inspires confidence. While you and Samuel unload supplies, he performs his inspection with the thoroughness of someone who takes bureaucratic responsibilities seriously but isn't looking to create problems unnecessarily. He climbs the tower, checks the lens and lamp, examines the fog bell mechanism, and reviews your log entries for the past month. Everything passes inspection, as you knew it would. Samuel runs too tight a station for things to slip. Morrison signs the log to indicate his approval, then produces letters and newspapers from his coat pocket. You resist the urge to tear into them immediately, maintaining the social courtesy of offering Morrison tea before he departs. Over tea in the dwelling's kitchen, Morrison shares news from his other lighthouse stations. The keeper at Portsmouth Harbour Light is retiring after 30 years. There was a rescue at Baker's Island during the February storm, a fishing boat driven onto rocks, all crew saved thanks to the keeper spotting their distress signals. A new assistant keeper at Cape Ann Light is apparently struggling with the isolation and might not complete his probation period. He also shares news from the wider world, filtered through his own perspective. The economy is improving, though fishing remains difficult. There's talk of new lighthouse construction further up the coast. Some inventor claims to be working on electric lights that might eventually replace oil lamps, though Morrison is sceptical. He's seen too many innovations that looked good on paper, but failed in real conditions. You savour this conversation, even though Morrison's topics are ordinary by city standards. After weeks of only Samuel's company, anyone new is fascinating. You find yourself listening to Morrison's stories about routine supply runs, as if they're high adventure, which probably says more about your isolation than about the story's actual interest level. Morrison also brings small luxuries that aren't on the official supply list. Fresh apples from his own orchard, a tin of fancy tea, and recent issues of Harper's Weekly. These gifts are technically outside regulations, but they're part of the informal economy that makes lighthouse life bearable. In return, you give him fresh-baked bread and smoked fish, items that Morrison will appreciate during his supply runs to other stations. After an hour, Morrison prepares to depart. The tide is turning and he wants to make his next station before dark. You help carry empty barrels back to the dory. These will be cleaned and refilled for next month's delivery. Webb loads them efficiently while Morrison does a final check that he hasn't forgotten anything. The dory pulls away from the landing and you watch it return to the tender. Morrison waves from the deck as the tender's engine coughs to life, and the vessel turns back toward the mainland. Within minutes, it's disappeared into the same coastal haze it emerged from, and you're left with the supplies to sort and the letters to read and the renewed awareness that you won't see another human face for at least 4 weeks. Late March brings weather that can't decide what season it wants to be. One day offers spring sunshine warm enough for shirt sleeves. The next brings freezing rain that coats everything in treacherous ice. The barometer has been falling steadily for 2 days, and the sky has taken on that peculiar yellowish quality that experienced keepers recognise as a storm warning. Samuel checks the barometer again and notes the reading in the log, 29.2 inches and dropping. The wind has shifted to the northeast, and the swells are building with the slow, powerful rhythm that indicates a major storm system approaching. You both know what's coming, a spring nor'easter, potentially worse than winter storms because the temperature contrast between systems creates additional violence. Storm preparation begins with a kind of practiced urgency. You secure everything that could blow away or get damaged. Tools, spare parts, anything left outside gets moved into storage. Storm shutters go up over the dwelling's windows, plunging the interior into premature twilight. Extra lamp oil gets hauled up to the lantern room, along with spare wicks, cleaning supplies, and emergency equipment. The fog bell gets a thorough check because low visibility is virtually guaranteed. You test the mechanism, oil the moving parts, and verify that the spring tension is correct. The bell's deep tone echoes across the rocks, and gulls scatter from their roosting spots in apparent irritation at the noise. Food preparation comes next. You bake extra bread, knowing that the stove may be needed continuously for heat, and that you won't want to deal with baking during the storm's peak. Samuel makes a large pot of stew, enough for several days of reheating. Freshwater containers get filled from the cistern. Candles and matches get staged where they'll be accessible if the storm knocks out your ability to move freely between buildings. The storm arrives that evening, announcing itself with wind that goes from fresh to violent in less than an hour. Rain comes horizontally, finding every tiny gap in the lighthouse's weatherproofing. Waves begin their assault on the rocks with increasing fury, sending spray high enough that you can hear it hitting the lantern room glass 70 feet above sea level. Your watch begins at 8 p.m, and climbing the tower is already noticeably more difficult. The wind makes the iron stairs vibrate, and you can feel the tower swaying slightly, within its design parameters, but still disconcerting. In the lantern room, the lamp burns steady despite the chaos outside. The lens rotates with its usual precision, sending beams of light out into the storm, though you wonder if any ships are close enough to see it through the rain and spray. The noise is extraordinary. Wind howls through the lantern room's ventilators with a sound that varies from whistling to shrieking depending on wind direction. Waves crash against the rocks with reports like cannon fire. Rain hammers the glass with such force that you worry about cracks, though the thick panes are designed to withstand exactly this abuse. Through the windows, when lightning flashes, you catch glimpses of seas so wild they look like moving mountains. You perform your watch duties with extra attention. The lamp needs checking every 30 minutes instead of every hour. Wind-driven variations in the ventilator airflow can affect the flame stability. The clockwork requires monitoring because temperature changes from the violent weather can affect its precision. The windows need constant inspection for any signs of water infiltration that could threaten the lamp or damage the lens. Around midnight you notice water beginning to pool on the lantern room floor beneath the eastern windows. This shouldn't happen. The weatherproofing is supposed to prevent any significant infiltration. You investigate and discover that wind-driven spray has found a tiny gap where the window frame meets the wall, and the sheer volume of water hitting the lighthouse has overwhelmed the normal drainage. You stuff the gap with rags from your cleaning supplies, which slows but doesn't stop the leak. The water is coming in faster than it can drain through the floor's intended drainage holes. If it accumulates enough to reach the lens mechanism, it could cause damage or freeze the rotation. You grab every available cloth and begin a cycle of mopping up water, wringing out cloths, and repeating, all while maintaining your watch duties and monitoring the lamp. By the time Samuel comes to relieve you at 2 a.m, you're exhausted and soaked despite your oilskins. You explain the leak situation, and he nods grimly. This storm is testing the lighthouse in ways that routine weather doesn't. You descend to the dwelling, change into dry clothes, and try to sleep despite wind noise that penetrates even through thick stone walls. 4 hours later, Samuel wakes you early. The leak has worsened, and he needs help. You climb back up to find the lantern room floor covered in a 1/4 inch of water, despite Samuel's efforts. Together you work out a system. One person constantly mops while the other maintains the watch duties and tends the lamp. You trade off every 30 minutes to prevent exhaustion. The storm continues through the next day and into the following night. You and Samuel fall into a rhythm of work, brief rest, and more work. Meals become hasty affairs of bread and cold stew eaten standing up. Sleep comes in 2-hour chunks between watches. The leak remains manageable but requires constant attention. The lamp burns steadily, the lens keeps rotating, and that's what matters. On the 3rd day, the wind finally begins to decrease. The rain continues, but without the driving force of gale-force winds. The waves gradually diminish from terrifying to merely dangerous to simply rough. You and Samuel repair the leak properly using materials from the maintenance supplies, sealing it with oakum and tar that should withstand any future storms. When the storm finally ends, you both emerge into a world that's been scrubbed clean. The rocks gleam in returning sunshine. The sea, still agitated but no longer violent, shows colours you'd almost forgotten during the storm's grey chaos. Driftwood is scattered everywhere, including a massive timber that must have come from a ship somewhere. You make a note in the log to report it, as it might indicate a wreck. The dwelling shows minor damage. Several roof shingles missing, one window cracked despite its storm shutter, and water stains on the ceiling where rain found gaps in the roofing. The lighthouse tower itself is essentially undamaged. It's been standing here for 40 years and will probably stand for another 40, built by people who understood what forces it would need to withstand. You're both exhausted in a way that goes beyond physical tiredness. 3 days of heightened alertness, irregular sleep and constant work have depleted reserves you didn't know you were using. But there's also satisfaction. The storm tested you, and you passed. The light burned steadily throughout. Any ship that needed guidance received it. You did your job. Samuel makes proper coffee, the good kind he reserves for special occasions, and you sit together in the kitchen, not talking much, but sharing the quiet satisfaction of people who've weathered something difficult together. Outside, the gulls have returned to their usual spots, apparently unbothered by having spent 3 days hunkered down in whatever shelter they'd found. The next supply boat visit is still 2 weeks away, but you've already started the mental list of items you'll need to repair storm damage. More roof shingles, window glass, oakum and tar, and paint for areas where the storm stripped it away. The list is long but manageable. Storm damage is part of lighthouse life, as routine as daily maintenance, even if the specific damage varies. That night, lighting the lamp feels different than usual. You go through the same physical motions, checking oil, trimming wick, adjusting ventilators, striking the match, but with renewed appreciation for the ritual's significance. This lamp has burned through worse storms than you'll probably ever experience. It will continue burning long after you've moved on to another station or retired from lighthouse service entirely. The lens catches the flame and transforms it into beams that sweep out across the darkening sea. Somewhere beyond your horizon, a ship's captain marks their position and continues safely on their course. The storm is over. The light burns on. All is well. Samuel receives his transfer orders in late April. He'll be moving to a harbour light closer to his family by the end of May. The news arrives in a letter from the Lighthouse board, formal and impersonal as all official correspondence. He reads it aloud over breakfast, his tone neutral, though you detect relief underneath. He's been at this isolated station for 5 years, and while he's never complained, you know his wife's letters have grown increasingly urgent about wanting him closer to home. This means changes for you as well. The Lighthouse board offers you the position of headkeeper, which comes with a modest pay increase and full responsibility for the station. You'll also receive a new assistant keeper, a young man named Thomas, who's completing his training at a more accessible station and will arrive when Samuel departs. You accept the promotion with mixed feelings. On one hand, it's recognition of competence and a step forward in the Lighthouse service career structure. On the other hand, it means losing Samuel's steady presence and experienced judgment. You've learned to read his moods, trust his decisions, and appreciate his particular approach to lighthouse keeping. Breaking in a new assistant will require patience and attention you're not certain you have. Samuel spends his remaining weeks training you in aspects of headkeeper responsibilities you haven't handled. There's more paperwork than you'd realised. Monthly reports to the Lighthouse board, inventory management, supply requisitions and personnel evaluations. There's also the weight of final authority. As assistant keeper, you could always defer difficult decisions to Samuel. As head keeper, those decisions will be solely yours. He also shares wisdom that isn't in any manual. How to judge when someone's isolation difficulties are a temporary adjustment versus a genuine unsuitability for lighthouse work. How to balance necessary discipline with the flexibility required when 2 people must live and work in very close quarters. How to represent the lighthouse service properly during the rare occasions when outsiders visit. These lessons come through stories and observations rather than lectures, Samuel's preferred teaching method. One evening, sharing tobacco on the bench outside the dwelling, Samuel tells you about his first station, a remote light where he served under a headkeeper who'd been lighthouse keeping for 30 years. That keeper had taught Samuel something that proved more valuable than any technical training. Lighthouse keeping isn't really about maintaining equipment or following procedures. It's about maintaining yourself, your alertness, your judgment, your sense of purpose, because everything else depends on the keeper's reliability. You ask what happens when you can't maintain yourself, when the isolation or exhaustion or sheer routine wears you down. Samuel takes a long draw on his pipe and says, that's when you either find new ways to stay engaged, or you request a transfer. There's no shame in recognising your limits. The shame is in staying at a station you can no longer manage properly, because then ships are depending on someone who's no longer dependable. Thomas arrives on the same supply boat that takes Samuel away. He's 23, eager, and clearly nervous about this posting. You remember feeling similar nervousness 6 months ago, which now seems like years. Samuel introduces you both, hands you a formal letter confirming your promotion, and says he'll write once he's settled at his new station. Then he's in the dory heading toward the tender, and you're alone with your new assistant. Thomas has that scrubbed, earnest look of someone who's spent more time studying manuals than actually working. His uniform is pristine, his equipment is new, and his questions reveal that he's memorized procedures without yet understanding why they matter. You recognize this because you were similar not long ago. Time and experience will season him. Your job is ensuring he survives long enough to gain that experience. You start his training the same day because Lighthouse work doesn't pause for transitions. The afternoon's tasks become teaching opportunities. You demonstrate proper lens cleaning while explaining why technique matters. You show him how to read the barometer and what different patterns indicate. You have him practice wick trimming until he can do it smoothly. Each task comes with context that connects procedure to purpose. Thomas is quick to learn mechanical tasks, but struggles with the isolation's psychological aspects. After a week, he admits that the silence bothers him. He's from Boston, accustomed to constant noise and activity. The lighthouse's quietness feels oppressive, and he's having trouble sleeping because the wind and waves sound too loud in the absence of city sounds. You remember feeling similarly disoriented by the acoustic environment. You suggest strategies that helped you, focusing on the natural rhythms, treating the sounds as information rather than noise, and understanding that adjustment takes time. You also share something Samuel taught you, that some people adapt to isolation and others don't, and there's no predicting which type someone is until they're actually living it. The first storm you weather with Thomas reveals both his potential and his gaps. He handles the increased watch duties well, staying alert and following procedures, but he becomes anxious in ways that interfere with judgment. When the fog bell mechanism jams during the storm's peak, Thomas panics and wants to wake you immediately. You're already awake, no experienced keeper sleeps soundly during storms, and you talk him through diagnosing and fixing the problem himself afterward. You explain that lighthouse keeping requires a particular kind of calm. Emergencies will happen, often at the worst possible moments. Panicking wastes time and clouds judgment. The solution is trusting your training, working systematically, and knowing when to ask for help versus when to solve problems independently. Thomas nods, but you can see he's still processing this. Experience will be his real teacher. You're also learning lessons about leadership that didn't seem important when you were assistant keeper. You discover that different people require different management approaches. Thomas responds well to patient explanation, but poorly to criticism, even constructive criticism. He needs explicit praise for good work, whereas Samuel operated on the assumption that no comment meant satisfactory performance. You find yourself thinking about how Samuel managed you, his mixture of giving you responsibility while remaining available for questions, his way of correcting mistakes without making you feel incompetent, and his patience with your adjustment to isolation. You try to emulate this approach with Thomas while developing your own leadership style. Letters from Samuel arrive monthly with the supply boat. He's settling well at his new station, enjoying being closer to his grandchildren, but admits missing the clean simplicity of the remote lighthouse. Harbour lights have more visitors, more bureaucracy, and more distractions from the essential work. He asks how Thomas is developing, and offers advice on managing a young assistant's enthusiasm without crushing his spirit. You write back with updates and questions, grateful for the continued mentorship, even at distance. Samuel's letters become a kind of professional development resource, offering perspectives you can't get from manuals or even from direct experience. He's teaching you to see patterns across situations rather than treating each challenge as unique. As summer arrives, you and Thomas settle into a functional partnership. He's growing more comfortable with isolation, developing his own routines and interests. He's revealed a talent for sketching, and fills notebooks with drawings of birds, waves, cloud formations, and lighthouse equipment. His mechanical skills improve with practice, and his panic responses diminish as experience builds confidence. You've also discovered unexpected satisfaction in teaching. Helping Thomas develop competence feels meaningful in ways that simply maintaining the lighthouse doesn't. You're not just keeping a light burning, you're training someone who'll continue the work after you move on. It's a kind of immortality, passing skills and knowledge forward through generations of keepers. One evening, Thomas asks why you became a lighthouse keeper. You realise you've never articulated this clearly, even to yourself. After thinking, you say something about wanting work that matters, that has a clear purpose and measurable results. You wanted to be responsible for something important but not be crushed by administrative complexity or social performance. Lighthouse keeping offered honest work where competence is obvious and where your effort directly affects others' safety. Thomas considers this and admits he became a keeper partly to escape family pressure to join his father's business. Lighthouse work seemed adventurous, romantic even. The reality has been harder and less romantic than he imagined, but also more satisfying. There's something real about this work that his father's import business lacked. You understand exactly what he means. Modern life in the 1880s feels increasingly abstract. Money represents labour, contracts represent relationships, and cities represent communities, but deliver anonymity. Here at the lighthouse, everything is concrete. The light either burns or it doesn't. The lens is either clean or it isn't. Ships either pass safely or they don't. There's clarity here that's increasingly rare in a world growing more complex by the year. As you and Thomas share tobacco and watch sunset colour the water, you realise you've become what Samuel was to you. A bridge between the lighthouse service's institutional requirements and the human reality of doing this work. It's a role you never sought but have apparently accepted. You're no longer just keeping a lighthouse. You're keeping a tradition, maintaining a skill set, and preparing the next generation to continue the work. The light will outlast you both, serving keepers you'll never meet, and guiding ships that haven't been built yet. But for now, in this moment, you and Thomas are its guardians. You're doing work that matters, in a place that demands your best, with a purpose that needs no justification. It's enough. The inspector arrives in August without warning, which is precisely how the Lighthouse Board prefers it. You spot his boat approaching on a Tuesday morning. Not the regular supply tender, but a smaller vessel that carries only the inspector and his assistant. You have about 15 minutes to ensure everything is presentable, though Samuel's training has made you meticulous enough that the lighthouse is always inspection ready. The inspector is a career lighthouse serviceman named Henderson, severe and thorough in ways that make you understand why keepers sometimes dread these visits. He examines everything, running white-gloved fingers along windowsills to check for dust, testing the fog bell mechanism repeatedly, scrutinising log entries for any irregularities, and measuring oil consumption against your reported usage. Thomas is visibly nervous, but you've learned that the best approach to inspection is quiet confidence in your work. Henderson finds minor issues. Some brass fittings could be more polished, and your log entries occasionally lack detail he'd prefer to see. But nothing that suggests inadequate performance. He signs your station log to indicate satisfactory inspection, then does something unexpected. He asks to talk with you privately in the lantern room. Once there, Henderson's severity softens slightly. He explains that he's been inspecting lighthouses for 20 years, visiting every station from Maine to Maryland. He's seen excellent keepers, adequate keepers, and keepers who should never have been assigned to isolated stations. You, he says, are developing into an excellent keeper. Your station is well maintained, your assistant is progressing properly, and your log entries demonstrate the kind of attention to detail that prevents problems rather than merely responding to them. Then Henderson shares something that stays with you for years. He says that lighthouse keeping is entering a transitional period. Electricity is coming, not this year or next, but within your career lifetime. When it arrives, it will change everything about how lights are maintained and operated. The lighthouse service will need keepers who can adapt to new technology, while maintaining the core values of vigilance and responsibility that have always defined the profession. He sees that adaptability in you. More importantly, He sees someone who understands that lighthouse keeping isn't really about technology. It's about maintaining reliability in systems that others depend on. That understanding will remain relevant regardless of whether lights burn oil or electricity. He's recommending you for advanced training when it becomes available, preparing you for eventual promotion to inspector or to manage multiple stations. This conversation transforms how you think about your work. You'd been viewing lighthouse keeping as an honest job at civilization's edge, a way to escape modern complexity. Henderson helps you see it differently, as participation in a critical infrastructure that enables maritime commerce, military operations, and safe passage for anyone who ventures onto the sea. Your lighthouse is one node in a network of lights that collectively make ocean travel safer than it's ever been in human history. After Henderson departs, you find yourself looking at the lighthouse differently. The tower is 70 feet of granite, but it's also an idea made physical. The idea that humans have a responsibility to help each other navigate danger. The lens is 2 tons of glass and bronze, but it's also a commitment that darkness and distance don't absolve us of duties to strangers who'll never know our names. You share some of Henderson's comments with Thomas over dinner, though not the parts about your potential advancement. That feels like boasting. But you tell him about the coming changes, about electricity and modernization, and about the need to balance tradition with adaptation. Thomas listens carefully and asks intelligent questions about how electrical lights might work, and whether they'll still require constant tending. The truth is, you don't know. You've read articles about Edison's electric lights in New York City, but applying that technology to lighthouses involves challenges you can barely imagine. Will electric lights need the same kind of focused lenses? Will they burn as steadily as oil lamps? Will they require different maintenance skills? These questions are above your pay grade, but they're increasingly relevant to your profession's future. As autumn arrives, you notice changes in your own perspective on lighthouse keeping. The work hasn't changed. The same daily maintenance, the same watch rotations, the same endless attention to detail. But your understanding has deepened. You see connections between tasks that once seemed separate. You anticipate problems before they develop. You've internalized the rhythms of this place so completely that you can sense when something's slightly wrong, even before you consciously identify what. Thomas is developing similarly, though he's months behind where you were at his stage. He no longer panics during routine problems, has learned to read weather signs, and can clean the lens without your supervision. He's also growing more comfortable with isolation, having found his own ways to stay engaged through his artwork and letter writing. He'll make a good headkeeper someday, probably sooner than he expects given the Lighthouse Service's constant need for qualified personnel. One October evening, a vessel passes close enough that you can see crew moving on deck. They're probably repositioning after a day's fishing, heading back to port while daylight remains. The vessel is completely unremarkable, a working schooner like dozens you've seen, but watching it, you're suddenly aware of your role in its safety. That crew trusts that your light will burn tonight. They've probably never thought about it consciously. Lighthouses are just part of the maritime landscape, like tides and prevailing winds. But their trust is real. If your light fails, if you make a mistake in maintenance, or if you fall asleep during watch, their vessel could run onto these rocks. Their lives, their families, their futures, all of them depend partly on your vigilance. This recognition carries no drama or grand emotion. It's simply true, the way mathematics is true. Your work matters, not in abstract theoretical ways, but in concrete life and death terms. A ship's captain who safely navigates past your light doesn't owe you thanks. They owe you competence, which you provide through attention to tasks that have become routine but remain crucial. You've also begun to understand your place in the continuum of keepers who've maintained this light. The first keeper lit it in 1847, when your parents were children. Since then, dozens of keepers have performed the same tasks you perform, maintaining the same light through similar storms and identical daily routines. After you leave, others will continue the work using techniques you're currently teaching Thomas. This continuity is the real legacy. Not any individual keeper's service, but the unbroken chain of responsibility that keeps lights burning year after year. decade after decade. You're maintaining that chain, adding your link while preparing the next keeper to add theirs. It's work that lacks glory but possesses genuine dignity. Winter returns with its shorter days and longer watches. The cold is familiar now, the isolation is normal, and the routines have become so ingrained that you could perform them while half asleep. Thomas has fully adapted and no longer needs close supervision. You've developed the kind of functional partnership that allows two people to share small spaces without friction, each person occupying their own psychological territory while contributing to shared goals. The supply boat brings news of changes throughout the Lighthouse service. 2 new lighthouses are under construction further up the coast. Several older lights are being upgraded with more powerful lenses. There's talk of establishing a training centre where keeper candidates would receive formal instruction before station assignments. The service is professionalising, becoming more systematic and less dependent on informal knowledge transmission. You wonder how this will change the keeper experience. Will formal training replace the apprenticeship model where experienced keepers teach newcomers? Will standardisation eliminate the local variations and individual techniques that currently characterise different stations? Progress seems inevitable, but you hope something essential isn't lost in the modernisation. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, you stand alone in the lantern room during your evening watch. The lamp burns steadily, the lens rotates with its precise rhythm, and the beam sweeps out across darkness that seems especially absolute tonight. Below, the dwelling's windows glow with Thomas's lamplight. Beyond that, there's only sea and stars and the distant lights of other vessels navigating through the night. You're 32 years old, in excellent health, with potentially 20 more years of lighthouse keeping ahead of you. You could eventually manage multiple stations, train new inspectors, or maybe participate in the transition to electrical lights that Henderson mentioned. The future is uncertain but not frightening. You've learned to be comfortable with uncertainty in this profession, where weather and mechanical failures provide constant reminders that control is limited and temporary. What you know with certainty is that tonight, tomorrow night, and every night for as long as you're assigned to this station, the light will burn, ships will pass safely, captains will mark their positions and continue their voyages. This work will continue long after you're gone, maintained by keepers who'll learn the same lessons you've learned, face similar challenges, and find similar satisfactions in work that demands their best. The lens catches the lamplight and sends it out across the dark water. Somewhere beyond your horizon, someone sees it and knows where they are. That's enough. That's everything. The legacy of the light isn't written in records or celebrated in ceremonies. It's written in safe passages, in ships that reach port, and in crews that return home to families who never knew they were in danger. You check the oil reservoir, trim the wick, and wind the clockwork mechanism. The routines continue because the need continues. Dawn is still 8 hours away, and the light must burn until then, and through every night that follows. This is your work, your purpose, your contribution to the slow accumulation of human efforts that make the world slightly safer, slightly more navigable, and slightly more survivable for those who venture into dangerous places. The light sweeps across the sea, regular as a heartbeat, reliable as a sunrise. You stand watch through another night at the edge of the world, guardian of a flame that guides strangers through darkness. It's work that requires no applause because it provides its own meaning, and that meaning is enough. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the year 1800. There's no hum of electricity in the background, no distant traffic noise, and no notification sounds breaking your concentration. Instead, the world announces itself through different rhythms. The clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the distant ring of a church bell marking the hour, or perhaps the creak of a wooden cart making its way down a dirt road. In this world, nearly everything you touch has been made by someone you could actually meet. Your shoes were crafted by the cobbler 3 streets over, the one whose shop smells of leather and beeswax. Your shirt was woven by someone who knew the sheep that provided the wool, and maybe even helped shear them on a bright spring morning. The nails holding your house together were hammered out one by a blacksmith whose grandfather taught him the trade. who learned it from his own grandfather before that. The 1800s occupy this fascinating middle ground in human history, a bridge between the ancient world of pure handcraft and our modern age of mass production. At the century's beginning, methods of making things hadn't changed substantially in hundreds of years. A medieval craftsman transported to 1800 would have felt reasonably at home in most workshops. But by 1900, factories were humming with machinery, and that same medieval craftsman would have thought he'd stumbled into some kind of mechanical fever dream. You have to understand that in 1800 the concept of shopping as we know it barely existed. You didn't browse through identical products made in distant factories. Instead, you visited craftspeople who would make something specifically for you, shaped to your measurements, built to last not months or years, but potentially generations. Every object carried the fingerprints, sometimes literally, of its maker. This wasn't romanticised simplicity. Life was hard, work was demanding, and making even basic necessities required skills that took years to master. But there was something in this way of making things that we've largely lost. A direct relationship between maker and user, between material and finished object, and between the time something took to create and the value placed upon it. The 1800s would watch this entire system transform. Steam engines would gradually replace water wheels and muscle power. Factories would centralise work that had once been scattered across thousands of small workshops. Skills passed down through apprenticeships would begin to be codified in technical manuals that anyone could theoretically learn from. It was progress, certainly, but it came with costs that craftspeople of the time could feel in their bones. What's fascinating is how long traditional craftsmanship persisted alongside these new industrial methods. Even as factories began producing cheap textiles, hand weavers continued their work, creating fabrics that machines couldn't yet match. While mass-produced furniture filled modest homes, skilled cabinet makers still crafted pieces for those who valued artistry over economy. The century became a long, slow negotiation between handmade quality and manufactured quantity, between individual artistry and standardized efficiency. Tonight, we're going to explore this world through the hands and workshops of the people who made it. Not the famous inventors or industrial magnates whose names fill history books, but the blacksmiths and carpenters, weavers and cobblers, tinkers, and countless other craftspeople whose skills shaped daily life. Their world moved at the pace of careful work, measured not in metrics and deadlines, but in the time it takes to do something properly. So settle in deeper, adjust your pillow, and let's step into workshops where the air smells of wood shavings and coal smoke, where time is marked by the rhythm of tools meeting material, and where making something beautiful and useful is simply how you spend your day. The blacksmith's workshop is the heart of any 1800s town or village, and you can usually smell it before you see it. That distinctive scent of coal smoke mixed with hot metal, and the slightly acrid tang of quenched iron meeting water. It's early morning as you approach, and already the forge is glowing, radiating heat that feels pleasant in the cool dawn air, but will become oppressive by midday. Step inside, and your eyes need a moment to adjust to the dimness punctuated by the brilliant orange-yellow glow of the forge. The blacksmith is already at work. These craftsmen often start before sunrise because metalwork demands the best hours of the day, when the mind is sharpest and the hands steadiest. Watch how he works, because there's a rhythm to blacksmithing that's almost musical. The iron rod goes into the forge, nestled in the carefully banked coals that maintain a temperature of around 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. Not that anyone in 1800 is measuring temperatures precisely. The blacksmith knows his heat by colour. Black iron that begins to show a faint red glow. Red that brightens to orange. Orange that lightens to yellow. And finally the rare white heat reserved for welding two pieces together. While the iron heats, the blacksmith might prepare his tools or check previous work, but mostly he's watching that glow, waiting for the precise moment when the metal is ready. Pull it out too soon, and the metal won't move under the hammer. Wait too long, and you might burn the iron ruining its properties. It's a judgment that takes years to develop, based not on thermometers, but on the subtle shifts in colour that tell an experienced eye everything about the metal's state. When the moment is right, the iron comes out of the forge in a smooth practice motion. No hesitation, because hesitation means lost heat and wasted work. The metal goes onto the anvil, that massive block of iron that might weigh 200 pounds or more, sitting on a stump of hardwood that's been specially selected for its ability to absorb shock without splitting. Then comes the hammer, and this is where blacksmithing reveals itself as something more than simple pounding. Each strike is deliberate, placed with precision, and varying in force depending on what the blacksmith wants to achieve. Light taps to spread the metal gradually, heavier blows to move it more dramatically, the hammer almost dancing across the iron surface. The sound echoes through the workshop, ring, 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 a rhythm that people in town use to mark the passage of their day, the way we might glance at a clock. Between heating and hammering, the blacksmith might return the piece to the forge a dozen times or more. There's no rushing this process. Metal has its own pace, and forcing it leads to cracks, weak spots, or pieces that won't hold up to use. You learn patience at the forge, or you learn to fail repeatedly. What amazes modern observers is the range of things a blacksmith creates. Obviously there are horseshoes, and these aren't simple U-shapes stamped out of flat bar stock. Each shoe is shaped to the specific hoof it will protect, with nail holes carefully placed and the ends shaped to provide the right grip. A skilled farrier, a blacksmith specialising in horse care, can look at a horse's stance and gait and make shoes that correct problems or enhance performance. But horseshoes are just the beginning. The blacksmith makes the nails that hold buildings together, crafting them from iron rods, drawing them out to the right length and taper, then cutting them off with a sharp blow. A skilled smith can make hundreds of nails in a day, each one shaped by hand, each one slightly unique. He makes the hinges that allow doors to swing, the latches that keep them closed, and the hooks that hang pots over fires. Farm tools flow from the blacksmith's forge, plough blades that must be hard enough to break soil, but flexible enough not to shatter on rocks, hoes and rakes, axes and adzes. Each tool is created with intimate knowledge of how it will be used. An axe for felling trees differs from one meant for splitting firewood, and both differ from the smaller hatchets used for kindling. The blacksmith knows these distinctions in his muscles, in the automatic adjustments his hands make while working. More delicate work happens too. The same hands that can swing a heavy sledgehammer can also craft intricate scrollwork for decorative gates, forming hot iron into curves and spirals with tools that look almost like chopsticks. Fire pokers terminate in handles shaped like twisting vines or animal heads. Door knockers become small works of art while remaining perfectly functional. The blacksmith's workshop collects a lifetime of specialised tools, many of which he's made himself. Dozens of different hammers hang within easy reach. Ball-peen hammers for shaping, cross-peen hammers for drawing out metal, and straight-peen hammers for creating grooves. Tongs of every conceivable shape grip different sized and shaped pieces. Swages, fullers and hardies fit into the anvil's hardy hole, each designed for specific shaping operations. The physical demands of blacksmithing leave their mark. Blacksmiths typically develop one arm noticeably larger than the other, from constantly swinging the hammer. Burns are inevitable. Tiny scars dot forearms and hands from sparks and accidental contact with hot metal. The constant heat means working in relatively light clothing even in winter, stepping outside periodically for relief when the forge becomes unbearable. But there's deep satisfaction in this work. You start with a straight bar of iron, and through patient heating, hammering and shaping, you create something that didn't exist before. Something useful that will serve its purpose for decades or longer. Objects made by the 1800s blacksmiths are still in use today. Testimony to the quality of work done when taking time to do things right wasn't considered optional. As evening approaches and the blacksmith banks his forge for the night, the workshop begins to cool. The day's work hangs on hooks or rests on shelves. Horseshoes waiting to be fitted, tools ready for pickup, and projects in various stages of completion. Tomorrow the forge will glow again, the hammer will ring, and more iron will be transformed into the 1,000 useful things that hold a pre-industrial world together. The blacksmith washes the coal dust from his face and hands at the pump outside, and as he does, you notice his hands, scarred, calloused, and incredibly strong, but also capable of delicate precision. These are the hands that hold together everything in the town, one careful hammer blow at a time. Walk past the blacksmith's forge, and a few buildings down you'll find the carpenter's workshop, an entirely different world despite both craftsmen working with their hands. Where the blacksmith's domain is dominated by fire and metal, the carpenter's workshop speaks in the quieter language of wood, its varied grains and colours, the way different species respond to tools, and the subtle music of sharp blades meeting timber. The first thing that strikes you entering a carpenter's workshop is the smell. It's one of the most pleasant aromas in the pre-industrial world. Fresh wood shavings, the slight resinous scent of pine, the deeper, richer smell of oak or walnut, and perhaps a hint of linseed oil and beeswax. It's a smell that tells your brain to relax, that says something beautiful is being created here without the violence of hammer and forge. The workshop is dominated by workbenches, massive affairs made of hard wood that won't budge during planing or sawing. These benches are marvels in themselves, featuring vices that can grip boards from multiple angles, dog holes that allow boards to be secured lengthwise, and surfaces kept meticulously flat because they're the reference plane for all work done upon them. A carpenter might spend weeks building his primary workbench, knowing it will serve him for his entire career. Light streams in through large windows. Carpenters need good natural light to see grain patterns, check if surfaces are truly flat, and spot defects in wood. Unlike the blacksmith who works with glowing metal visible in any light, the carpenter's work requires the subtle perception that only good daylight provides. The tools hanging on the walls represent generations of refinement, saws of every description, cross-cut saws for cutting across the grain, rip saws for cutting with it, smaller back saws for precise joinery work, coping saws for curves, and bow saws for quick rough cuts. Each saw has been sharpened and set by the carpenter himself, because in the 1800s, sending tools out for sharpening would be like sending your teeth out for cleaning. These are intimate extensions of your body that you maintain yourself. Planes represent a carpenter's precision tools, and a well-equipped workshop might have 20 or more. Smoothing planes create surfaces so perfect they seem almost polished. Jack planes remove material quickly for initial shaping. Jointer planes, true long edges. Specialty planes cut grooves, rabbets and mouldings in profiles that range from simple to astonishingly complex. Some moulding planes create shapes so intricate you'd think they require machinery, but no. Just a perfectly shaped blade, careful adjustment, and steady, practiced strokes. Watch a carpenter work and you see decision-making happening with every board selected. Wood isn't a uniform material like metal or plastic. Each piece is unique, with grain patterns, knots, potential weak spots, and individual character. The carpenter learns to read wood the way you might read faces, understanding at a glance which boards will work for which purposes. A simple board selection for a table might involve considering 6 different pieces. This one has beautiful grain but a knot right where stress will be concentrated. Set it aside. That one's grain runs slightly diagonal, which means it might cup or twist. May be useful for something else, but not this project. This third piece has straight grain, no significant defects, and the right colour, perfect. These judgments happen in seconds but rest on years of experience with how wood behaves. Joinery, the art of connecting pieces of wood without visible fasteners, is where carpentry becomes almost magical. The carpenter cuts a tenon on one piece and a mortise in another, and when fitted together, they create a joint stronger than either piece alone. Through tenons show their ends decoratively. Hidden tenons disappear inside the joined pieces. Dovetails lock drawers together with an elegance that's both beautiful and functional. Those angled pins and tails can't pull apart no matter how hard you tug. Creating these joints requires precision measured not in millimetres, but in the thickness of a pencil line. Too tight, and pieces won't fit together or might crack when forced. Too loose, and the joint weakens. The carpenter works to something called a piston fit, snug enough that pieces require firm pressure to join but not so tight they require hammering, which can bruise the wood or crack delicate parts. Hand tools create this precision. A well-sharpened chisel removes wood in whisper-thin shavings, the carpenter controlling it with subtle pressure changes and angles, feeling in his hands when he's approaching the layout line. Marking gauges score reference lines so fine you can barely see them until light catches them at the right angle. The carpenter works in a state of deep concentration, where time seems to slow down and every cut, every shaving removed and every test fit becomes its own small meditation. But carpentry isn't just joinery and precision work. There's also the rough carpentry of framing buildings, where speed and strength matter more than a furniture maker's finesse. Carpenters build the bones of houses, barns and churches, heavy timber frames joined with pegged mortise and tenon joints that will support roofs for centuries. These same craftsmen might spend morning hours framing a barn addition and afternoon hours creating delicate inlay work for a music box. The versatility required is impressive. A carpenter might be asked to build anything from a simple stool to an elaborate staircase, from storage boxes to carved mantelpieces. Each project requires different skills, different approaches, and different ways of thinking about how pieces fit together. The common thread is understanding wood, how it moves with humidity changes, how grain direction affects strength, and how different species work with various tools. Finishing is where projects come alive. The carpenter might apply oil that brings out depth in the grain, making plain wood suddenly seem precious. Beeswax buffed to a soft shine protects surfaces while providing a texture pleasant to touch. Stains can darken or even change colours, though many carpenters prefer natural finishes that show wood's true character. The finishing process is slow, applying thin coats, letting them dry completely, and sometimes rubbing surfaces with fine abrasives between coats to create glass-smooth results. As you watch a carpenter work, you notice how his movements flow from one task to another without wasted motion. Tools are returned to specific spots without looking, because he knows exactly where everything lives. Sawdust is swept aside not in big periodic cleanups, but continuously, keeping the workspace clear and preventing dust from interfering with precision. There's a quiet efficiency to the work, a sense that every action has been refined through countless repetitions until it happens almost automatically. The items leaving a carpenter's workshop range from purely utilitarian to genuinely artistic. A plain pine storage chest built for an attic might be made just as carefully as a walnut escritoire destined for a wealthy merchant's home. The carpenter takes pride in both because making things well is simply how you work. It's not something you turn on and off based on how much someone is paying. As afternoon light slants through the workshop windows, casting long shadows across workbenches covered in shavings, you realise you're watching something that connects backward through time to the first person who realised a sharp tool could shape wood into something useful. The methods are ancient, refined over millennia, and in the 1800s still very much alive and central to daily life. The carpenter, like the blacksmith, will pass these skills to apprentices who'll spend years learning not just techniques, but the deeper wisdom of working with natural materials. It's not knowledge that fits easily into books. Too much depends on feel, on subtle sensory cues, and on judgments that can't be fully articulated. You learn it by doing, over and over, until your hands know things your brain couldn't explain. Leave the carpenter's workshop and make your way to where textile work happens, sometimes in dedicated workshops, but often in homes, because spinning and weaving traditionally belonged to the domestic sphere more than the professional craft shop. The gendered division of labour in the 1800s meant that while blacksmithing and carpentry were almost exclusively male domains, textile work was one of the few crafts where women's expertise was recognised and valued, though rarely paid as much as men's work. Step into a weaver's workspace, and you're entering a realm of incredible patience and precision. The dominant feature is the loom, a massive wooden framework that might be 8 feet long and equally tall, as complex as any machine but entirely mechanical, operated by hands and feet in a choreographed sequence that creates fabric from individual threads. Before we get to weaving, though, we need to talk about spinning, because yarn doesn't create itself. The spinner starts with raw fibre, wool from sheep, flax that will become linen, and later in the century cotton that's arrived from southern plantations. These fibres are cleaned, carded to align them, and then transformed into thread through one of humanity's oldest technologies, the spinning wheel. There's something almost hypnotic about watching skilled spinning. The wheel turns. Powered by a treadle, the spinner rocks with one foot, while their hands feed fibre onto the spindle. The trick is maintaining exactly the right tension and feed rate. Too much fibre too fast creates lumpy, weak yarn. Too little creates thread so thin it breaks under its own weight. The spinner's hands dance this balance automatically, adjusting based on feel, creating thread of consistent thickness, yard after yard, mile after mile. Different fibres require different approaches. Wool, with its natural crimp and scales, practically wants to become yarn. The fibres grip each other eagerly. Flax is more challenging, requiring moisture, often just the slight dampness of breath, and careful handling to transform stiff fibres into the smooth, strong thread that becomes linen. Cotton, when it arrives, presents its own unique challenges with shorter fibres that require different spinning techniques. A skilled spinner can produce enormous quantities of yarn, several miles in a day's work, but this production comes only after years of practice. Apprentice spinners create yarn that's an adventure, thick here, thin there, and periodically lumpy or breaking entirely. Master spinners produce thread so consistent you could mistake it for factory work, if factories existed at the level needed to match human skill. The spun yarn then needs preparation for weaving. It's wound onto bobbins, measured into specific lengths, and organised by colour if a patterned fabric is planned. This preparation is tedious, but absolutely crucial. Shortcuts here create problems that might not appear until the fabric is half finished, and impossible to fix. Now the loom. Setting up a loom is an undertaking that can take days or weeks depending on fabric complexity. The warp threads, the ones that run lengthwise in the finished cloth, must be measured to exact lengths, threaded through heddles, tiny loops that lift threads in sequence, and wound onto the loom's back beam under perfect tension. Getting this tension right is critical. Inconsistent tension creates wavy, puckered fabric that's essentially ruined. Once the warp is prepared, weaving itself is a rhythmic process. The weaver sits or stands at the loom, different styles prefer different positions, and begins the repeated sequence that creates fabric. Treadles are pressed, lifting some warp threads while lowering others, creating a gap called a shed. Through this shed flies the shuttle, carrying the weft thread from one side to the other. A beater swings forward, packing the new thread tightly against previous ones. Then different treadles create a different shed, and the shuttle returns. This repeated action, shed, shuttle, beat, shed, shuttle, beat, continues for hours, days, or weeks on complex projects. The rhythm of weaving is meditative but requires constant attention. The weft thread must be tensioned correctly. Too tight and the fabric pulls inward, too loose and it waves at the edges. The beat must be consistent to create even fabric. Thread breaks require careful mending mid-weave. For patterned fabrics, the weaver must follow sometimes complex sequences of treadle presses, holding patterns in mind or working from written instructions, creating designs through the systematic raising and lowering of different combinations of threads. Simple plain weave, the basic over-under pattern, creates sturdy fabric efficiently. Though efficiently in hand, weaving terms means several hours to create a yard of cloth. More complex weaves create different properties and patterns. Twill weave, with its diagonal lines, produces stronger fabric particularly suitable for work clothes. Satin weave creates smooth, lustrous surfaces for fancier applications. Pattern weaves can create checks, stripes, or even pictorial images, though these require enormous skill and patience. The sounds of a working loom create a rhythm you can hear throughout buildings where weavers work. The thump of treadles, the swoosh of the shuttle, and the authoritative thwack of the beater compacting threads. In communities with multiple weavers, these sounds layer over each other, creating an almost musical background to daily life. Physical demands of textile work differ from blacksmithing or carpentry, but are no less real. Spinners develop strong, nimble fingers and might experience back pain from hunching over wheels. Weavers need good upper body strength for throwing shuttles and swinging beaters, plus the leg strength to operate treadles for hours. Both crafts demand excellent vision for seeing thread defects and maintaining consistent work. The range of fabrics produced by hand is stunning. Practical woolens for everyday clothing, heavy enough to keep out winter wind. Delicate linens for undergarments and summer wear, surprisingly cool against skin. Later, cotton fabrics combined comfort with durability. Fine worsteds with their smooth, dressy finish. Coarse sacking for grain storage. Canvas for sails and tents. Each type requires different fibre preparation, spinning techniques and weaving patterns. Colours come from natural dyes, indigo for blues, madder root for reds, and weld for yellows, with combinations and mordants creating a surprisingly large palette. Dyeing is its own craft, requiring knowledge of chemistry before chemistry had that name and understanding of how different fibres take up different dyes, and how to achieve consistent colours batch after batch. A dyer's workshop smells of things both pleasant and decidedly not. Onion skins and walnut hulls, but also stale urine used as a mordant to help colours adhere. As the 1800s progress, textile work is among the first crafts to feel industrial pressure. Mechanised spinning mills can produce yarn faster than any hand spinner. Power looms, though primitive by later standards, gradually replace hand weavers for basic fabrics. This transition is painful. Textile workers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their skills become economically obsolete within years. But hand spinning and weaving persist throughout the century for specialised work. Machine-made fabrics might be cheap, but they can't match the quality of hand-woven linens, the subtle colour variations of hand-dyed yarns, or the complex patterns that skilled weavers can create. There remains a market for truly fine textiles, even as everyday fabrics increasingly come from factories. In this transitional moment, you can see both worlds coexisting. A weaver might work with factory-spun yarn to save time, but still produce fabric on a hand loom, because that's where quality and pattern complexity come from. A spinner might still prepare specialty yarns for knitting or specific weaving projects, even while factory yarn fills most needs. The crafts adapt, finding niches where hand skill still matters even as machines take over mass production. Beyond the established craftspeople with permanent workshops, the 1800s economy includes a fascinating category of workers who move between settled life and travel, between making new things and repairing old ones. These are the tinkers, cobblers, and various other repair specialists who form a kind of circulatory system in the pre-industrial economy, keeping things working long past what we'd consider their useful life. The cobbler's shop smells immediately distinctive. Leather in various stages from raw hide to finished work, beeswax for waterproofing, and the distinctive tang of tanning chemicals that never quite leaves the material. It's a smaller, more intimate space than the blacksmith's or carpenter's workshop, because cobbler work is detail-oriented and precise, working with materials measured in inches rather than feet. Shoes in the 1800s are valuable items, expensive enough that most people own perhaps 2 pairs, one for everyday work and a better pair for church or special occasions. Children might go barefoot in summer to save wear on their shoes. This means shoes need to last, and when they wear out they need repair rather than replacement. The cobbler starts shoe repair by examining the worn item with practised eyes. The sole is nearly through at the ball of the foot, where weight concentrates with each step. This is typical wear. The heel is compressed on one side because the wearer walks slightly off balance. This is information the cobbler files away. The upper leather is still sound, which means this shoe has years of life left with proper repair. Resoling a shoe is unexpectedly complex. The old sole must be removed carefully to avoid damaging the upper. The remaining leather is cleaned and prepared. A new sole, cut from heavier leather than the upper, is shaped to match, then attached not with glue, which won't hold up to water and stress, but by stitching, each stitch pulled tight with waxed thread that won't rot. The cobbler's hands guide a curved needle through holes made by a specialised awl, each stitch placed with precision because shoes literally carry you through life, and sloppy work means premature failure. New shoes are even more interesting. The cobbler begins with measurement, not just foot length but width, instep height, and any peculiarities of shape that affect fit. These measurements might be carefully recorded for regular customers, or the cobbler might simply remember them because he's made shoes for this person before. And memory is reliable when you make perhaps 20 pairs a year rather than thousands. Shoemaking starts with last, a wooden form shaped like a foot. Cobblers own lasts in various sizes, possibly carved from rough forms, refined to fit specific feet. Around this last, the shoe is built layer by layer. The insole forms the foundation. Upper leather is cut in pattern pieces, then carefully stitched together. This stitching must be strong but invisible from the outside because lumps and irregularities create blisters. The upper is stretched over the last and temporarily tacked in place. Then comes the sole, attached with more of that careful hand stitching. The heel is built up from stacked leather, each layer glued and then pegged with wooden pegs that compress and interlock under use, creating a solid structure. Final finishing includes edge trimming, burnishing, cut edges smooth, and possibly applying waterproofing compounds. The result isn't just a shoe, but a fitted item specifically crafted for its wearer's feet, likely to last years with proper care and periodic resoling. Bootmaking represents the cobbler's highest art. Tall leather, complex fitting, and multiple pieces carefully joined. Good boots are expensive enough that they represent a significant investment, but they're also essential equipment for anyone working outdoors in all weather. The cobbler takes particular pride in boots because they showcase skill while serving crucial practical needs. Then there are the tinkers, more mobile craftspeople who travel regular circuits through rural areas, arriving with tools and materials to repair metal items too small or simple for the blacksmith, but essential to daily life. The tinker carries a remarkable portable workshop, soldering irons that can be heated in any fire, flux and solder, various hammers and forming tools, sheets of tin and other repair materials, all organised in a pack or cart. Tinware was hugely popular in the 1800s, lightweight, relatively cheap, and useful for everything from cups to lanterns to storage containers. But tin is also thin and prone to developing leaks or cracks. That's where the tinker comes in, moving from house to house, farm to farm, offering repairs that extend tin items' useful life substantially. Watch a tinker work and you see clever improvisation. A pot with a hole in the bottom receives a carefully fitted patch, edges cleaned and fluxed, and solder melted and flowed to create a watertight seal. A bent pan is carefully straightened using wooden mallets that won't damage the thin metal. A handle that's come loose is reattached with small rivets. Each repair is quick. The tinker must keep moving to make a living, but also carefully done because reputation matters, and a failed repair in one household means lost business throughout the region. Some tinkers also craft new items, cutting and folding tin sheets into functional shapes. A simple cup can be made in minutes. A circle for the bottom, a rectangle wrapped around and joined for the sides, the two pieces soldered together, and a handle formed from wire and attached. The result isn't fancy, but it holds liquid and costs a fraction of pottery or wooden alternatives. The tinker's lifestyle is harder than settled craftspeople's. Travel means exposure to weather, irregular income, and constant hauling of tools and materials, but it also brings independence, variety, and the satisfaction of being welcomed in communities where your skills solve real problems. The tinker becomes a familiar figure, returning each season with news from other places and ready hands to fix what's broken. Both cobblers and tinkers represent something essential about the 1800s economy: the assumption that things should be repaired rather than replaced, that skilled hands can extend useful life almost indefinitely, and that throwing away something that can be fixed is wasteful, bordering on immoral. This attitude stems partly from necessity. New things are expensive, but also from a deeper sense that well-made items deserve respect and care. The specialised knowledge these repair craftspeople carry is impressive. A cobbler can look at worn shoe soles and diagnose medical conditions affecting the wearer's gait. A tinker knows which solders work with which metals, how to compensate for tin's tendency to crack in cold weather, and which flux cleans surfaces best. This knowledge comes from experience, years of seeing what works and what fails, learning from mistakes, and refining techniques. Physical wear shows on these craftspeople too. Cobblers often develop vision problems from close work in poor light, hunched posture from bending over work, and strong hands from pulling stitches tight thousands of times. Tinkers might have burn scars from hot soldering irons or acidic flux, weather-beaten skin from outdoor work, and strong backs from carrying their portable workshops. Yet both professions provide genuine satisfaction. The cobbler who delivers repaired boots knows the wearer can now work safely through winter. The tinker who patches a farmer's milk pail has prevented waste and saved money that family needs for other things. These aren't grand achievements that change history, but they're real improvements to real people's lives, and that matters in immediate, tangible ways. As the century progresses, both professions face challenges. Factory-made shoes, though initially lower quality, become cheap enough that repair costs can exceed replacement costs. Tinware gives way to stamped metal goods that can't be repaired as easily. The itinerant tinker begins to disappear, while cobblers increasingly focus on new shoe sales rather than repairs. But throughout the 1800s, both remain vital parts of the economic fabric, keeping things working, extending useful life, and serving communities with skills learned through long apprenticeship. Midway through the 1800s, something fundamental begins shifting in how things are made. The change doesn't happen overnight. It's more like watching the tide come in, each wave reaching slightly further, gradually transforming the landscape. What we call the Industrial Revolution isn't really a revolution at all, but a slow, uneven transition from hand production to mechanised manufacturing, from small workshops to large factories, and from craftspeople to machine operators. The transformation starts differently for each craft. Textile work, as we mentioned, feels industrial pressure earliest. By the 1820s and 30s, mechanised spinning mills are producing yarn faster and cheaper than any hand spinner can match. Power looms follow, gradually improving from crude first versions to machines capable of producing serviceable cloth. The hand weavers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their economic value plummet within a generation. But here's what's interesting. The immediate result isn't that handcraftspeople disappear. Instead, the market splits. Cheap, standardised goods flow from factories. Basic fabrics, simple clothing, and utilitarian items. Meanwhile, custom work, high-quality goods, and complex items still require hand skills. A factory can produce plain cotton shirting by the mile, but the shirt itself still needs a skilled tailor to cut and sew. Machine-made furniture fills modest homes, but wealthy buyers still commission craftsmen for pieces that show genuine artistry. The carpenter's craft illustrates this split nicely. Early woodworking machinery, steam-powered saws and planers that can surface lumber faster than any hand tool, doesn't eliminate carpenters but changes what they do. Instead of spending days hand planing rough lumber flat, carpenters can now buy pre-surfaced boards and focus on joinery and assembly. Water-powered sawmills mean carpenters receive boards rather than whole logs, changing their work but not eliminating their skills. What carpenters lose in this transition is a certain kind of control. When you prepare your own lumber from logs, you understand that wood intimately, see its grain structure revealed with each saw cut, notice subtle variations in colour and density, and make decisions about how each board can best be used. With pre-milled lumber, this intimate knowledge becomes less necessary. The work gets faster, but perhaps slightly less connected to the material itself. Blacksmithing faces a different kind of industrial pressure. Iron foundries begin producing castings for items previously forged by hand: pot hooks, fireplace equipment, and decorative elements. Later, factories produce nails by machine, each one identical to the next, far cheaper than hand-forged versions. The blacksmith's bread-and-butter work gradually erodes as factory products fill needs that once required a trip to the smithy. Yet blacksmiths adapt rather than disappear. Factories can produce standard items, but custom work still requires the forge. A farmer needs a specialised tool for his particular soil conditions. A factory bracket doesn't quite fit an unusual situation, and a machine breaks and needs a part fabricated to match. These jobs still come to the blacksmith. The work becomes more varied and less predictable, requiring broader skills and more creative problem-solving. The relationship between craftspeople and machines evolves in unexpected ways. Many craftspeople initially fear and resist machinery, seeing it as competition that will destroy their livelihoods. But gradually some realise that machines can be tools rather than replacements. A carpenter might use a power saw to quickly dimension lumber, then employ hand skills for joinery and finishing. A blacksmith might purchase factory-made bar stock rather than forging it from raw iron, saving time for the specialised shaping that machines can't do. This hybrid approach, combining machine efficiency with hand skill, becomes increasingly common as the century progresses. It represents a pragmatic middle ground between pure handcraft and full mechanisation. The craftsperson becomes less a maker of raw materials and more a skilled assembler and finisher, using machine-made components, but adding value through expertise that machines can't replicate. The experience of learning craft changes during this period too. Traditional apprenticeship, years spent with a master, learning by observation and practice, begins competing with technical schools where theory can be taught to multiple students simultaneously. Written manuals appear, trying to codify knowledge previously passed orally. A young person in 1850 might learn carpentry, partly through books and classes, whereas their grandparent learned entirely through hands-on experience. This shift from tacit to explicit knowledge has profound effects. On one hand, it democratizes skills. Anyone with access to books can theoretically learn techniques previously guarded within craft guilds. On the other hand, something gets lost in translation. The subtle judgment about when wood is ready to cut, the feel of metal at proper forging temperature, and the sound of a properly sharpened tool. These things are hard to convey in writing. The manual can tell you what to do, but struggles to communicate the embodied knowledge of how it should feel when done right. Economic pressures intensify as factory production expands. A hand weaver might earn a decent income in 1820, struggle in 1840, and be essentially priced out of basic textile production by 1860. Some craftspeople adapt by specialising in luxury markets, where hand quality commands premium prices. Others abandon traditional crafts entirely, perhaps moving to factory work themselves or finding new occupations. The transition is rarely smooth or easy. Communities experience these changes in deeply personal ways. A town that once supported 3 cobblers might now support 1, as cheaper factory shoes reduce demand for repairs and custom work. The blacksmith shop might employ fewer apprentices as factory goods replace hand-forged items. Young people growing up in the 1870s might see craft apprenticeships as outdated paths to poverty, rather than respected routes to skilled work. Yet throughout this transition, certain values associated with handcraft persist. There remains appreciation for things made with care, for for the visible evidence of skilled hands, and for items crafted to last rather than replaced when fashion changes. A factory-made chair might be cheap, but it won't match the satisfaction of sitting in something a craftsperson built specifically for you, shaped to your proportions and finished to your preferences. The aesthetic debate between handmade and machine-made intensifies later in the century. Critics argue that machine production creates soulless uniformity, that it values quantity over quality, and that it severs the connection between maker and user that gave handcraft its meaning. Defenders counter that machines democratize goods previously available only to the wealthy, that they free human energy for higher purposes than repetitive manual labour, and that progress shouldn't be feared simply because it's different. Both sides have valid points, and the century ends without resolving the tension. By 1900, factories dominate production of basic goods, but handcraft persists in niches where quality, customization, or artistry matter more than price. The crafts don't die but transform, finding new purposes in a world where making things by hand has become a choice rather than the only option. What's lost in this transformation is a certain relationship to material objects. When everything you own was made by identifiable hands, often in your own community, objects carry stories. You know whose sheep provided wool for your shirt, who spun and wove the fabric, and who cut and stitched the garment. This chain of creation is visible, personal, and grounded in relationships. Factory goods sever these connections. You have no relationship to the people or places that produced them. They arrive in your life as finished objects with no visible history. What's gained is abundance. Factory production makes previously expensive items affordable to working people. The ability to purchase adequate clothing, decent furniture, and useful tools without saving for months or years represents genuine material improvement. The question isn't whether industrialization brought benefits, it clearly did, but whether those benefits came at cost we didn't fully anticipate. The craftspeople living through this transition have complex experiences. Some embrace change, seeing opportunities in new methods. Others resist bitterly, watching skills they spent decades mastering become economically irrelevant. Most fall somewhere between, adapting where possible while mourning what's lost. Their perspective offers insights we might consider in our own era of technological disruption. As the 19th century ends, the workshop world we've been exploring exists more in memory than present reality. The blacksmith's forge still glows in small towns, but factory-made metal goods fill most needs. Carpenters still ply their trade, but increasingly with power tools and factory-milled lumber. Weavers who once were common in every community have largely moved to factory employment or abandoned textile work entirely. The tinker's circuit has ended, replaced by mail-order catalogues offering cheap replacement goods. Yet the knowledge doesn't entirely disappear. Skills pass to hobbyists and artisans who practice traditional crafts for pleasure rather than necessity. Museums preserve tools and techniques. Written records and photographs capture methods before the last practitioners die. A thread of connection remains, however tenuous, linking us back to ways of making that dominated human experience for thousands of years. As you settle deeper into comfort, perhaps your tea has cooled and you're considering whether to brew more, or maybe sleep is starting to gently pull at your awareness. Let's think about how the craft world of the 1800s still touches your life today, often in ways you don't notice until you pause to consider. That wooden cutting board in your kitchen, if it's a good one made by a small producer rather than mass-manufactured overseas, was probably created using techniques a 19th century carpenter would recognise immediately. Someone selected the wood for appropriate grain, cut it carefully, sanded it smooth, and finished it with food-safe oil. The tools might be electric rather than hand-powered, but the basic principles, understanding wood, working with rather than against the grain, creating smooth surfaces that won't harbour bacteria, these haven't changed. The same continuity appears in countless modern objects. Quality leather goods still involve many hand operations, cutting, stitching and edge finishing, because machines struggle with three-dimensional forms and variable materials. Fine furniture, while often involving power tools for rough work, still requires hand skills for joinery, finishing, and creating the details that distinguish craftsmanship from mere construction. Blacksmithing, written off as dead by the mid-20th century, has experienced an unexpected renaissance. Contemporary blacksmiths create everything from architectural metalwork to kitchen knives to decorative art. They use the same basic techniques, heating, hammering, shaping, that their 1800s predecessors employed, though modern forges might burn propane rather than coal, and temperature control might involve thermocouples rather than reading metal colour. This revival isn't just nostalgic hobby work. There's genuine demand for hand-forged items because they possess qualities machine production can't easily replicate. A hand-forged knife has subtle variations in thickness and shape that distribute stress better than uniform factory knives. Hand-forged architectural elements bring visual interest to buildings increasingly dominated by standardization. People respond to evidence of human hands in creation, even if they can't articulate exactly why it matters. The knowledge preserved in traditional crafts also informs modern innovation. Engineers studying traditional joinery discover principles that inspire new fastening systems. Textile designers analysing hand-woven fabrics find patterns and structural approaches that translate into innovative materials. The past isn't just history. It's a repository of human problem-solving that took thousands of years to develop and shouldn't be carelessly discarded. Contemporary makers often describe feeling connected to long lineages when they practice traditional crafts. The weaver at a hand loom experiences the same rhythms, faces the same challenges, and makes the same subtle judgments as weavers 500 or 5,000 years ago. There's something profound in this continuity, a sense that you're participating in fundamental human activities that transcend particular moments or cultures. The satisfaction people find in handcraft, whether as professionals or hobbyists, speaks to needs that industrial production doesn't fulfill. Making something with your hands, watching it emerge from raw materials through your efforts, knowing exactly what went into its creation. These experiences provide a kind of fulfillment that purchasing finished goods never quite matches. In an increasingly digital age where much work involves manipulating abstractions, the concreteness of craft becomes particularly appealing. Modern craft education draws heavily on 19th century traditions. Woodworking classes teach joinery techniques that would be familiar to Victorian carpenters. Blacksmithing workshops cover forging methods unchanged in centuries. Textile arts programs introduce students to spinning and weaving using equipment that differs only in details from what craftspeople used throughout the 1800s. The knowledge transfers across generations because it's based on unchanging properties of materials and human capabilities. What's changed is the economic context. A 19th century craftsperson practiced their trade because it was how they earned their living. The only way most people could acquire necessary goods was through craft production. Modern craftspeople often have different motivations: artistic expression, connection to tradition, resistance to disposability, and the simple satisfaction of making. Economic pressure still exists. Craft businesses must compete with cheap manufactured goods, but it's not the existential necessity it once was. The appreciation for handcraft has also changed. In the 1800s, handmade was simply normal, the default state of affairs. Today, handmade is special, distinctive, and worth premium pricing. This shift reflects how rare genuine handcrafters become. When everything was made by hand, individual pieces weren't remarkable. Now that mass production dominates, evidence of hand skill commands attention and respect. This creates an interesting irony. Handcraft has become luxury goods, accessible mainly to those with money for premium products or time for hobby pursuit. The skills that once served everyone now often serve wealthy collectors or become leisure activities for those with adequate resources. This isn't entirely negative. It's preserved knowledge that might otherwise have disappeared. but it represents a profound change in craft's social role. Yet the hunger for connection to making persists across economic classes. DIY culture, makerspaces, and YouTube tutorials teaching traditional skills, these phenomena suggest a widespread desire to understand how things are made and to participate in making. The specific economic circumstances differ from the 1800s, but the human impulse to create with hands and tools remains constant. Environmental awareness has given traditional craft new relevance. The 1800s' emphasis on repair over replacement, on making things to last, and on working with natural rather than synthetic materials. These approaches align well with contemporary sustainability concerns. A handmade wooden chair that lasts generations has far less environmental impact than cheap furniture designed for planned obsolescence. Traditional craft's built-in sustainability looks increasingly wise rather than merely old-fashioned. The pace of craft work offers another kind of value in our accelerated world. Everything about traditional making is slow. The years of skill development, the careful material selection, and the patient execution of techniques that can't be rushed. This slowness frustrates modern efficiency-obsessed thinking, but provides an antidote to constant acceleration. The weaver who spends weeks creating yards of fabric, the woodworker who completes perhaps one piece per month, and the blacksmith who heats and hammers the same piece dozens of times, they're all working at human speed, the pace at which careful attention can be sustained. As sleep begins pulling more insistently and this journey through the craft world of the 1800s nears its end, consider what lessons that vanished world might offer. Not that we should or could return to pre-industrial production. That's neither possible nor probably desirable. But perhaps there's wisdom in how craftspeople approach their work, the patient skill development, the respect for materials, the assumption that things should be made well enough to last, and the direct connection between maker and user. The blacksmith, carpenter, weaver, cobbler, and tinker we visited tonight worked in a world vastly different from ours. They face challenges we've solved and limitations we've transcended, but they also possess knowledge and practice values that industrialization swept aside, not always to our benefit. The workshop world of the 1800s can't be recovered, but understanding it might help us think more carefully about what we make, how we make it, and why we make it. The workshops have grown quiet now. The forge has cooled to darkness, the last faint heat dissipating into the night air. Wood shavings lie where they fell on the carpenter's floor, waiting for tomorrow's sweep. The loom stands silent, its threads holding tension even in stillness, ready for the weaver's return. In the cobbler's shop, half-finished shoes rest on their lasts, leather slowly conforming to the wooden forms beneath. These spaces will wake again with morning light and renewed activity. The blacksmith will rake coals back to life, feeding the forge until it glows that perfect orange yellow. The carpenter will test edge sharpness with his thumb, a casual gesture born from decades of repetition, before beginning the day's first cuts. The weaver will settle at her loom, feet finding treadles automatically, hands reaching for the shuttle before conscious thought even suggests it. The cobbler will thread his needle with waxed cord and continue stitching where yesterday ended. But tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can hold in your mind this world of skilled hands and patient work, where time moved at the pace of careful craft and making something well was simply how you lived your life. It's a world that existed just a few generations ago, close enough that your great-grandparents might have known people who lived entirely within it, yet distant enough that its rhythms and assumptions feel almost foreign now. The craftspeople of the 1800s left legacies beyond the objects they made. They preserved knowledge accumulated over millennia, refined through countless repetitions, and passed from experienced hands to novice ones with patient instruction. They demonstrated that work could be a source of pride and satisfaction, that creating useful beauty was a worthy occupation, and that taking time to do things properly produced results worth the investment. They also showed how quickly entire worlds can transform. The workshop culture that dominated human experience for thousands of years largely vanished within a single century, swept aside by industrial methods that promised and delivered abundance. The craftspeople who lived through this transition experienced it as loss and gain intermingled, watching their skills become economically marginal while material standards improved around them. What survived this transformation? The knowledge itself, preserved in books, museums, and continued practice by those who valued it beyond mere economics. The appreciation for quality that transcends price, for evidence of human care and skill, for objects that tell stories through their making. The understanding that some satisfactions come only through direct engagement with materials, that creating with your hands feeds something in human nature that observation or consumption cannot. As your breathing deepens and sleep approaches, let your last waking thoughts rest with those craftspeople. The blacksmith feeling metal temperature through colour, the carpenter reading grain patterns like familiar text, the weaver maintaining rhythm through thousands of shuttle throws, and the cobbler stitching with a precision measured in fractional inches. They lived lives of physical work and mental engagement, of skill slowly accumulated and patiently applied, of intimate knowledge about how materials behave and how hands can shape them. They made the world that our industrial civilization is built upon. Every factory technique began as someone's handcraft, refined and mechanized, but rooted in human discovery. Every modern convenience rests on foundations of knowledge developed by countless anonymous craftspeople, solving practical problems with available materials and ingenuity. The workshops are mostly gone now, but what they taught us remains, waiting to be remembered by those who paused to consider how things were made before making became an industrial process. The 1800s craftspeople worked in a world lit by candles and heated by wood fires, where horse transport was still new technology, and most people lived within a few miles of their birthplace. Yet their core experiences, the satisfaction of skilled work, the frustration of difficult materials, the pride in completed projects, the relationships with customers who became friends, these remained fundamentally human regardless of era. Sleep comes now, pulling you gently away from these workshop visits. As you surrender to it, perhaps you carry with you a renewed appreciation for how things are made, for the hands and minds behind objects we take for granted, and for the deep history of human making that connects backward through time to the first person who shaped a useful tool and forward to whatever future we craft for ourselves. The forge will glow again tomorrow, the saw will bite into wood, the shuttle will fly through its shed, and leather will yield to needle and thread. The work continues because it must, because we need things made well, because some knowledge is too valuable to lose, and because making with our hands reminds us what it means to be human in a world increasingly dominated by machines and algorithms. Rest now in this knowledge. Somewhere tonight someone is practicing these ancient crafts, keeping knowledge alive, making things with patience and skill, and maintaining connection to ways of working that have served humanity since we first learned to shape our world, rather than merely inhabit it. The story of craft is your story too. How we make things, how we make meaning, and how we make our way through the world with skilled hands and thoughtful minds. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet satisfaction of work done well, of materials transformed through skill, of things made to last by people who cared enough to make them properly. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world vastly different from the 1800s workshop culture we visited tonight. But somewhere in that modern world, ancient skills persist, ancient rhythms continue, and the fundamental human impulse to create with our hands remains as strong as ever. Perhaps that's the real legacy of those 19th century craftspeople. Not just the objects they made, but the reminder that making things well matters, that craft has value beyond economics, and that some of our deepest satisfactions come from creating rather than merely consuming. The workshops are quiet now, the tools rest, the materials wait, and you rest too, carrying forward this story of how things were made, when making required not just pressing buttons, but understanding materials deeply, developing skills patiently, and working with the kind of care that could be neither automated nor rushed. Picture yourself standing on a tree-lined street in London, somewhere around 1885. The gas lamps are just being lit, creating pools of amber light that don't quite reach the darkening spaces between them. It's late October, and the air has that particular quality that autumn brings. Crisp enough to make you grateful for your coat, but not yet bitter with winter's approach. The smell of coal smoke drifts from chimneys, mixing with the earthy scent of fallen leaves that have been dampened by afternoon rain. You're not in the London of Dickensian poverty or industrial grime, though. You've found yourself in one of those comfortable neighbourhoods where doctors and lawyers and prosperous merchants live. People who have done well enough to afford homes with proper parlours and dining rooms, maybe even a small servant or two. The kind of people who read novels and attend concerts and host parties that last well into the evening. Tonight is Halloween, though the Victorians often called it All Hallows Eve or Snap-Apple Night or Nutcrack Night, depending on which region of Britain you found yourself in. The holiday hadn't yet become the commercial spectacle you know today. There were no plastic decorations manufactured in distant factories, no costume shops, and no bowls of miniature chocolate bars waiting by the door. Instead, Halloween in Victorian times was something more intimate and subtle, a night that belonged as much to tradition and folklore as it did to parlour games and gentle superstition. The house you're approaching has its curtains open despite the gathering darkness, which is unusual for the time. Victorians typically valued their privacy, drawing heavy drapes against the night and the curious eyes of passers-by. But on Halloween, there was a feeling that the boundary between public and private, like so many other boundaries, became a bit more permeable. Through those uncovered windows, you can see the warm glow of oil lamps and candles and shadows moving against walls papered in rich patterns of burgundy and forest green. The front door opens before you can knock, and warm air rushes out to meet you, carrying with it the scent of apples and cinnamon, burning candles, and that particular mustiness of old books and wool carpets. The hostess, let's call her Mrs. Eleanor Ashford, greets you with the restrained warmth that Victorian middle-class propriety demanded. No effusive hugging or squealing, just a genuine smile and a gentle touch on your arm as she welcomes you into her home. Inside, the hallway is dimmer than modern homes, lit only by a single lamp on a side table. Your eyes need a moment to adjust, and in that adjustment period, the house seems almost to breathe around you. The walls are covered in dark wallpaper, and every available surface holds something. A vase, a photograph in an ornate frame, a small sculpture, or dried flowers under a glass dome. Victorians abhorred empty space the way nature abhors a vacuum, filling their homes with objects that spoke of taste, education, and respectability. Mrs. Ashford takes your coat and leads you toward the back of the house, where the main parlour waits. As you walk down the hallway, you notice that the usual family photographs and landscape paintings have been joined by something else. Autumn leaves pressed between sheets of glass, branches of rowan berries in vases, and here and there, small carved, turnips with candles flickering inside them. These are the original jack-o'-lanterns before Irish and Scottish immigrants brought the tradition to America and discovered that pumpkins were far easier to carve than tough, fibrous turnips. The turnip lanterns cast weird, dancing shadows on the walls, their carved faces less cartoon-like than their pumpkin descendants would become. These faces look genuinely eerie in the candlelight, hollowed out and skull-like, with a kind of ancient menace that plastic decorations could never quite capture. But they're also oddly comforting, these little lights in the darkness, these small defences against whatever might be lurking in the October night. You're not the first guest to arrive. As Mrs. Ashford opens the parlour door, you see perhaps a dozen people already gathered, all dressed in their respectable evening clothes. The women in dresses with high collars and narrow waists, their hair pinned up in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to achieve. The men in dark suits with high-buttoned vests and watch chains glinting in the lamplight. Everyone looks both formal and somehow cosy, like they're ready for both ceremony and comfort. The parlour itself is a study in Victorian decorative excess tempered by autumn's influence. The usual heavy furniture, overstuffed chairs and settees, side tables crowded with knickknacks, a piano against one wall, has been supplemented with seasonal touches. Swags of autumn leaves, both real and silk, drape along the mantelpiece and picture rails. Apples sit in bowls on every available surface, their red and green skins polished to a shine. Hazelnuts fill small dishes, and in the fireplace, a proper coal fire burns with that particular blue and orange flame that coal produces, radiating heat into the room and creating shadows that dance across the ceiling. What strikes you most, though, is the quality of the light. In our modern world, we're so accustomed to uniform, overhead illumination that we forget how darkness used to have texture and depth. Here, the light comes from the fire, from oil lamps turned down to a gentle glow, and from candles in wall sconces and on the piano. Shadows aren't just the absence of light, they're almost substantial, gathering in corners and pooling under furniture. And in those shadows, on this particular night, anything might be lurking. This is the world where Victorian Halloween lived, not in broad daylight or harsh electric glare, but in this liminal space between light and dark, between summer's abundance and winter's scarcity, between the world you can see and the world you can only sense. Before we get too far into the evening's festivities, it helps to understand what Halloween actually meant to these Victorian partygoers. Unlike their 20th century descendants, who would largely forget the holiday's origins in favour of candy and costumes, the Victorians were still close enough to Halloween's roots to feel the weight of its history. Halloween, or All Hallows' Eve, sits on the calendar like a hinge between seasons and between worlds. It falls on October 31st, the night before All Saints' Day, positioned right at that moment when autumn stops being harvest time and starts being the descent into winter. For agricultural societies, which Britain still largely was in Victorian times, despite all the factory smoke and urban growth, this transition point had always been significant. The holiday reached back through Christian tradition to even older Celtic. Celebrations of Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the darker half of the year. The Celts believed that on Samhain, the boundary between the living world and the other world grew thin, allowing spirits to cross over. This wasn't necessarily terrifying. These might be the spirits of beloved ancestors coming back to visit after all, but it was certainly unsettling. When Christianity spread through Celtic lands, it did what Christianity often did with pagan holidays. It absorbed them, renamed them, and gave them new meaning while keeping much of the old symbolism intact. Samhain became All Hallows' Eve, the night before All Saints' Day, when Christians commemorated their holy dead. But underneath the Christian overlay, those older beliefs about thinning veils and visiting spirits remained, like old wallpaper showing through new paint. By Victorian times, most educated, middle-class people didn't literally believe in ghosts, wandering the earth on Halloween night, or at least they would have been embarrassed to admit it if they did. The Victorian era was, after all, the age of science and progress, of railways and telegraphs and gaslight. Superstition was something for country folk and the uneducated lower classes, not for respectable people in respectable homes. Yet here's the fascinating thing. Those same respectable people were absolutely fascinated by the supernatural. This was the era of spiritualism, when seances were fashionable parlour entertainment and mediums could fill theatres with people hoping to contact their departed loved ones. This was the age when ghost stories became a literary genre, when people devoured tales of haunted houses and spectral visitations. The Victorians might have said they didn't believe in ghosts, but they certainly loved talking about them. Halloween gave them permission to indulge this fascination under the cover of tradition and folklore. You could pretend to consult spirits about your future spouse, not because you actually believed in such things, heavens no, but because it was a charming old custom, a bit of harmless fun, and a way to connect with the quaint beliefs of your ancestors. The fact that you might feel a genuine thrill of excitement or unease while doing so, well, that was just part of the entertainment. The Victorian middle class had a particular genius for taking potentially frightening or socially disruptive elements and domesticating them, turning them into parlour games and polite amusements. This was, after all, an era that turned sex into coded flower language and death into elaborate mourning rituals with specific rules for every stage of grief. Halloween underwent the same transformation, from a night when the dead might genuinely walk abroad to an evening of structured games and fortune-telling, all conducted in well-lit parlours under the watchful eye of respectable hostesses, but something of the original power remained. Even domesticated and turned into entertainment, these Halloween traditions still touch something deeper, that awareness of cycles and seasons, of death as part of life, of the mystery that lurks just beyond the edge of understanding. The Victorians might have dressed it up in propriety and called it folklore, but they were still, in their own way, acknowledging the same realities that their Celtic ancestors had recognised centuries before. This is what makes Victorian Halloween so fascinating. It existed in that perfect balance point between genuine belief and complete skepticism, between ancient tradition and modern rationality, between treating it all as a joke and feeling that shiver down your spine when a candle gutters unexpectedly or a shadow moves in a way that shadows shouldn't move. Let's return to Mrs. Ashford's parlour, where the evening is about to truly begin. As more guests arrive, you start to notice the careful thought that has gone into preparing the space for Halloween festivities. Victorian party planning was an art form, and a successful hostess paid attention to details that might escape modern notice. The decorations, for instance, follow a logic quite different from contemporary Halloween aesthetics. There are no skeletons or witches or manufactured spookiness. Instead, Mrs. Ashford has created an atmosphere that speaks more to autumn's transition than to death's door. Those swags of autumn leaves aren't just pretty, they're symbols of change and decay, of life completing its cycle. The apples represent the harvest, the successful conclusion of the growing season, but also the old British tradition of apple divination, which we'll get to soon enough. Look more closely at the mantelpiece, and you'll see that Mrs. Ashford has arranged her seasonal decorations with the same careful attention to symmetry and balance that governs all Victorian interior design. A pair of brass candlesticks, polished to a high shine, stand at either end. Between them, she's created a sort of harvest tableau, sheaves of wheat, clusters of grapes, probably artificial silk ones, since real grapes would be past their season, and those ever-present apples. Tucked among them are small personal touches, a few feathers from game birds, some chestnuts, and a sprig or two of rosemary and sage from her kitchen garden. The walls, already crowded with the usual Victorian clutter of framed prints and family. Photographs have been supplemented with paper chains cut in autumn colours, deep golds, rust reds, and browns that look almost black in the lamplight. Some enterprising guests at previous parties have clearly contributed paper cutouts of oak leaves and acorns, which hang from the picture rail on black threads, spinning slowly in the warm air rising from the fire, but it's the lighting that really sets the mood. Mrs. Ashford has been strategic about which lamps to light and which to leave dark. The corners of the room are deliberately dim, creating pockets of shadow that make the space feel somehow larger and more mysterious than it would in full light. The fire provides most of the illumination, supplemented by candles in hurricane glasses that protect the flames from drafts while allowing them to flicker and dance. On the piano, someone has draped a length of black silk, and atop it sits a curious collection of objects. A small mirror, face down, a bowl of water with a single candle floating in it, several walnuts, and what appears to be a ball of yarn. These aren't random decorations. They're the tools for tonight's fortune-telling games, and their presence transforms the piano from a musical instrument into something like an altar to divination. The room smells wonderful in a way that's hard to describe to someone accustomed to air fresheners and scented candles. There's the coal fire, which has its own particular smell, not unpleasant but definitely present, a sort of mineral warmth. There's the wood of the furniture, which has absorbed decades of beeswax polish, and now releases it slowly in the heat. There's the faint mustiness of old fabric and carpets, the sharper scent of the apples, and underneath it all the slightly sweet, waxy smell of burning candles. Mrs. Ashford has also thought about sound, or rather, the lack of it. Unlike modern parties where music might be playing constantly in the background, here the ambient noise is much gentler. The crackle and hiss of the coal fire, the rustle of silk and taffeta as women adjust their positions in their chairs, and the soft tick of the mantel clock. When people speak, they do so in relatively quiet voices. Loud laughter or raised voices would be considered somewhat vulgar, a sign of insufficient self-control. This attention to atmosphere isn't just Victorian fussiness, it's intentional scene setting for the kinds of activities that will happen later. Fortune-telling and ghost stories work better in dim, quiet spaces where shadows have substance and imagination has room to work. Mrs. Ashford understands that mystery requires a certain amount of darkness, both literal and figurative. The temperature in the room is also worth noting. The Victorians didn't have central heating, so rooms tended to be either too hot near the fire or too cold away from it. Mrs. Ashford's parlour follows this pattern, deliciously warm if you're sitting near the hearth, but with a definite chill along the outer walls. This temperature gradient adds to the atmosphere. You find yourself drawn toward the warmth and the light, away from the colder, darker edges of the room where shadows congregate. As the last guests arrive and settle into their places, you notice how the seating arrangement has been managed. Unlike modern parties where people might circulate freely, Victorians tended to arrange themselves more formally, with subtle hierarchies of age, gender, and social status governing who sat where. The most comfortable chairs near the fire have been reserved for older guests and ladies, while younger people and gentlemen stand or perch on less comfortable seats farther from the heat. This formality might seem stifling to modern sensibilities, but it served a purpose. By establishing clear structures for interaction, it created a safe framework within which people could engage in activities that might otherwise feel risky or improper. When you know exactly where you stand in the social hierarchy and what's expected of you, it's easier to participate in games of chance and divination without feeling like you're actually crossing important boundaries. Mrs. Ashford catches everyone's attention not by calling out or clapping her hands. That would be far too crude, but simply by moving to the centre of the room and waiting. Victorian social training meant that people noticed when a hostess was preparing to speak and naturally fell silent, giving her the floor without her having to demand it. The evening's entertainment is about to begin, and in the warm, shadowy parlour, with the fire crackling and the turnip lanterns casting their eerie light, you can feel the anticipation building like static electricity before a storm. Mrs. Ashford begins with the most traditional of Halloween fortune-telling games, apple divination. This isn't some quaint custom she's invented for the evening. It's a practice that reaches back centuries, and every person in the room would have grown up hearing about it from parents and grandparents. She directs everyone's attention to a large, wooden tub that had been hidden behind a screen. It's filled with water, and floating on that water are perhaps a dozen apples, their red skins gleaming in the candlelight. This is snap-apple, one of the most enduring Halloween traditions, and even though everyone present is far too sophisticated to believe it actually predicts the future, they're all eager to participate. The rules are simple enough. Each person in turn must try to catch an apple using only their mouth, no hands allowed. Successfully catching an apple supposedly predicts a successful year ahead, particularly in matters of love and marriage. The first person to succeed will be the first to marry. The last person might expect to remain single for another year. It's all in good fun, of course, just a silly game, but notice how the unmarried young people in the room are paying particularly close attention. A young woman goes first, kneeling beside the tub in her elaborate dress, trying not to get her sleeves wet. She makes several attempts, her face getting progressively redder as she pursues the elusive apples, which bob away whenever she gets close. The apples are playing hard to get, spinning and dodging in the water like they have minds of their own. Finally, after much laughter from the assembled guests, she manages to pin one against the side of the tub and catch it between her teeth, emerging triumphant and only slightly damp. The game continues around the room, with varying degrees of success, and splashing. What makes it interesting is how it temporarily breaks down Victorian reserve. Suddenly proper ladies and gentlemen are kneeling on the floor getting their faces wet, laughing at their own undignified struggles. There's something levelling about the game, something that reduces everyone to the same slightly ridiculous level. But there's more going on here than simple silliness. Apples have been symbols of knowledge, temptation, and divination for centuries. In Celtic tradition, the apple tree was sacred, associated with the otherworld and with immortality. By using apples for divination on Halloween, when the veil between worlds was thought to be thinnest, the Victorians were tapping into a very old current of belief. Once everyone who wishes to has tried their luck with the snap-apple, Mrs. Ashford produces another apple-based divination. This one is quieter and more intimate. She hands an apple to one of the young women and provides a knife, instructing her to peel the apple in one continuous strip without breaking the peel. Once she's managed this, and it takes some concentration and skill, she's to throw the peel over her left shoulder. The shape it makes when it lands will supposedly form the initial of her future spouse's name. The young woman performs this operation with great care, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. The apple peel spirals down in one long curling ribbon, and when she finally throws it over her shoulder, everyone crowds around to see what letter it might form. The peel lies in a shape that could perhaps be an R, or maybe a P, or possibly just a random coil. But the ambiguity is part of the fun. Everyone has an opinion about what letter they see, and the young woman laughs and blushes, probably thinking about which of her acquaintances has a name beginning with R. These apple games might seem trivial, but they served an important social function. In an era when marriages were still partly business arrangements, and when courtship was heavily chaperoned and regulated, Halloween divination gave young people a sanctioned way to think about romance and express their hopes for the future. It was all pretend, of course. Nobody really believed that apple peels could predict marriages, but it created a space where such hopes could be voiced, examined, and laughed about. Next comes the mirror divination, and this one is more atmospheric, edging closer to the genuinely eerie. The lights are dimmed even further, and Mrs. Ashford produces a hand mirror that's been kept face down on the piano. The traditional practice, she explains, is for a young woman to go alone to a darkened room at midnight, sit before a mirror, and eat an apple while looking at her reflection. If she's destined to marry, she'll supposedly see the face of her future husband appear over her shoulder in the mirror. Of course, in a parlour full of people, nobody's going alone anywhere, and it's not yet midnight. But Mrs. Ashford has adapted the tradition. She arranges for one of the young women to sit with her back to the room, holding the mirror so she can see both her own reflection and whatever might be behind her. The room falls silent, even the fire seems to quiet its crackling, as the young woman stares into the mirror. Nothing happens, of course, but in the silence and the dimness, with everyone's imagination activated by the build-up, there's a genuine moment of tension. Shadows shift in the candlelight. The young woman stares into the mirror, and you can see her own uncertainty about whether she really wants to see something or not. It's a perfect example of how the Victorians could create atmosphere and suspense using nothing more than tradition, dim lighting, and the power of suggestion. After a suitable pause, the young woman turns around, laughing a bit nervously, and reports that she saw nothing but her own reflection. Everyone relaxes and the conversation picks up again, but something has shifted in the room. The games have created an atmosphere of possibility, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, there might be more going on tonight than rational minds want to acknowledge. As the evening progresses, Mrs. Ashford introduces other forms of divination, each with its own history and symbolism. These games might seem random to modern observers, but they follow a logic rooted in centuries of folklore and seasonal tradition. The next game involves hazelnuts, which have been placed in a bowl on the mantelpiece, warming gently in the heat from the fire. In some parts of Britain, Halloween was known as Nutcrack Night, and nuts featured prominently in the evening's fortune-telling practices. Mrs. Ashford explains the procedure. Each person selects 2 hazelnuts and names them, one for themselves and one for someone they're romantically interested in or currently courting. The nuts are then placed on the edge of the fire. If the 2 nuts burn quietly side by side, the relationship will be peaceful and successful. If they pop and jump away from each other, the relationship is doomed to discord. And if one nut explodes spectacularly, well, that suggests passion of one sort or another. Hazelnuts are placed carefully on the hot coals, and everyone watches with the kind of intense interest usually reserved for much more important matters. The nuts begin to heat, their shells darkening, and then the popping starts. One pair sits quietly together, barely moving, much to the satisfaction of the established married couple who named them. Another pair seems engaged in active warfare, with one nut practically launching itself across the fireplace, while the other sits smugly in place. This produces much laughter and teasing. What's fascinating about this practice is how it allows people to externalize their anxieties and hopes about relationships. By assigning significance to how nuts behave in a fire, they're creating a framework for thinking about compatibility and future happiness that feels both playful and somehow meaningful. It doesn't matter that there's no rational connection between nut behavior and romantic success. The game provides a language for discussing these important but difficult topics. The nut divination is followed by a practice involving cabbage. Yes, cabbage, which might seem like the least romantic vegetable imaginable, but which actually has a long history in Halloween folklore. Traditionally, young women would go blindfolded into a garden at midnight and pull up the first cabbage they encountered. The size, shape, and amount of dirt clinging to its roots were said to predict the appearance and wealth of their future spouse. A large cabbage with lots of dirt attached meant a tall, wealthy husband. A small, clean cabbage suggested something rather less impressive. Mrs. Ashford, lacking both a garden and midnight timing, has adapted this tradition in a characteristically Victorian way. She's brought in several cabbages of varying sizes and had them arranged on a table in the back parlour. Young women take turns being blindfolded and led to the table, where they must select a cabbage by touch alone. The ensuing predictions about future spouses, based on whether they've chosen a large or small cabbage, a leafy or compact one, provide much amusement. But perhaps the most intriguing divination of the evening involves something called the 3 bowls, or the 3 dishes. Mrs. Ashford has arranged 3 identical bowls on a side table, covering them with cloth napkins so their contents aren't visible. 1 bowl contains clean water, 1 contains dirty water, and 1 is empty. Each person who wishes to try their luck must close their eyes and choose a bowl, dipping their fingers into it or finding it empty. Clean water predicts marriage to someone pure and virtuous. Dirty water suggests marriage to a widow or widower, someone who's already been through one relationship. An empty bowl means no marriage in the coming year. It's all quite solemn and serious until someone gets the dirty water and everyone dissolves into laughter at the thought of this person's supposed romantic future. These divinations, silly as they might seem, touch on something deeply human, our desire to know what's coming, to have some sense of control over our futures. The Victorians might have dismissed these practices as mere superstition, but they participated in them with genuine enthusiasm. There's something comforting about the idea that the universe might drop hints about what's ahead, even if those hints come in the form of apple peels and exploding hazelnuts. Between these various games, people mingle and chat, helping themselves to refreshments that Mrs. Ashford has laid out on the dining room table. There are more apples, of course, along with nuts to crack, seed cake, gingerbread, and a large bowl of punch made with apples and spices. The food is substantial but not elaborate. Halloween wasn't an occasion for formal dining. The younger guests are particularly animated, their earlier reserve melting away as the evening progresses and the games become more absurd. There's something about shared silliness that breaks down social barriers, even Victorian ones. When you've just watched someone you barely know stick their face in a tub of water trying to catch an apple, certain formalities seem less important. The older guests watch these proceedings with what appears to be indulgent amusement, though you suspect that some of them are remembering their own youthful Halloween parties, their own attempts at divination, and their own hopes and fears about the future. The games might be silly, but the feelings they address, the desire for love, for security, for some glimpse of what tomorrow might bring, these are universal and timeless. As the evening deepens and the coal fire burns lower, Mrs. Ashford begins to shift the mood. The active games give way to something quieter but potentially more powerful, the telling of ghost stories. This transition is managed skillfully. The lamps are turned down even further, making the shadows in the corners of the room seem to expand and grow more substantial. Fresh coal is added to the fire, which responds with blue flames that cast an eerie, flickering light across the assembled faces. People draw their chairs closer together, forming a more intimate circle. The temperature in the room drops slightly as the fire rebuilds and more than one person pulls their shawl or jacket a bit tighter. Ghost stories had become tremendously popular in Victorian times, and Halloween provided the perfect excuse to indulge. In this particular form of entertainment, the stories served multiple purposes. They were thrilling without being truly frightening. They provided a way to discuss death and the afterlife in an acceptable social context, and they allowed people to experience fear in a controlled, safe environment. Mrs. Ashford begins with a relatively mild tale, something about a spectral hitchhiker on a country road who vanishes before reaching his destination. It's a classic ghost story structure: mysterious stranger, helpful gesture, supernatural revelation, and everyone listens with the kind of polite attention that educated Victorians brought to most social activities. But as she tells the story, something interesting happens. The listeners begin to lean forward, drawn into the narrative despite themselves. Mrs. Ashford is a good storyteller, knowing when to pause, when to lower her voice, and when to inject a sudden detail that makes people jump. She's not just reciting a tale, she's creating an experience, using her voice and the atmosphere of the room to transport her audience into the story's world. When she finishes, there's a moment of silence, that particular quality of silence that follows a well-told story when people are still half inhabiting its reality. Then someone else volunteers to share a story they've heard about a haunted house in their hometown, where lights appear in windows of long-abandoned rooms. The stories continue, each person who speaks adding their own contribution to the evening's entertainment. Some tales are clearly borrowed from books or magazines. Victorian periodicals were full of ghost stories, and educated people read widely. Others claim to be true events that happened to a friend of a friend, that classic framework of urban legends. A few stories are local traditions tied to specific places or historical events. What's striking about these Victorian ghost stories is their restraint compared to modern horror. There are no graphic descriptions of violence, no gore, and no emphasis on physical terror. Instead, the stories rely on atmosphere, suggestion, and psychological unease. A mysterious figure glimpsed at twilight. A cold spot in a warm room. A feeling of being watched. These subtle touches create more lasting discomfort than any amount of explicit horror. One gentleman tells a story about a house where a clock in a sealed room continues to chime the hours, even though nobody has wound it for decades. The clock belonged to a man who died there, and it supposedly marks the hours of his restless spirit's nightly wanderings. It's not a particularly frightening story, but something about the image of that clock chiming in darkness, keeping time for someone who's beyond time, sends a little shiver through the room. A young woman contributes a tale about a mirror that won't, reflects certain people, those who are marked for death within the year. She tells it well, with just the right amount of hesitation, as if she's not quite sure whether she should be sharing this particular story. When she finishes, you notice that several people unconsciously avoid looking at the mirrors in the room. Between stories, the fire crackles and settles, sending up occasional sparks. The candles have burned lower, their flames growing smaller and more unstable. Outside, you can hear the wind picking up, rustling through the autumn leaves and occasionally causing a branch to scratch against the window. These ambient sounds become part of the storytelling experience, natural sound effects that enhance the atmosphere. Mrs. Ashford steers the selection carefully, making sure that nobody tells anything too frightening or too dark. There are boundaries even for Halloween. Certain subjects are simply not discussed in polite company, and graphic or deeply disturbing content would be considered in poor taste. The stories should create a pleasant frisson of unease, not genuine terror or distress. The storytelling also provides an opportunity for people to demonstrate their education and cultural knowledge. References to Shakespeare's ghosts, to classical mythology, and to contemporary literature, these all indicate that the speaker is well-read and cultured. Ghost stories in Victorian parlours were as much about displaying refinement as they were about scaring people. As the night wears on and the stories continue, something subtle happens to the atmosphere in the room. The repeated invocation of ghosts and spirits and the emphasis on the supernatural and the uncanny create a kind of consensual haunting. Even though nobody literally believes in the stories being told, the collective imagination of the group gives them a kind of reality. The shadows in the corners feel more watchful, and the creaks of the old house more significant. This is what the Victorians understood about Halloween. That atmosphere and imagination could create experiences that felt meaningful, even if they weren't literally true. By gathering together in a candlelit room and telling stories of ghosts and spirits, they were participating in a tradition that connected them to their ancestors, while also creating a shared moment of controlled wonder. As the evening at Mrs. Ashford's party continues, with the fire burning low and the candles guttering in their holders, it's worth pausing to consider what all this actually meant to the Victorians themselves. Why did respectable, rational people gather in parlours to bob for apples and tell ghost stories? What were they really celebrating on Halloween night? On the surface, it's tempting to dismiss Victorian Halloween as mere entertainment. Parlour games to pass a long October evening, nothing more significant than an evening of cards or charades. But if you look more closely, these Halloween traditions served deeper purposes in Victorian society. First and foremost, Halloween provided a sanctioned opportunity to acknowledge death and the supernatural in a culture that was simultaneously obsessed with and terrified of both topics. The Victorian era was marked by high mortality rates, particularly among children and young adults. Death was a constant presence in people's lives, yet social conventions demanded that grief be expressed in highly controlled, ritualized ways. You mourned according to strict rules about clothing, behaviour and duration. Genuine emotional expression was often seen as a dangerous loss of control. Halloween offered a release valve for these suppressed anxieties. By framing death and spirits as folklore and entertainment, the Victorians could engage with their fears in a way that felt safe and socially acceptable. The ghost stories weren't really frightening. They were thrilling. The divination games weren't really about controlling fate. They were just fun. This distancing mechanism allowed people to touch on difficult subjects without having to directly confront their genuine terror of loss and mortality. Secondly, Halloween maintained a connection to agricultural rhythms and seasonal cycles that was rapidly disappearing in industrializing Britain. As more people moved to cities and worked in factories and offices, The direct relationship with nature that had governed human life for millennia was breaking down. You no longer planted and harvested according to the seasons. You worked the same hours in the same building regardless of whether it was spring or winter. Halloween, with its emphasis on autumn harvest symbols. Apples, nuts, late vegetables reminded people that human life was still fundamentally tied to natural cycles. The holiday marked the transition between the abundance of harvest and the scarcity of winter. A transition that might not matter as much when you buy your food from shops rather than growing it yourself, but which still resonates on some deeper level. The fortune-telling games, meanwhile, addressed a peculiarly Victorian anxiety about the future, particularly regarding marriage and social status. For young women especially, marriage was the single most important event that would shape their entire lives. A good marriage meant security, respectability, and the possibility of happiness. A bad marriage or no marriage at all could mean poverty, social marginalisation, and dependence on relatives who might resent the burden. Yet despite marriage's enormous importance, young people had relatively little control over their romantic fates. Courtship was heavily supervised, social mixing was limited by class boundaries, and parental approval was essential. In this context, divination games offered a fantasy of control, the idea that you might glimpse your future or influence your fate through symbolic actions. It didn't matter that nobody really believed apple peels could predict initials, or that nuts in fire revealed compatibility. The games provided a language for hopes that couldn't be directly expressed. Halloween also served as what anthropologists might call a ritual of inversion, a sanctioned time when normal rules could be temporarily relaxed. On ordinary evenings, young women didn't kneel on the floor with their faces in tubs of water while everyone watched. People didn't sit in darkened rooms trying to summon visions in mirrors. These activities involved a degree of undignified behaviour and superstitious practice that would have been embarrassing on any other night. But on Halloween, such things were acceptable, even expected, because they were traditional. This temporary loosening of normal constraints served an important social function. It allowed people to blow off steam, to be slightly silly, and to interact across social boundaries that usually remained firmly in place. The young woman who successfully caught an apple could laugh and be congratulated by people who would normally maintain a more formal distance. The gentleman who told a particularly effective ghost story earned admiration regardless of his exact position in the social hierarchy. For the Victorians, Halloween also represented continuity with the past at a time of rapid change. Britain in the late 19th century was transforming almost beyond recognition. Railways had revolutionised transportation, telegraphs had changed communication, and photography had altered how people understood images and memory. Traditional crafts were being replaced by factory production, and old social hierarchies were being challenged by new wealth from industry and trade. In this context of constant change, Halloween offered connection to something older and more stable. These were the same games that grandparents had played, the same stories that had been told for generations. The traditions linked Victorians to their ancestors and provided a sense of continuity in a world that often seemed to be spinning into unfamiliar territory. There's also something to be said for the communal aspect of Victorian Halloween. In an era before radio, television, or the internet, entertainment was something you created yourself, usually with others. A Halloween party brought people together in shared activity. Not just passive consumption of entertainment created by others, but active participation in games, storytelling, and tradition. Everyone contributed to the evening's success. Everyone had a role to play. This communal creation of entertainment fostered social bonds in ways that individual consumption of mass media never quite could. When you'd watch someone struggle to catch an apple, listen to them tell a ghost story, and participated with them in divination games, you'd shared experiences that created genuine connection. You'd seen them in moments of silliness and seriousness, competence and clumsiness. These shared moments built the social fabric that held communities together. The spiritual dimension of Halloween, though often downplayed in respectable Victorian society, hadn't entirely disappeared. While middle-class urbanites might have dismissed literal belief in ghosts and spirits, there remained a sense that Halloween was a thin time, when the boundary between worlds became permeable. This wasn't necessarily frightening. It could also be comforting, a time when departed loved ones might feel closer, when the dead weren't entirely lost but somehow still part of the family. Victorian culture's elaborate mourning practices reflected the central place of death in daily life. People wore mourning clothes for years after a loss, kept locks of hair from the deceased, and took photographs of dead children posed as if sleeping. Halloween, with its acknowledgement that the dead might somehow still be present, fit into this broader cultural framework of maintaining connections with those who had passed on. Back in Mrs. Ashford's parlour, the evening is reaching its natural conclusion. The fire has burned down to glowing coals, the candles are mere stubs, and several of the oil lamps have been extinguished entirely. The room is darker now than it was hours ago, the shadows deeper and more assertive. The storytelling has wound down, and people sit quietly, some still absorbed in the mood created by the tales, others chatting in low voices about less supernatural topics. Someone suggests one final divination, something to end the evening on an appropriately mysterious note. Mrs. Ashford nods and produces a key, an old-fashioned iron key, the kind that might unlock a trunk or an ancient door. She explains the tradition. At midnight on Halloween, you take a key and hold it over your left shoulder while looking into a mirror. If you're destined to have your heart's desire granted in the coming year, you'll see the key's reflection clearly. If the reflection is blurred or distorted, challenges lie ahead. It's nearly midnight now, the mantel clock shows 5 minutes to 12, and the timing feels almost orchestrated, though of course Mrs. Ashford has been subtly steering the evening toward this moment. Someone dims the remaining lamps even further, until the room is lit almost entirely by the dying fire and a few candles. As midnight approaches, you can feel the tension building. It's absurd, really. Nobody actually believes that the position of clock hands has any mystical significance, that midnight is somehow more supernatural than any other time. Yet in this darkened room, after hours of ghost stories and divination games, after the repeated invocation of spirits and supernatural forces, midnight feels genuinely significant. The clock begins to chime, its mechanism producing that particular resonant sound that old clocks have, not the electronic beep of modern timepieces, but a genuine bell being struck. Each chime seems to hang in the air before fading, and nobody speaks while the clock completes its 12 strokes. In the silence following the final chime, someone holds the key over their shoulder and looks into the mirror. The candlelight catches the metal, making the reflection shimmer and dance. Is it clear? Is it distorted? In this lighting, it's impossible to say definitively, and that ambiguity is perfect. The person lowers the key and turns away from the mirror, smiling enigmatically, and others take their turns. What's interesting is how seriously people take this final divination. Even after hours of laughing at similar practices, there's something about midnight, about that moment when one day officially becomes another, that feels liminal and significant. For just a moment in that darkened room with shadows pressing close, it's possible to believe, or at least to suspend disbelief, in the idea that the universe might offer glimpses of what's to come. But the moment passes, as such moments always do. Someone makes a joke, breaking the tension. The lamps are turned up slightly. Mrs. Ashford begins to move about the room, subtly signalling that the evening is drawing to a close. Guests stir and stretch, beginning the social dance of departure that Victorian etiquette demanded. Coats are retrieved from wherever they were stored. Goodbyes are said with the appropriate level of formality. Thanks to the hostess for a delightful evening, compliments on the refreshments, and expressions of hope that they'll meet again soon. The guests who live nearby begin to depart, wrapping scarves against the October night and stepping out into darkness that now seems less mysterious and more simply cold. As you prepare to leave, you take one last look at the parlour. The turnip lanterns have burned out, their candles reduced to puddles of wax. The decorative autumn leaves look wilted and slightly sad in the dim light. The bowls of apples have been depleted, the nuts are scattered. The room, which seemed so enchanted earlier, now just looks like someone's parlour after a party, slightly messy, dimly lit, with that particular emptiness that spaces have when people have left them, but the memory of the evening will linger. Later, when you're walking home through dark streets lit only by occasional gas lamps, you might find yourself thinking about those ghost stories. When you pass a mirror, you might remember that tradition about seeing faces over your shoulder. When you eat an apple, you might recall the laughter and splashing of the snap apple game. This is what Victorian Halloween created. Not lasting terror or genuine supernatural experience, but a gentle enchantment that coloured ordinary things with a bit of mystery. For one evening, the respectable middle class allowed themselves to play with superstition, to tell stories about ghosts, and to pretend that hazelnuts and apple peels might reveal the future, and in doing so they created moments of community, connection, and carefully controlled wonder. If you could return to Mrs. Ashford's house the next morning, you'd find a very different scene. Daylight streaming through the windows that seemed so mysterious last night. The maid bustled about, clearing away the remains of the party, sweeping up nutshells and apple seeds. The parlour was being restored to its usual Victorian order, with all those decorative leaves and autumn touches being carefully packed away for another year. Mrs. Ashford herself might be at the breakfast table, reading the morning newspaper and thinking about thank you notes she'll need to write to guests who brought contributions to the party. The enchantment of Halloween has evaporated with the morning light, and life has returned to its ordinary rhythms of calling cards and household management and social obligations. But something has shifted, even if it's subtle. The guests who attended last night will remember the evening, not every detail perhaps, but the feeling of it. They'll mention it to friends who weren't there, perhaps exaggerating slightly how frightening the ghost stories were or how accurate the divination seemed. They'll tuck the memory away, and years later they might tell their own children or grandchildren about Halloween parties they attended when they were young. This is how traditions survive and evolve, not through any grand preservation effort, but through people enjoying them, remembering them and passing them along. The Victorian Halloween party, with all its games and divinations and ghost stories, was itself a link in a long chain stretching back to Celtic Samhain and forward to the Halloween you know today. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps pulling your blanket a bit closer, let's trace how those Victorian parlour games and fireside stories evolved into the Halloween you recognise today. It's a fascinating journey that crosses an ocean and transforms a relatively quiet celebration into a major commercial holiday. When Irish and Scottish immigrants came to America in the 19th century, they brought Halloween traditions with them. The fortune-telling games, the apple bobbing, the emphasis on autumn harvest, all of these travelled across the Atlantic and found new expression in the New World. But America's frontier spirit and entrepreneurial energy would transform these traditions in ways the Victorians might have found startling. The first major American transformation was the emphasis on community celebration rather than private parties. In rural America, Halloween became an occasion for barn dances and town gatherings, events that brought together much larger groups than could fit in a Victorian parlour. This shift from intimate to communal changed the nature of the celebration. The subtle atmosphere that Mrs. Ashford worked so hard to create, that careful balance of light and shadow, the quiet storytelling, the controlled sense of mystery, was harder to maintain in a barn full of neighbours. American Halloween also became more mischievous. Young people, particularly boys, took to playing pranks on Halloween night, tipping over outhouses, soaping windows and moving farm equipment. This trick element would eventually evolve into the trick-or-treat tradition, but in its early form it was less about candy and more about sanctioned minor vandalism. The Victorians would have been appalled. Halloween pranks violated their sense of proper behaviour and respect for property, but Americans seemed to view them as harmless fun. The costume element, which was relatively minor in Victorian celebrations, exploded in America. Where Victorians might have worn simple masks or modest costumes for their parlour games, American Halloween embraced elaborate disguises. By the early 20th century, costume parties were becoming standard, with people dressing as everything from ghosts and witches to contemporary celebrities and comic characters. This shift toward costumes changed Halloween's nature fundamentally. The holiday became less about divination and connection to the past and more about fantasy and play acting. Instead of trying to glimpse the future or contact spirits, people were creating alternate identities for themselves. It was still about transformation and mystery, but in a more theatrical, less spiritual way. The commercialization of Halloween began in earnest in the early 20th century. Manufacturers recognized a market opportunity and began producing Halloween-specific products: decorated paper goods, costumes, and candy. What had been a homemade celebration using seasonal materials, those turnip lanterns, autumn leaves, and apples from your own trees, became something you could buy at a store. This commercialization accelerated dramatically after World War II. Trick-or-treating, which had existed in various forms for decades, became standardized and widespread. Candy companies promoted their products specifically for Halloween. Costume manufacturers churned out ready-made outfits. Department stores created Halloween sections. The holiday was becoming an industry. But here's what's interesting. Even as Halloween became commercialized and transformed, some of those Victorian elements persisted. Apple bobbing, though less common now, is still recognized as a Halloween game. Ghost stories and scary movies have become central to October entertainment. The emphasis on autumn decorations, pumpkins, cornstalks, and autumn leaves continues the Victorian tradition of marking the season's change. The divination element has mostly disappeared, though you can still find articles about Halloween, fortune-telling traditions. Modern people are less interested in learning who they'll marry and more focused on candy and costumes. But the impulse behind those Victorian games, the desire to mark time passing, to acknowledge mystery and uncertainty, hasn't entirely vanished. It's just been channeled into different forms. The ghost story tradition, particularly, has proven remarkably durable. Victorian fireside tales evolved into pulp magazine stories, then radio plays, then horror movies and TV shows. Every October, people seek out scary content, not because they genuinely believe in the supernatural, but for that same reason the Victorians told ghost stories, to experience controlled fear, to touch on darker themes while remaining safe. Even the timing of Halloween has Victorian roots. The date was fixed long before Victoria's reign, of course, but the Victorian emphasis on October 31st as the primary Halloween celebration, rather than the extended period from October 31st through November 2nd that Catholic tradition observed, shaped how modern America celebrates. We focus on that single night, that one evening of costumes and candy and spookiness, rather than a longer period of remembering the dead. The Victorian influence also persists in Halloween's aesthetic. Those rich autumn colours, deep oranges, burgundies and browns, come directly from Victorian decorative traditions. The emphasis on candlelight and atmospheric lighting echoes those dimly lit parlours. Even the modern plastic decorations with their stylised witches and ghosts and black cats reference imagery that became codified during the Victorian era. What's been mostly lost, though, is the intimacy and subtlety of Victorian Halloween. Modern celebrations tend towards spectacle and excess. Huge animatronic decorations, elaborate haunted houses and vast quantities of candy. The Victorian emphasis on suggestion over statement, on creating atmosphere through careful detail rather than overwhelming the senses, that's largely disappeared. We've also lost the social function that Victorian Halloween served. Those parlour games brought people together in shared activity and created moments of genuine interaction and community. Modern Halloween, for all its popularity, tends to be more passive. You watch scary movies rather than telling stories to each other. You buy costumes rather than creating them with friends. You eat candy alone rather than playing games that require coordination and cooperation. But perhaps that's changing. In recent years, there's been a revival of interest in what you might call artisanal Halloween. People creating elaborate homemade decorations, hosting themed parties with vintage games, and seeking out authentic Victorian Halloween traditions. It's a small movement, mostly among people who find modern commercial Halloween unsatisfying, but it suggests that something about those Victorian practices still resonates. What the Victorians understood, and what modern Halloween sometimes forgets, is that the best celebrations engage imagination rather than simply overwhelming the senses. A turnip lantern with a single candle flickering in darkness creates a more genuine atmosphere than an expensive animatronic decoration. A well-told ghost story around a fire affects people more deeply than a gory horror movie. Simple divination games, invested with meaning by the participants, create more authentic moments than elaborate party entertainment. As we near the end of our exploration, it's worth considering what we might learn from Victorian Halloween, not to recreate it exactly, but to understand what made it effective and meaningful in ways that modern celebrations sometimes aren't. The Victorian approach to Halloween was fundamentally about creating atmosphere rather than purchasing it. Mrs. Ashford didn't buy her decorations from a Halloween store. She used what was available: autumn leaves, apples, candles, and fabric. The limitation forced creativity, but it also created authenticity. Her decorations weren't generic Halloween images mass-produced in factories. They were specific to her home, her region, and her autumn. This DIY approach meant that preparing for Halloween was itself part of the celebration. Gathering autumn leaves, carving turnip lanterns, and planning games and divination. These activities built anticipation and involvement in ways that opening a package of store-bought decorations never quite can. The preparation was participatory rather than transactional. The Victorian emphasis on subtlety over spectacle also has something to teach us. They understood that darkness makes light more precious, that silence amplifies sound, and that suggestion is often more powerful than explicit display. A shadow in a darkened corner is scarier than a plastic skeleton, precisely because your imagination fills in the details. A whispered ghost story affects you more deeply than a loud, gory movie, because you have to lean in, pay attention, and engage actively with the narrative. Victorian Halloween was also fundamentally social in ways that modern celebrations often aren't. Everything happened together, in shared space, with everyone participating. You didn't retreat to separate screens or separate activities. The games required interaction. Someone had to hold the mirror, someone had to judge the apple bobbing, and someone had to tell stories while others listened. This forced togetherness created genuine community. The fortune-telling element, while we might not believe in it literally, served an important purpose. It gave people permission to voice hopes and fears that were otherwise difficult to express. The young woman wondering about her future could externalize that anxiety through apple peels and nut behavior, rather than having to speak directly about her worries. The games created a language for discussing difficult topics. This indirect approach to serious subjects might actually be something worth recovering. We tend to value directness and explicit communication, but sometimes metaphor and symbol allow us to approach truths that direct statement makes too raw or overwhelming. Halloween divination gave the Victorians a way to think about death, change, and uncertain futures without having to confront those realities head-on. The Victorian integration of Halloween with natural rhythms and seasonal change is particularly relevant now when climate change is disrupting the very seasons these traditions were built around. The emphasis on harvest, on the transition from abundance to scarcity, on preparation for winter, these connected people to ecological realities that we often ignore in our climate-controlled, always available food, modern world. Perhaps most importantly, Victorian Halloween maintained a balance between playfulness and reverence, between treating traditions as mere entertainment and taking them too seriously. The Victorians could participate in divination games without literally believing they worked, tell ghost stories without actually thinking ghosts walked abroad, and engage with supernatural themes while remaining fundamentally rational. They held multiple perspectives simultaneously: skepticism and wonder, reason and imagination, modern science and ancient folklore. This ability to engage with traditions symbolically rather than literally is increasingly rare in our polarized age, where we tend to sort everything into either literally true and therefore important, or provably false and therefore meaningless. The Victorians understood that something could be symbolically true and meaningful without being literally factual, that Halloween divinations didn't actually predict the future, didn't make them worthless. They served social and psychological functions that had real value. As you sit here, perhaps noticing that your tea has gone cold, or that you've pulled your blanket up almost to your chin, imagine one final scene with me. It's the deep hours of the night after Mrs. Ashford's party. All the guests have departed, and the house has settled into silence. In the parlour, a single coal in the fireplace still glows faintly, not producing much heat but maintaining a tiny point of light in the darkness. The turnip lanterns have burned out completely. The decorations look tired and slightly forlorn. The room smells of candle wax and coal smoke, apples and old fabric. Mrs. Ashford, before retiring to bed, does one final walk through the space. She adjusts a picture frame that's slightly askew, picks up a forgotten handkerchief, and makes sure the fire screen is properly positioned. She pauses for a moment, looking around at the dim parlour, probably thinking about the evening's success or failure, mentally noting what worked well and what she might change next year. Then she extinguishes the final lamp and leaves the room to darkness. The house creaks and settles around her as she climbs the stairs to bed. Outside, the October night is quiet except for wind in the trees and the occasional distant bark of a dog. The thin veil between worlds, if it was ever truly thin, has closed again. Halloween is over for another year, but something lingers. In the minds of the guests walking home or already lying in their beds, memories of the evening persist. A particularly effective ghost story keeps replaying. The image of a face in candlelight, eyes wide while holding that key over a shoulder. The taste of apples and the feel of cold water during Snap Apple. These sensory memories will fade over time, but they'll leave traces contributing to each person's understanding of what autumn means, what mystery feels like, and how community forms and reforms through shared ritual. This is the real legacy of Victorian Halloween, not the specific games or traditions which have mostly faded or transformed beyond recognition, but the understanding that certain times of year call for certain kinds of attention, that the transition from one season to another deserves acknowledgement, that gathering together in shared activity creates bonds that persist beyond the gathering itself, That a well-told story around a fire does something to the human soul that watching a screen alone can never quite replicate. The Victorians, for all their stuffiness and their excessive furniture and their social rigidity, understood something about celebration that we've partially lost. They knew that the best festivities engage people rather than just entertaining them. They created experiences rather than consuming them. They used what was at hand rather than buying what was marketed to them. As you prepare to drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of Victorian parlours, of candlelit shadows and apple bobbing, of hushed ghost stories and mysterious mirrors, or perhaps you'll dream of something else entirely, your own memories, your own autumn evenings, your own celebrations with their own meanings. But maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up tomorrow with a slightly different sense of what celebration could be. Not just buying decorations and candy, not just passive entertainment, but the creation of atmosphere and meaning through attention and intention. Victorian Halloween wasn't perfect, nothing human ever is, but it had a gentle magic that's worth remembering. The thin veil between worlds that the Celts believed in wasn't just about spirits and the afterlife. It was also about the veil between past and present, between what was and what is. Every time we engage with tradition, really engage with it, understanding its origins and meanings, we thin that veil a little. We connect with the people who came before us, who celebrated in their own ways for their own reasons, but who shared our fundamental human need for ritual, community, and a touch of mystery. So as you close your eyes and let sleep take you, remember Mrs. Ashford's parlour. Remember the glow of the coal fire and the flicker of candlelight. Remember the laughter during Snap-Apple and the hush during ghost stories. Remember the smell of autumn leaves and burning wax. Remember that once upon a time, not so very long ago, people gathered in comfortable rooms to play gentle games about the future and tell quiet stories about the past. And perhaps next autumn, when October winds are rattling the windows and leaves are drifting down from the trees, you might try lighting a candle instead of turning on all the lights. You might tell a story instead of turning on a screen. You might bob for apples or throw apple peels over your shoulder, or sit in the dark with friends and let imagination work its subtle magic. The Victorians are long gone, their parlours dismantled or converted to other uses, their elaborate social rules abandoned, their stuffed furniture mostly consigned to antique shops. But the understanding at the heart of their Halloween celebrations that mystery and community and seasonal awareness matter, that atmosphere and attention can create enchantment, that sometimes the old ways knew something worth preserving, that understanding is still available to us if we care to reach for it. Sleep well, and let the gentle ghosts of Victorian Halloween's past keep watch over your dreams. They're harmless spirits, these. Not frightening but friendly, not threatening but comforting. They whisper of autumn evenings and firelight, of laughter and shadows, of that perfect balance between playfulness and reverence that made Victorian Halloween something special. The coal in Mrs. Ashford's fireplace has finally gone dark, but its warmth lingers in memory. And that perhaps is the best kind of warmth, the kind that persists long after the fire itself has burned out, the kind that can be rekindled whenever we remember and honour the traditions that shaped us. Imagine this. It's 2 a.m. and you're in bed staring at the ceiling like it owes you money. Your brain is helpfully playing back that awful thing you said in 2003. 30,000 years ago, nevertheless, your ancestor Grok was cutting logs so quietly that surrounding mastodons employed him as a white noise machine. What is going on? How did we go from sleeping like newborns enveloped in enormous fur to tossing and turning like squirrels on coffee? The answer, my friend who is always exhausted, is buried deeper than your phone charger under the couch cushions. Our predecessors who lived in caves didn't just fall asleep perfectly. They had a full technique that would make current sleep experts cry with jealousy. In their perspective, darkness meant darkness, not "let me check Instagram one more time" darkness. Their bodies processed the message more quickly than a teenager who'd just been grounded at dusk. But this is where it gets fascinating. These weren't just individuals who lived in caves. They were the consequence of millions of years of evolution making the perfect slumber machine. Every instinct, every biological mechanism, and every little thing they did every day was set up to help them obtain the kind of sleep that would make a spa jealous. Think about what you usually do at night. You might be reading news that makes you mistrust mankind, eating dinner beneath strong fluorescent lights that might land a plane, and then wondering why your brain won't stop when you finally go to bed. On the other hand, your Neanderthal ancestor was winding down as naturally as leaves dropping from a tree in the fall. As actual darkness, the type that engulfed everything whole, spread over their world, their bodies began to release melatonin, which is like a perfectly timed sleeping pill. They had no blue light to disrupt their internal clock, no emails to spike their cortisol levels at night, and no neighbour's leaf blower at dawn to wake them up. The reality is that we've been recklessly attempting to sleep, and the results have been disastrous. But before you go looking for a cave on Zillow, let's take a closer look at what made these Stone Age sleepers so successful. There are secrets hidden in their modest way of living that could turn your restless evenings into the calm sleep you've always wanted. It wasn't just one item that they were hiding, it was everything. Everything about their lives was ideally set up for deep, restful slumber, from how they ate to how they walked, and from the air they inhaled to the sounds they heard. They lived in unison with rhythms that we have long since forgotten. So take a seat, unwind, and journey back to a time when falling asleep was as effortless as breathing. You might find that the answer to your sleep troubles in the present has been there all along. It's not your fault that your internal clock is suffering an identity crisis. Not completely, though. You have a small group of cells located deep in your brain, which we can refer to as your internal timekeeper. This group has been having the biological equivalent of a tantrum for decades. Over millions of years, this small timekeeper learned to respond to one basic signal: light and dark. This technique worked like a Swiss watch, built of starlight and common sense for your Neanderthal ancestors. Their internal alarm clock softly woke them up when the sun came up. When it got dark, the evening show started and it made them less alert, like a theatre gently lowering the house lights. But this is when things get deliciously ironic. We are so excellent at manipulating our surroundings that we have unintentionally waged war on our own nature. Your ancestor glanced up at the stars and felt their body getting ready to sleep. You glance up at the ceiling of your bedroom, which is lit up by 17 different electrical devices, and you wonder why you feel like a vampire in a tanning bed. The plot goes further than you might realise. That LED streetlight outside your window that looks harmless? At 11 p.m, it's sending out blue light at wavelengths that your brain reads as "Wake up, the sun is rising." Your phone, tablet, laptop, and even your microwave's digital clock are all part of this scheme to keep you awake. Scientists today call the natural light-dark cycle what cave dwellers lived by, but they didn't need a fancy name for it. They just called it Tuesday. The warm, steady light of daybreak marked the start of their days. The dazzling, complete spectrum of midday sun marked the peak, while the deep orange and crimson hues of sunset marked the end. Their brains were already 3 steps ahead by the time real darkness came, sending sleepy time hormones into their bodies. You wake up to fake light, spend 8 hours at work under fluorescent lights that would make a vampire squint, drive home in traffic while looking at LED headlights, and then spend the evening in front of a screen before bed. It's like giving your internal clock a continuous diet of junk food, and then being surprised when it's confused. But the real kicker is, not only was your predecessor's sleep deeper, but it was also more flexible. Researchers term what they did segmented sleep. They would wake up in the middle of the night for an hour or 2 of calm wakefulness before going back to sleep. This wasn't sleeplessness. It was how people slept for thousands of years. At these nocturnal breaks, they might tend to the fire, talk quietly, or just lie still in the dark. They didn't have to worry about getting back to sleep, check the time, or wonder if they would be tired the next day. They had entire faith in their body, just like you do in gravity. Your brain still wants to follow these old patterns, but modern life continues getting in the way of the dialogue between your biology and the natural environment. Every artificial light, every late-night notification, and every just one more episode is like static on the radio frequency that your forefathers used to sleep like champions. Your caveman ancestor would be shocked to learn that you worry about things that haven't happened yet, might not happen, and perhaps aren't even feasible. Grok's stress management approach was also basic. When the saber-toothed tiger was gone, so was the stress. Your ancestor's nervous system worked like a smoke detector that was correctly set up. Is there a real danger? All systems are go and adrenaline is pumping like a fire hose. Is the danger over? The system is reset back to normal and ready for a lovely snooze by the fire. Your neurological system, however, perceives your morning commute, job deadline, and the strange noise from your automobile as equally significant as a charging rhinoceros. You didn't do anything wrong, it's just the price we pay for having minds that can think about problems that might happen in the future. But here's what's keeping you up at night. Your stress response system doesn't know that most of the threats you face every day aren't genuinely life or death circumstances. Stress hormones are released by your body for everything from giving a presentation at work to being late for dinner. These molecules are the enemies of calm sleep. Cortisol, your main stress hormone, was meant to wake you up and keep you attentive in real crises. Don't sleep now, a tiger is nearby, was what a surge in cortisol signalled in prehistoric times. These days, cortisol levels go up when your internet is slow, your employer sends you a strange email, or you remember that you forgot to defrost dinner. Your body can't detect the difference between a real threat and the annoying sound of your neighbour's wind chimes at 6 a.m. But this is where life as a caveman gets extremely desirable. Their stress was largely physical, happened right away, and didn't last long. Get rid of the predator, get food, and go away from the storm. Problem solved, stress gone, time to sleep. Your stress is mental and continual, and there is no apparent way to fix it. How do you beat global warming or job insecurity? You can't really fight your mortgage payment and win. Your forebears possess something we don't have anymore, the ability to relieve tension by being very tired. They were really ready to rest after a day of hunting, gathering, building, and staying alive. They didn't need to wind down because they were already there. In contrast, you spend much of your day in meetings, staring at screens, and utilising your mind more than your body. Your mind is fried by the evening, but your body hasn't really done anything. Researchers who study sleep call this the tired but wired phenomenon. Your brain is tired from taking in information, making choices and dealing with stress, but your body hasn't had the physical release that makes you sleepy. It's like revving the engine of a car while it's still in park. Lots of energy, but no place to go. People who lived in caves also lived in small, close-knit groups, where they could express their worries and get help all the time. Everyone in the clan knew about Grok's disastrous mammoth hunt, offered to aid, and then went on. You can spend hours going over a poor day at work in your thoughts, letting your stress build up like a mental pot roast. The funny thing is that the stress response system of our ancestors is still in charge of your body today, but the challenges it is trying to solve are very different. Your fight or flight response is great for coping with immediate physical dangers, but not for the slow burn anxiety of modern life that follows you to bed and whispers delicious nightmares in your ear. The way you feel about eating influences your sleep in ways that would make a caveman scratch his head in confusion. While you enjoy a bowl of sugary cereal late at night and ponder why you remain wide awake, your ancestor was likely 3 hours into REM sleep. They knew something we've forgotten. What, when, and how much you eat directly affects how well you sleep. Cave dwellers didn't eat snacks late at night since they didn't stay up late like we do. Their eating habits were in line with natural rhythms that helped them sleep well. They ate their biggest meal during the day, when their digestive fires were at their hottest, and then naturally fasted from sunset to sunrise. Not because some health guru instructed them to, but because that was when food was available and their systems could handle it best. This natural meal plan fit their circadian clocks wonderfully. When they needed digestive enzymes, their bodies made them. When it came time to sleep and repair, their systems stopped digesting food. It was like a perfectly choreographed dance between their gut and their head, with each partner knowing when to lead and when to follow. Now, let's talk about what they ate and what you probably have in your kitchen right now. They didn't eat any processed meals, refined sugars, or unnatural ingredients that can mess with how your brain works. No late-night ice cream that makes your blood sugar go up and down just as you're attempting to fall asleep. No energy drinks that make you crash from caffeine at night. No snacks that have been processed and are full of chemicals that your great-great-grandmother wouldn't know are food. Instead, they ate items that help them sleep, like nuts high in magnesium, fish high in omega-3 fatty acids, and seasonal fruits that included natural sugars and fibre to keep their blood sugar levels stable. They didn't require melatonin pills because the food they ate naturally had components that helped them sleep. They didn't require magnesium supplements because they got enough minerals from their food that helped their muscles relax and their nerves calm down. But here's the truly interesting part. They did what we now call chrononutrition without even knowing it had a name. Their bodies were organically adapted to eat foods that gave them the energy they needed each day. Morning foods woke them up. Afternoon foods kept them energized, and evening foods, when available, helped them sleep. Your current eating routine, on the other hand, is like a jazz band that can't agree on what music to play. You might miss breakfast, drink a sugary coffee drink in the middle of the morning, have lunch at your desk while worrying about deadlines, mindlessly nibble all afternoon, and then eat your biggest meal right before bed while watching Netflix. Your digestive system doesn't know if it should be speeding up or slowing down. Eating late at night is especially detrimental for the quality of your sleep. When you eat close to bed, your body has to decide whether to digest the food or get ready for bed. Digestion normally wins. Your core body temperature stays high when it should be low, your blood sugar goes up and down when it should be steady, and your digestive organs are working too hard when they should be resting. People who lived in caves also didn't have to cope with how alcohol, coffee, or highly processed foods messed up their sleep. They received their evening relaxation from the natural exhaustion that comes from being active and in the sun, rather than from a glass of wine that initially makes them drowsy, but later disrupts their sleep. From an emotional perspective, their relationship with food was also very different. They didn't eat because they were bored, stressed, celebrating, or trying to make themselves feel better. They ate when they were hungry and stopped when they were full. This simple method stopped the blood sugar swings and intestinal discomfort that may keep individuals up all night. Your bedroom thermostat could be messing up your sleep, and your Neanderthal ancestor would know right away what was wrong. They had to learn how to control their body temperature to stay alive, but by doing so, they accidentally found out one of the most crucial secrets to getting a good night's sleep. Your body temperature needs to drop to trigger deep sleep, and modern living makes this tougher than it should be. As the sun went down over the ancient countryside, the air naturally began to cool. Your ancestors' body started to cool down in the evening after absorbing heat from the day's activities in the sun. Not only was this cooling process comforting, but it also sent a biochemical signal to their brain that it was time to get ready for bed. Their body temperature would drop by 1 to 2 degrees, which would start a chain reaction of drowsy hormones that current sleep clinics strive to copy with costly treatments. This natural cooling happened at the same time as the rest of the environment. The cave kept the heat in, the fire gave forth heat that could be controlled, and the animal fur bedding made a microclimate that could be changed by adding or taking away layers. They didn't need a programmable thermostat because the temperature in their bedroom changed naturally, with the rhythms that help them sleep best. In your modern bedroom, you face a temperature control nightmare that appears easy to use. Your house is shut up tight, your bedroom keeps the same temperature all night, and your mattress can be composed of materials that retain heat, like a sleeping bag made by someone who has never slept before. Every time you try to sleep in a place where you can't control the temperature naturally, you're going against millions of years of nature. But here's where it becomes really interesting. Your hands and feet are your body's natural way of cooling down. People who lived in caves slept with their arms and legs exposed to cooler air, which helped their bodies release heat. It is possible to be so heavily bundled that your body is unable to cool down naturally, leading your brain to perceive that it is not yet time for sleep. Your forebears knew something we don't, how powerful contrast can be. They had been in different temperatures all day, warm in the sun, cold in the shade, hot from moving around and chilly from the evening breezes, so their bodies were ready for the decrease in temperature that meant it was time to go to bed. Your primarily climate-controlled day lacks these natural temperature changes that regulate your circadian rhythms. The things they slept on were also very important. Animal furs and woven plant fibres naturally let air through, which kept them warm and dry by wicking moisture away from their bodies. They didn't wake up in the middle of the night because their fake mattress had turned into a sauna, or because their polyester pajamas had made a microclimate that would make a greenhouse jealous. Researchers now call temperature entrainment what cave inhabitants also profited from. Their bodies learned to expect the natural cooling that occurred with nightfall, getting ready for sleep even before they were exhausted. Because their bodies were perfectly in sync with their surroundings, they fell asleep faster and stayed asleep longer. Researchers today have proven what cave dwellers knew all along. The best temperature for sleeping is cooler than most people imagine, between 60 and 67 degrees Fahrenheit. But temperature isn't only about the air around you. It's also about how well your body can release heat while you sleep. This is why wearing socks to bed can sometimes be helpful, as they allow heat to escape through your feet, and why taking a hot bath before bed can be beneficial, since the rapid cooling afterward mimics how your body naturally cools down. Your forefathers didn't require weighted blankets or cooling mattress pads because their whole sleeping area was made to keep the temperature stable. They aligned their sleeping conditions with their biology, which helped their bodies understand how to achieve the best sleep. The sounds in your Neanderthal ancestor's bedroom would make a modern sleep sound machine cry because it wasn't good enough. While you're lying in bed listening to a symphony of air conditioners, traffic, your neighbour's music and strange noises from the home settling, your prehistoric relative was falling asleep to nature's original white noise mix, which was made to help you sleep deeply and restore your energy. As they got ready for bed, they could hear the distant crackling of the fading fire, the delicate rustling of leaves in the breeze, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, and maybe even the faint breathing of their tribe mates nearby. These weren't just background sounds. Their brains had developed to read them as safe time to sleep now. There was a reason for every sound they heard. The crackling fire meant that it was warm and safe. The natural sounds signified that there were no predators nearby, since the forest falls quiet when hazardous animals are close. The sound of family members breathing nearby made her feel comfortable, because there were so many of them. Their brains could entirely relax since their ears were always telling them that everything was fine. In contrast, your modern sound environment has the buzz of electronics, the distant whoosh of highway traffic, the neighbour's dog having an existential crisis at 3 a.m, and the strange banging in your walls that you've decided is either settling or ghosts. Your brain, which still runs the same old software as your Neanderthal ancestor, doesn't know how to put these noises in order. Do they pose a threat? Are they okay? Should you be on guard or at ease? Part of your brain is on guard duty all night because you don't know what's going to happen. Your nervous system is still analysing these sounds, even if you don't know it. It's attempting to figure out if they pose a threat. Sleep researchers call these micro-arousals, which are brief moments when your brain wakes up briefly to monitor things, breaking up your sleep without you even knowing it. Your ancestors likewise profited from what we now call sound masking without knowing it. The soft, steady sounds of their natural surroundings covered up other minor noises that could have been annoying. The steady sound of the wind blowing through the trees, the stream flowing nearby, and the chorus of insects at night made a natural sound blanket that kept me sleeping soundly all night. But here's what's truly interesting. The sounds that cave dwellers heard were predictable and made sense. Their brains learned to connect certain sounds with being safe and sleepy. The fire crackled, signalling the end of the day's work. The sounds of animals settling down at night suggested it was time to sleep. These sounds helped them fall asleep in ways that modern white noise devices can only come close to. The noise pollution in our modern lives would have driven our forebears crazy. The random beeps and buzzes of electronics, the unpredictable timing of traffic and sirens, and the jarring changes between distinct mechanical noises don't fit the patterns that our brains evolved to perceive as pleasant. Some modern folk sleep in utter silence, which is much worse. Quiet might be calming, but complete silence can be alarming to a brain that has evolved to expect the soft sounds of a safe, natural environment. Your subconscious might think something is amiss if there is complete quiet. Where are all the regular signals of life? The electromagnetic fields from all of our contemporary technology didn't bother your forefathers when they slept. We don't know for sure how much this impacts sleep, but some studies indicate that the electromagnetic soup we live in might be gradually messing with our regular sleep cycles in ways we don't fully understand yet. Cave dwellers didn't want perfect silence. They wanted sounds that were meaningful, predictable, and comforting, and that meant safety and deep sleep. They lived in the original sleep soundtrack of nature, which had been fine-tuned over millions of years to help them get the kind of restorative sleep that made them healthier, happier, and stronger than most of us can conceive. You're a modern person with an old brain trying to sleep in a world that would have seemed like science fiction to your cave-dwelling forefathers. But before you go hunting for a time machine or cave rentals, let's talk about how you may respect the wisdom of your inner caveman while still living in the 21st century. The lovely fact is that your body still has the blueprint for perfect sleep. It's simply been buried under layers of modern life, like an archaeological treasure waiting to be found again. Your body's circadian rhythms still desire to follow the sun, your stress response still knows how to reset when it gets the chance, and your temperature control system still works the same way it did for thousands of years to keep your ancestors sleeping well. The key is not to give up on modern life totally, but to find ways to bring ancient knowledge into your modern existence. You could say that you're constructing bridges between your caveman biology and your modern life. You can't control everything around you, but you can work with your body's natural rhythms instead of against them. To begin, consider light the strong drug that it is. Your forebears didn't require blackout curtains since there weren't any streetlights. You do. They didn't require glasses that blocked blue light because they didn't have screens. You could, though. To honour your old light-dark cycle, turn down the lights in the evening, stay away from screens before bed, and get some bright light in the morning. Keep in mind that your stress response system is still using caveman software in the modern world. If you're lying awake worried about tomorrow's meeting or next month's bills, ask yourself, is this a saber-toothed tiger, or is my mind making up problems to solve? Learn how to tell the difference between genuine current risks and the habit of worrying about things that might happen in the future. Your relationship with food can also show respect for old knowledge. When your digestive fire is at its highest, try eating your biggest meal earlier in the day. Stop eating at least 3 hours before you go to bed so your body has time to switch from digesting food to sleeping. Pick meals that your great-great-grandmother would know and see how much better you sleep when you don't ask your body to deal with substances it doesn't know how to handle. Make your bedroom a temperature refuge by keeping it chilly and letting your body naturally control its heat. Your hands and feet can assist in cooling you down, so wear clothes that let air flow through them. Additionally, keep in mind that your body needs to cool down in order to relax and fall asleep. Make your sound environment feel like a cave dweller would feel at home. This could entail using a white noise machine that sounds like nature, earplugs to block out random noises, or just realizing that some steady background noise is more calming than complete silence. Most crucially, keep in mind that your forefathers had complete faith in their bodies. They didn't lie awake contemplating their sleep, wondering about whether they were getting enough sleep, or figuring out how many hours they had left before morning. They were fatigued, so they went to sleep. When they woke up, they knew their bodies would tell them what to do. Your inner caveman is still there, waiting for you to rediscover how to sleep like the champion you were born to be. Every time you listen to your body's natural rhythms, choose biology over convenience, or make settings that support your ancient sleep knowledge, you're moving closer to the kind of restorative rest that has kept humans alive for thousands of years. To get better sleep, you don't need to proceed with more intricate solutions. You need to go back to the simple knowledge that your body has always held. Your ancestors didn't require sleep research, supplements, or special equipment because they lived in harmony with the natural forces that control rest and recovery. You can do it too, one small change at a time, until sleeping properly feels as natural as breathing. Modern cave dweller, have a good night. Your forefathers are cheering you on from the fantastic sleep lab in the sky. They think you can find the tranquil sleep that is your inheritance. Close your eyes now and trust your body's innate wisdom. Let yourself go back to a period when sleeping was the easiest thing in the world. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines and sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. "My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments." Miltman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence. Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. "When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods," remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction. This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of economics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organized unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. "Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises." This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, saved for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. "We realised money was fictional," explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. "Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. "The social order flipped," observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. "The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships, and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioral changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralyzed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centered on avoidance rather than confrontation. My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression. creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The Depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the Depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. "Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week. This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialized professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table. My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tires became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedaling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items." Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, nightclubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. "We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families." Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon, afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life. This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down, said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programs, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal, and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organization traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution center, and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labor unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organized direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAW leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing, and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment, and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organizations that serviced ethnic, religious, or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities, planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security, grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organization. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement house worker Margaret Wilson said, "Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability." Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organizing. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing, and education, Black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterized this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, coloured people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanization. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of Black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded Black neighborhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labor by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities. Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds." The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritized resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American. Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts State Psychiatric Hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life. Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviors and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called depression syndrome, financial behaviors that prioritize security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found, Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalized that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, "What stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it." The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses.